Chapter 183. Yamu looked at Chiyu in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so observant. What if I told you that I still can't use Goddess Athena's armor? Would you still think that I'm hiding my strength? Chiyu was stunned. Didn't you already inherit Goddess Athena's divinity? And you've already used the other two divine weapons. Why can't you use her armor? Yamu smiled indifferently. Even if I inherit Goddess Athena's divinity, I can't directly use Athena's full strength. The growth of one's strength could only be achieved through continuous cultivation and the integration of one's godly body. Just like the Zodiac guardians. If they want to become stronger, they need to better integrate with the constellation they belong to. Chiyu smiled. Hearing you say that makes me feel more balanced. I originally thought that you were a goddess from birth. Yamu's charming face revealed a trace of a smile, and unexpectedly said with a hint of bitterness, I'm the one who feels unbalanced. You haven't been a Zodiac guardian warrior for long, but you already have such powerful strength. I've been cultivating since I was born, and it's been a full 19 years. Say, who do you think has contributed more? Looking at Yamu's bitter expression, you couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. This is a real girl. A 19-year-old girl should have such emotions. I'm the genius, Kirin. Chiyu chuckled as he looked at Yumao with a lustful look in his eyes. Today's battle will be over. Does it count as mutual appreciation? Mutual appreciation? You're the gorilla, Yamu said snappily. Mutual appreciation is an idiom of our Yanhuang Republic. It seems that your Yanhuang language isn't completely up to par. Orangutan. How could you even think of that? Is there an orangutan like you? You couldn't help but burst into laughter. He even lowered his arms and gestured to Yamu like a gorilla. Listening to his explanation, Yamu couldn't help blushing and said angrily, Don't laugh. You could not help but stare blankly at her sulky appearance. Her already beautiful face was now even more enchanting. Her eyes were sparkling, and although her sacred aura had faded a lot, it had become a bit more charming. You're so beautiful, Chiyu praised sincerely. Yamu looked at Chiyu with a strange gaze. Although she knew that her looks were definitely the most outstanding among women, she had grown up since young. Be it the rulers of Greece or the constellation guardians who had always been protecting her, they only had respect and love for her. But no one had ever praised her beauty to her face. Yes, she was the successor of Goddess Athena, but at the same time she was also a girl. As long as it was a girl, who wouldn't want to be praised by others? Yamu slowly walked to Chiyu's side. The scepter of the goddess of victory in her hand disappeared with a golden light. When she stood in front of Chiyu, the paleness on her face had already disappeared. Chiyu, can you tell me why your energy recovered so quickly? Don't deny it. You should know that I can feel the change in your aura. Chiyu looked at her deeply and said, Since you don't want me to deny it, then I can only say that I can't tell you. Yamu sighed softly and said, If that's the case, then forget it. Now, are you willing to cooperate with me? Cooperating with you? Isn't it the cooperation between the Zodiac Guardian and the Constellation Guardians? You looked at her in surprise. Yamu shook her head and said, I don't know how to explain it to you. I can only tell you that the Constellation Guardians, who are very respectful to me on the surface, are not as united as a piece of iron. Do you understand what I mean? Chiyu was shocked. The way he looked at Yamu suddenly changed. He didn't think that Yamu would even tell him such a secret. Was this a sign of trust? However, she represented the guardians of the West. It was just like how he represented the guardian of the East. No matter how one looked at it, even if they were not enemies, the possibility of them becoming true friends was extremely small. Chiyu's eyes flickered for a moment as he solemnly said, Then how do you want me to cooperate with you? Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my words during the cooperation? Looking at Chiyu, Yamu's eyes revealed a hint of coquettishness, and she said provocatively, Will you? Chiyu touched his nose and shook his head, saying, I don't know, maybe. Yamu smiled indifferently and said, Even if you will, I still want to take a gamble. In my life, in the past 19 years, it can be said that everything was under my control. Or it could be said that it was under the control of the goddess Athena. But now, I want to change this situation. Today's battle with you made me understand many things. Although your achievements today are inseparable from your talent, it is also inseparable from your experiences. If I'm not wrong, that time when you sacrificed your arm to launch a powerful attack, although it caused great damage to your body. But at the same time, it also became the motivation for your rapid improvement. A person's potential often needs to be stimulated in order to better unleash it. Without pressure, you can only improve steadily. My desire for strength is no less than yours, so now I want to taste the taste of danger. This is the reason why I want to cooperate with you. Looking at Yamu's serious expression, Chiyu knew that she was not joking with him. But is this true? Even if Yamu's status in Greece was not the highest, it was not far from it. Compared to his status in the Yanhuang Republic, it was much higher. She was the object of protection for all Greeks. She was the most powerful guardian in Greece. What did she mean when she said it was dangerous? Yamu saw the doubt in Chiyu's heart. She smiled and said, Actually, it is not difficult to experience the taste of danger. Perhaps you find it unbelievable because of the strength I have. But what if all my abilities disappear at the same time? Do you think I will go through the process of danger? At the very least, you are a huge danger by my side. Chiyu thought quickly and said in a deep voice, I don't understand what you mean. Yamu said, Let's go back to the previous topic. You said it just now. I did not use my full strength in the battle with you, and your judgment came from my weapon. My answer to you is that I can't fully master Athena's artifact now, is that so? And if I want to master Athena's artifact, I can't just rely on cultivation. Only when my abilities and aura are recognized by the goddess Athena's divine artifact can I truly use them. The 3 artifacts of goddess Athena. Among the armor of the goddess of victory, the scepter of the goddess of victory, and the shield of the goddess of victory, I can only fully master the shield of the goddess of victory. If I want to further master the other 2 artifacts, I have 2 ways. The first is to continue cultivating diligently. When my strength changes from quantitative to qualitative, I can break through and get the recognition of goddess Athena. The other method is much more dangerous. It is to completely give up the ability I have now for a period of time and spread my own energy into goddess Athena's artifact so that the aura of the artifact can fuse with the energy I emit. In this way, I can forcibly get the recognition of goddess Athena's artifact in a very short period of time. The second method is dangerous, but if I succeed, the benefits to me are immeasurable. Chiyu was shocked. He vaguely understood what Yamu wanted to do. He hesitated for a moment and said, But if you forcibly fuse with the artifact like this, will there be any disadvantages to your future development? According to the cultivation method of us guardians of the East, only a step-by-step cultivation method is the best. Yamu shook her head and said, In terms of cultivation, that is true, but I am different from you. What you have is the power of the bloodline left behind by the ancestors. What I have is the divinity of goddess Athena. Whether it is the Kirin bloodline that you inherited or my divinity, in a certain sense, it is a phenomenon that cannot be explained with words. Unlike you, if I want to truly improve my strength, I must better fuse with the divinity. Unlike you, who has completely fused with the bloodline of Kirin, and then quickly improved your strength through cultivation. After more than 10 years of cultivation, the degree of fusion between me and the divinity has reached about 60%, but the last 40% is the most difficult. Only after completely fusing with the divinity can I truly grasp all of goddess Athena's abilities, and only then can I further improve after mastering all of goddess Athena's abilities. If I want to better fuse with the divinity, I need to obtain the approval of Goddess Athena's artifact. This is because the 3 artifacts that Goddess Athena left in this world all contain her divine power. Absorbing this divine power will definitely strengthen the fusion between me and Goddess Athena's divinity. This is the best way to promote the fusion. I have only one goal in my daily cultivation, and that is to promote the fusion of myself with the artifact as soon as possible. Do you understand what I mean? Chi smiled and said, although I don't fully understand, I have a general idea of what you mean. What you mean is that as the strongest of the Guardians of the West, your cultivation method is very special. Going step by step is not necessarily good. Only by using all means possible to obtain the approval of Athena's artifact can your strength make a huge leap. And what you want me to do is to protect you during this period of time when you lose your ability. This should be the cooperation you're talking about, right? Yamu looked at Chiyu, and the gaze in her eyes became gentle. It's really a very lucky thing to talk to a smart person. You are right. This is the cooperation I'm talking about. Chiyu said, don't you feel that you are asking a tiger for its skin by cooperating with me? When you lose your ability, aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of your perilous situation and strangle you in the cradle? You must know that your current strength is already a huge threat to me. If I let you make a further leap, then I will not have the strength to contain you. At that time, wouldn't the Guardians of the East be suppressed by the Guardians of the West? Even if some of your Guardians are not on the same side as you, there are still a few who are loyal to you. Isn't it a better choice to use them to protect you? What's more, when you lose your ability, how will others know? As long as you don't say anything, quietly train and quickly obtain the approval of the artifact. Isn't that also a very good method? Yama sighed and said, let me answer your last question first. The guardians of the constellation are the guardians of Goddess Athena. In a sense, their energy can be said to be bestowed by me. However, their energy is not of the same system as mine. My power comes from God, and their power comes from their respective constellations. Because of the connection between us, if I lose my ability, they will be the first to know. You must know that in this world, there is no one who does not have ambition. There is a secret I can tell you. If I am killed, the divinity of Athena will not disappear. As long as the one who kills me uses my blood to baptize his body, then he will be able to become the new successor of the divinity. Of course, there is a condition for this succession. That is, it must be a blood relative of mine or a guardian who has energy relations with me. You should know what it means to become Goddess Athena. As long as you can sit in my position, not only in Greece, but in the entire West, the power you will have will be unimaginable. Under such temptation, even if it is the guardians who are loyal to me, won't their hearts change? Won't they become greedy? Maybe I should not suspect them, but I have to be cautious, because if that happens, I will definitely fall into a situation of no return. So I dare not take the risk and can only train step by step. Until today, I have not tried the second method of training. Chiyu frowned and said, then am I worthy of your trust? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy you? Or, to put it simply, I will not care about you and let you guardians of the West kill each other. This will not do me any harm. Yama smiled and said, it is because I know you that I made this decision. The competition just now has proved that you have the ability to protect me. You are an Easterner and the strongest among the Guardians of the East. Based on my understanding of the Guardians of the East, or rather, the people of Yan and Huang, you will not take advantage of others. Otherwise, you will not be able to become Kirin's successor. No matter how weak you appear on the surface, in your bones, you have inherited the purest bloodline of the Yan and Huang people. Am I right? Looking at Yamu's calm look, Chiyu could not help but feel a little discouraged. Even so, I can choose not to help you. Why should I let an expert, who might be my enemy, become stronger than me? Yama smiled and said, what if I promise you a reward? Chi smiled and said, what do you think I need now? You have also said that our cultivation methods are different. Could it be that you will give me a divine weapon if you obtain it?" Yama shook her head and said, "That is definitely impossible. But as long as one is human, there is hope for something. As long as I can satisfy you, I can promise you whatever you want." Chi Yu said almost without thinking, "Then what if I want you? I want you as a person. Are you willing to give yourself to me?" Silence. Absolute silence. Yamu looked at Chi Yu in a daze, and Chi Yu was also shocked by his own words. Only now did he realize that he had long coveted the goddess Athena in front of him. Perhaps ordinary people would only feel reverence when they saw Yamu, but Chi Yu was different. As the heir of Kirin's bloodline, or the heir of Casanova's bloodline, or it could be said that he was the inheritor of the romantic bloodline, he would not be affected by the divine aura of Rain Eyes at all. Even under certain circumstances, the holy aura on Yama's body had a strong stimulating effect on the Casanova seed in his body. Unintentionally, he actually blurted out his inner thoughts. This. Yamu, you know I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to blaspheme you. It's just that you are so beautiful as a man, it is inevitable that some thoughts will arise in his heart. Please don't mind it. Chi Yu explained awkwardly. However, even he felt that such an explanation was very far-fetched. The sluggishness on Yamu's pretty face gradually disappeared, and a faint smile dyed her delicate face even more beautiful and charming. Her long purple wavy hair swayed gently, and her incomparably clear eyes stared closely at Chi Yu's face. "Is this your condition?" Her voice was still so pleasant to listen to. Other than a slight smile, Chi Yu could not see that she was angry at all. Could this be the legendary calm before the storm? Chi Yu thought to himself. His brain worked quickly. Frankly speaking, any man's heart would soften after being begged by a perfect beauty, and Chi Yu was no exception. However, his rationality told him that he could not agree to Yamu's proposal to cooperate. Although he did not use his full strength in the competition with Yamu because of Parthenon's uniqueness and his intention to restrain his ability, Yamu's increase in strength would still pose an invisible threat. Among the humans in this world, she was probably the only one who could be his true opponent. Helping her increase her strength would undoubtedly be against him. Thinking of this, Chi Yu nodded and said, "Yes, this is my condition. If you want me to help you, sure, but I want you to devote yourself to me and become my wife." As he said this, he could not help but reveal a somewhat proud smile. He thought to himself, "Now you still don't know how to retreat? How could a dignified virgin goddess, the dignified successor of goddess Athena, agree to such a condition?" At this moment, even Chi Yu himself felt that he was very wretched. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before it was ignored. Deep in his heart he more or less had some expectations and some strange feelings. Looking deeply at Chi Yu, Yamu's gaze froze for a full 2 minutes. A faint blush quietly appeared on her beautiful, delicate face. She took a deep breath, and as if she had gathered her courage, she said, "Being Kirin's wife is not an insult to my identity, so I promise you." "Oh, promise me? That's great," Chi Yu subconsciously replied, but he immediately reacted. Without any manners, he opened his mouth wide and stared at Yamu so hard that his eyeballs almost fell out. What did you say?" Chi Yu's voice had changed completely. It was so sharp that even he could not recognize it. However, he clearly realized that his heart was trembling, and even his body was trembling slightly. He did not know whether it was because of excitement or because of an inexplicable nervousness. Yamu smiled slightly, and her shyness gradually disappeared. She nodded firmly and said, I promise you to be your wife." This time, she said it very clearly, word by word, into Chi Yu's ears. Chi Yu looked at Yamu in shock, and for a long time he could not say a word. Originally, he was the one who gave Yamu a difficult problem, but now it became his problem. After a long time he stammered, But you're a Westerner and I'm an Easterner." Yama smiled and said, Nationality is not a problem, so what? Science has already proven that the further apart the bloodline of two people, the better it is for the future generations. Future generations? But you're the successor of Goddess Athena. If you marry me, then what about your constellation guardians? Yamu said without hesitation, dismissed. Chi-Yu was already speechless, but he still could not believe that everything in front of him was the truth. Then, aren't you a virgin goddess? You asked me to cooperate with you. Isn't it to improve your own strength? But after you marry me, you'll lose your virginity, and your strength will automatically disappear. What's the point for you? Yamu stared fiercely at Chi-Yu and said unhappily, You can even say such words. You're really a hooligan. Listening to her words, Chi-Yu relaxed a little, smiled slightly, and said, Why can't I say it? Since you're going to be my wife, then it's inevitable that there will be a relationship between a man and a woman. This is the most normal relationship between a man and a woman, isn't it? Yamu stared at him, and just as she was about to say something, she stopped and sighed softly. Chi-Yu said, Moreover, I already have a fiancé. And to be frank with you, I have more than one fiancé. There's a total of 3. Don't tell me you want to be my concubine? Yamu's elegant brows slightly wrinkled. For someone as outstanding as you, it's not a problem even if you have more wives. I don't mind. Moreover, I have confidence that I can defeat them and become your most beloved wife. She even thought of fighting for a man's affections. It can't be. Does she really want to be my wife? Chi-Yu felt that his brain had short-circuited. Looking at Yamu, he was more and more unable to understand what this perfect woman in front of him was thinking. However, he was after all very smart. Just at this moment, his mind flashed, and he said, I understand, Yamu. Do you mean that you want to be my wife in name and not have the most normal relationship between a man and a woman? It's only in name. Isn't that a big loss for me? Yamu was stunned for a moment, and the gentle gaze in her eyes suddenly became a little fierce, but quickly returned to its gentle state. Yes, I really think so. As the successor of Goddess Athena, I am a virgin goddess. In order to ensure my own bloodline, I have to do this. I can't lose my own power, and becoming your wife in name is a guarantee for you. Only in this way, I think you can truly believe me. After all, as your wife, how can I hurt you? Isn't such a guarantee enough? Looking deeply at Yamu, Chi-Yu knew that this was already the biggest concession she could make. After all, she was the successor of Goddess Athena. She was a supreme existence in the West. She was willing to become his wife in name, which was equivalent to lowering her position in the hearts of all the Westerners, and she was willing to sacrifice her own reputation. Wasn't this enough? Looking at Yamu, Chi-Yu really admired her in his heart. Looking at her deep purple eyes, Chi-Yu knew that although she wanted to improve her own power, at the same time, she wanted to gain his complete trust. Looking at Chi-Yu's hesitation, Yamu somewhat misunderstood him, and a faint trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. I'm sorry, Chi-Yu, this is all I can do. At least at this stage, this is all I can do. I will become your wife in name. When the day comes that the West no longer needs my protection, I will definitely become your wife, okay? Don't force me. Looking at her sad expression, even a heart of stone would melt, not to mention that Chi-Yu already had a very good impression of her. His brain instantly heated up, and he did not think much about it. If he could make Goddess Athena his wife in name, and become his wife, then wouldn't it be equivalent to putting the Eastern Guardian above the Western Guardian? She was willing to make such a sacrifice. What was there for a man like him to be afraid of? If she could improve her power, why couldn't he? Even if he really had to face her challenge in the future, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu no longer hesitated and nodded firmly. Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. Yamu stood there and looked at Chi-Yu quietly. She did not show any expression of surprise because of his agreement. Instead, she looked at him with a gentle gaze, as if she was thinking about something. However, Her heart was so deep that Chiyu could not see through it. Yamu slowly took a step forward and took the initiative to hold Chiyu's big hand. She brought the warm hand to her face and gently rubbed it. The smooth feeling was clearly transmitted from the palm of his hand, causing Chiyu's heart to tremble slightly. That sparkling skin not only had amazing elasticity, but also a special kind of moisturizing feeling. Gently rubbing it, the warm feeling was really too wonderful. It was a feeling that could not be described with words. A clear sense of accomplishment entered his mind, just like how Yamu, who had integrated the goddess of Athena, was a woman, the inheritor of Kirin's bloodline. Chiyu was after all a man. How could a normal man not feel satisfied when he received the approval of such a perfect woman? Although a large part of the reason was because of his identity and strength, it was enough to satisfy his vanity. Chiyu did not move, nor did he show his rogue side, because he did not want to destroy the current feeling. That wonderful and peaceful feeling made him feel intoxicated from the bottom of his heart. "I'm sorry, Chiyu. I know this is unfair to you. However, this is the only way I could think of to make you trust me. Can you understand my heart?" Yamu said softly. Chiyu made a sound of acknowledgement, his attention still focused on his hands. Yamu sighed. "This is only the second time we've met. Perhaps you think that I'm a casual woman." "Ah, no, it's not like that. Why would you think that? If there is only one person in this world who is worthy of you, then I believe that I am that person. In that case, isn't it logical for you to become my wife? Since you trust me so much and paid such a big price to gain my trust, you can rest assured. I will definitely protect your safety for a period of time from now on." Yamu nodded lightly, let go of Chiyu's hand, and took a step back, looking at him with a smile. "Chiyu, do you know? You are the first man to touch my body. If not, perhaps I would not have made up my mind to use this method to make you trust me." "The first man to touch your body." Chiyu looked at Yamu in surprise. "Are you referring to our hug outside the temple? I didn't do it on purpose." Chapter 184. Chiyu smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, there's no need to explain. However, I'm curious. Could it be that your father never touched your body? Why would you say that I'm the first man to touch you?" Yamu's eyes revealed a strong sadness. "Yes, my father has never touched my body. Even my mother passed away after giving birth to me. 19 years ago, the moment I was born, a huge amount of divine power engulfed their bodies. It was also from then on that I became the focus of the Greeks." "So you're an orphan too?" As an orphan himself, looking at Yamu, Chiyu immediately showed sympathy. Yamu shook her head sadly. "No, I'm different from you. At least, you're only an orphan. However, I know very clearly that my parents died because of my birth. Although I inherited the divinity of goddess Athena, they also died because of this. I caused their deaths, it's me." Seeing the sadness in Yamu's eyes, Chiyu could not help but feel pain in his heart. He walked forward and gently pulled her into his arms. "Cry it out, you'll feel better that way. This is not what you wanted. You were just born. How could you have a choice? If I had a choice, I'd rather be an ordinary person." At this point, Yamu could no longer hold back the sadness in her heart and burst into tears. She hugged Chiyu's waist with both hands, as if she was drowning and holding onto a piece of driftwood. At this moment, she looked so helpless, so sad. Yamu's crying did not last for too long. When her crying gradually stopped, she still did not leave Chiyu's arms. At this moment, Chiyu, who was hugging a beautiful woman, did not have any dirty thoughts in his heart, only a deep sense of pity. "Now, you should believe that you're the first man to touch my body. You are not only the first, but also the last. Ever since I was born, no man has been able to touch my body. Before I turned 18, Goddess Athena's divine power had always protected me. As long as a man tried to touch me, he would be injured by the divine power. Throughout the year, my understanding of divinity was fully awakened. Only when he had the power to protect himself did the divine power gradually disappear. If it wasn't for your divine power from the Shenyuan sword that broke through my defense when I was careless, you wouldn't have been able to touch my body. I do, of course I do. Do you feel better after crying it out? Chi Yu comforted her softly, his warm palm slowly stroking her back. Chi Yu, it feels so wonderful to be loved. Thank you, Yamu murmured. Chi Yu smiled. Am I not your husband? As long as you want. I can protect you forever. Slowly raising his head, Chi Yu used his hand to gently wipe away the tears on her face. Don't cry, it's all in the past. Your parents' sacrifice is definitely worth it to the people of Greece. I think their souls in heaven will definitely not hate their own daughter, right? Since you've already become the goddess Athena, you can only do better. This is the best way to repay them. Lightly nodding, Yamu's emotions had clearly calmed down. We should go out. We can't let them wait too long. Chi Yu chuckled. That's right. Otherwise, your constellation guardians might think that I've done something to you. Yamu glared at him and said, Haven't you done anything to me yet? Still not letting go? Hugging you feels so comfortable. Why should I let go? Not to mention, don't you feel that it's wonderful too? Chi Yu looked at Yamu naughtily. Yamu struggled lightly and escaped from his embrace. Chi Yu, I hope that you'll be the only one to see my true side, okay? Her expression was calm, but her tone had a hint of pleading. Chi Yu smiled and said, I understand. In front of others, you're still the goddess Athena, but only when we're alone, you're my wife. Thank you. Yamu seemed to be relieved and looked at Chi Yu with a look of gratitude. Is there a need for thanks between husband and wife? But when do you intend to give me a status? Chi Yu's current look was like a grieving wife, and it immediately made Yamu laugh through her tears. Annoying, it sounds so bad. What do you mean by giving you a status? Let's go, we'll talk after we get out. As expected of the successor of the goddess Athena, in just a short while, not only did Yamu's strength recover a little, even the traces of her crying just now had disappeared. When Chi Yu and Yamu walked out of Parthenon side by side, the 4 constellation guardians were waiting outside. Seeing the 2 of them coming out, Ilias quickly came forward, and after looking at Chi Yu with vigilance, he said to Yamu, Miss! Yamu waved her hand and said, Let's go, Mr. Chi must be tired from the long journey. Let's go to the hotel. Ilias looked at Chi Yu with a puzzled look, and then glared at Chi Yu fiercely, and then called for a car. Getting back in the car, Chi Yu still got into Yamu's Rolls Royce. Once in the car, he quietly held Yamu's small hand between the seats. Yamu only struggled a little, but Chi Yu held it very tightly. She looked at him helplessly and shyly, and then let him hold it. Exhilarating. This word was the most suitable to describe Chi Yu's current mood. It was absolutely exhilarating. What kind of feeling would it be to have the goddess Athena as my wife? Chi Yu's heart was filled with a comfortable feeling, and he gently rubbed Yamu's soft little hand, and from time to time looked at her beautiful face. His heart was indescribably satisfied. When do you plan to start? Chi Yu asked through telepathy. Yamu thought for a moment and said, There's no time to lose. With you here, let's start tonight. I think by then, you should have recovered most of your strength. Moreover, even if someone wants to harm me, they will need time to prepare. Chi Yu smiled and said, Then let's put it this way. From tonight onwards, I'm going to guard you without leaving your side. My goddess. Yamu's pretty face blushed. Can you not say it so ambiguously? It sounds so weird. Chi Yu felt wronged and said, I am speaking the truth. Since I want to protect you, naturally I will not leave you an inch. Otherwise, if something happens to you, what will I do? Looking at him, Yamu couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, I really don't know what to do with you. I now believe your evaluation of yourself more and more. You are a ruffian, a hooligan. Chi Yu chuckled and said, I said it myself. Who told you not to believe me? Yamu, how long do you need to fuse with the divine weapons? I'm afraid I can't stay in Athens for too long. Yamu thought for a moment and said, "If everything goes smoothly, about a month or so, maybe a little shorter. After all, I have fused with the divine land to 60%, and the scepter of the goddess of victory has basically approved of me. But there is still one last step. This time, I took the risk of fusing my divine power with the divine weapons to break through this last step and then obtain the armor of the goddess of victory's trust. This way, I will be able to have all three of Athena's divine weapons at the same time, and my strength will increase by a lot. That will be enough. If I continue to cultivate from now on, it won't take too long for me to reach the peak of goddess Athena's strength." Chiyu said doubtfully, "At that time you will be the real goddess." Yamu shook her head and said, "How is that possible? Even if it is like that, I am just a clone of goddess Athena in the human world. Actually, even I don't know how strong goddess Athena is. Maybe, after I completely fuse with my divine power, I will have some enlightenment." Chiyu nodded and said, "If it is only a month, then I should be fine. Just now at Parthenon, you said that your constellation guardians are not a solid block, who will betray you, and who will pose a threat to you. Shouldn't you tell me now? At least I can be prepared." Yamu thought for a moment and said, "I'm sorry. I can't tell you now, because I don't have any confidence." Chiyu was startled and said, "If that is the case, then why do you doubt me? There must be a reason." Yamu sighed softly and said, "Of course there is a reason, but the Constellation Guardians are a very independent group. Their mission is to protect me, but I can't really control them. Just like you can't really control the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Maybe we will know soon. This time, the reason why I decided to take the risk, one, is to strengthen my determination to cooperate with you Zodiac Guardian Warriors. The other is to expose the problem of the Constellation Guardians." Chiyu nodded and said, "I understand. All right, let us wait and see who among you Constellation Guardians is so daring. But no matter who it is, I will not allow them to hurt my goddess." Yama smiled and said, "In your heart, do you really treat me as a goddess?" Chiyu returned the same smile and said, "What do you think?" The car moved quickly, and Yamu's motorcade obviously had special privileges in Greece, and the road was unimpeded. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the largest and most luxurious hotel in Greece, the Athens Hotel. The waiter opened the doors for the 3 cars, and the 4 Constellation Guardians surrounded them. Under their escort, Chiyu and Yamu walked into the hotel. Yama smiled and said, "Mr. Chi, today I will invite you to try our Greek delicacies. Although compared to the 5,000 years of culinary culture of the Yanhuang Republic, it is still considered unique." Chiyu laughed and said, "Sure, I have always been interested in food. Today is a good time to try." The 6 of them directly came to the 2nd floor of the Athens Hotel. This hotel had 131 floors, and it was also one of the tallest buildings in Athens. Under the waiter's guidance, they came to a luxurious hall at the innermost side of the restaurant. The moment they entered the hall, Chiyu was shocked. That was because there were a total of 10 large round tables in the hall, and many people were already seated. Only the main table was empty. Without waiting for Chiyu to ask, Yamu said, "This is a welcoming banquet specially organized for you and Miss Mingming. The guests are all dignitaries from all walks of life in Athens." Chiyu furrowed his brows and said, "I would rather go to Athens to eat street food with you. I have always disliked this kind of occasion." Yamu said, helplessly, "I have no choice. It's fine if you're the only one here, but don't forget that you're not the main character in this trip to Greece, but Miss Mingming. In a sense, she represents the Yanhuang Republic." Hearing Yamu's words, Chiyu could not help but feel a chill in his heart. That's right. The real main character this time should be Mingming. Just now, when Yamu said that she wanted to be his wife, would she tell this to Mingming? If the answer was yes, then wouldn't she deliberately create a conflict between him and Mingming and create an opportunity for Lin Yifan? Thinking of this, the The way Chi-Yu looked at Yamu suddenly changed, but he did not say anything. Under the escort of the 4 constellation guardians, they came to the innermost, luxurious round table in the banquet hall and sat down with Yamu. Chi-Yu transmitted his voice to Yamu and asked, "I have never asked you. Although you are the successor of Goddess Athena, this secret should only be known by a small number of people. But such a secret should only be known by a small number of people. So, what is your public identity?" Yamu smiled mysteriously and transmitted her voice. "What do you think?" Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. "It can't be some important person in the country, right?" Yamu shook her head and said, "That's not it. My public identity in Athens is the chairman of the Athens Shipping Company." "Ah, what did you say?" Hearing her words, Chi-Yu could not help but be surprised, even if he did not know much about business. He knew about the Athens Shipping Company. As the largest shipping company in Greece, the Athens Shipping Company had always been the leader of the industry in Greece. And Greece's most prosperous and the most famous in the world was also the shipping industry. There had been many ship kings, and they were in the leading position in the world's shipping industry. If there was anything in the world that Greece was best known for, other than Greek mythology, it would probably be shipping. And as the chairman of the largest shipping company in Greece, then the assets under Yamu could probably be ranked in the top few in the whole of Greece. "You didn't expect me to be a businesswoman, did you?" Yamu smiled slightly and said calmly. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. "Of course not. The dignified successor of the goddess Athena has actually been tainted with the stench of money." Yamu snorted lightly and said, "Can't you say something nice? What do you mean by the stench of money? You are really a ruffian. This is the best cover for my identity. In fact, I am only the chairman in name. The Athens Shipping Company belongs to the Greek government. I am not involved in it. I rarely attend social events. A few of the highest officials in Greece know my true identity, so no one will doubt it." Chi-Yu nodded and said, "This identity is grand enough. A 19-year-old chairman. Only the Greek government can think of this." At this time, another group of people walked into the banquet hall from outside. If the arrival of Yamu and Chi-Yu did not attract much attention, then the moment this group of people entered the door, they became the focus of the entire banquet hall. Surrounded by at least 20 bodyguards, Lin Yifan looked so handsome in his white suit, and Ming Ming walked beside him. Today, she wore a blue dress, and although her appearance was slightly inferior to Yamu, she was still the best among the beauties, especially the tranquil expression on Ming Ming's face, which exuded an invisible noble aura. It made all the Greeks present look at her with admiration. Lin Yifan made an inviting gesture and led Ming Ming to the main table. He elegantly pulled out the chair for Ming Ming, giving her the most important seat in the banquet hall, and sat beside Ming Ming. Ming Ming did not notice her own position, and when she saw Chi-Yu, she had long forgotten about Lin Yifan. Looking at Chi-Yu, and then at Yamu beside Chi-Yu, her lips moved slightly and she transmitted her voice. "Chi-Yu, how are you?" Chi-Yu smiled, and through the telepathic link with Ming Ming, he replied her, "I am fine. I went to visit Parthenon. What about you? Did this guy do anything wrong?" Without waiting for Ming Ming to answer, Lin Yifan, who sat down, smiled at Chi-Yu. "Mr. Chi, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. What's your impression of Greece?" Chi-Yu smiled and said, "My impression is very good. Greece is a very beautiful country. At the same time, it also has a long history of culture. I think our trip to Greece this time must have been very wonderful." Lin Yifan smiled indifferently. He clapped his hands and nodded to the attendant beside him. Suddenly, the light music in the hall stopped, and the Athenian socialites who were chatting with each other quietened down. Lin Yifan slowly stood up and gracefully bowed to the people present. He gracefully bowed to everyone present and smilingly said, "I'm very honored to be able to invite so many distinguished guests here today. What makes me especially excited is that my fiancé has come to Athens from the distant Yanhuang Republic. Let us welcome this beautiful lady with a warm round of applause." As he spoke, he took the lead to applaud. Lin Yifan was the son of the Greek president. He was extremely talented, and he entered the Greek political scene at the age of 20. He was definitely a star of tomorrow. Moreover, today's occasion was personally instructed by the Greek president. Immediately, warm applause resounded in the hall. Naturally, Chi-Yu and Ming-Ming could not understand the Greek language, but Chi-Yu had Yamu by his side and Yamu translated. His face immediately darkened. This guy, he actually said in public that Ming-Ming was his fiancée. Obviously, he did not take me seriously. However, he did not lose his temper. After all, as Yama said, Ming-Ming represented the Yanhuang Republic. For the sake of the relationship between the two countries, he could only bear with it for the time being. Ming-Ming listened to Lin Yifan speak Greek in a daze. The sudden applause startled her. When she saw Lin Yifan's gesture, she realized that the applause was for her. Lin Yifan smiled and said, "Miss Ming-Ming, won't you say a few words to us?" Ming-Ming looked at him and slowly stood up. Although she looked calm on the surface, through their telepathic connection, Chi-Yu could feel Ming-Ming's nervousness. Greece is a beautiful country, and I'm very happy to be here as a guest. I didn't expect so many people to attend this banquet today. It's really a surprise. Coming to Greece, I bring the greetings of the Yanhuang Republic to Greece. I hope that the two countries can be a friendly federation forever. Thank you. After all, Ming-Ming was born in a military family, and her father was an influential general in the Yanhuang Republic. Although she was nervous, she still responded appropriately. Ming-Ming sat down again, and Lin Yifan announced the start of the banquet. All kinds of Greek delicacies were served on the table. Lin Yifan picked up a bottle of red wine that was obviously old, and made a gesture of inquiry to Ming-Ming. Ming-Ming shook her head and said, "Thank you, but it's okay. I'll just have juice. I don't drink." Ming-Ming sat in the main seat. On her right was Lin Yifan, and on her left was Yamu. Beside Yamu was Chi-Yu, which meant that there were two beauties between Chi-Yu and Lin Yifan. Looking at the wine in Lin Yifan's hand, Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Since Ming-Ming doesn't want to drink, let me drink on her behalf. I'm a famous drunkard." Lin Yifan frowned and said, "Mr. Chi, I'm really sorry. This bottle of red wine is from France, produced in 1572. It's unique in the world. I took it out today just to let Miss Ming-Ming have a taste." Hearing his words, Chi-Yu's expression changed slightly. This kid was showing off to me. So what if you're rich? What's so great about red wine from a few hundred years ago? Although he was unhappy in his heart, Chi-Yu did not show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Since it's like that, then forget it. A guest will follow the host's wishes. Since Mr. Lin can't bear to part with it, I'll be too embarrassed to drink anymore." Ming-Ming looked at Lin Yifan, and the light in her eyes became cold. Other than the four of them, there were four other constellation protectors at the main table. In front of so many people, Lin Yifan did not give Chi-Yu any face. It was obvious that she wanted to give her beloved man a show of strength. With a smile, Ming-Ming slowly stood up and smiled at Lin Yifan. "Mr. Lin, so you want to give this bottle of red wine to me?" Lin Yifan stared blankly for a moment. Looking at Ming-Ming's charming face, his heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although his marriage with Ming-Ming was a political matter, but this beauty whose beauty was only inferior to Yamu still made his heart flutter. He nodded subconsciously and said, "Of course. I brought it here to give it to Miss Ming-Ming. Take it as a welcome gift for Miss Ming-Ming's visit to Athens." Ming-Ming smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." While saying that, she quietly took the bottle of red wine from Lin Yifan's hand. Lin Yifan naturally couldn't ask Ming-Ming why she said she didn't want to drink. She could only watch as Ming-Ming took the red wine bottle into her hand. She smiled elegantly and said, Although Miss Ming Ming doesn't drink, it's not a big deal. This bottle of wine has some value as a collector's item. Or perhaps I can give it to Miss Ming Ming's father, General G. I think Uncle G will like it very much." Ming Ming shook her head and said, "No, since it's wine, it's meant to be drunk. What's the point of collecting it? Now that this bottle of wine belongs to me, then let me decide its fate. What do you say, Mr. Lin?" Although Lin Yifan felt that something was wrong, he could only bite the bullet and nodded. "Of course." Ming Ming didn't have a wine opener. Her right hand gently wiped the bottle cap and the cork was sucked out. The cork was silently sucked out by her hand. She walked out of her seat and slowly walked to Chi Yu's side. She smiled and said, "Then I'll treat Mr. Chi, who came with me, to this rare bottle of red wine. He's always been a good drinker." The rose-colored wine floated into Chi Yu's glass, and very quickly, half a glass of red wine appeared in the crystal glass. Ming Ming not only poured the wine for Chi Yu, she also conveniently left the bottle beside Chi Yu before returning to her seat and sitting down. Lin Yifan's face was ugly. Even the 4 constellation protectors' faces were ugly, although their voices were not loud. But Ming Ming was sitting at the main seat, so when she stood up, it naturally attracted the attention of the guests. And when she personally poured the red wine for Chi Yu, it caused the guests to start discussing. Ming Ming used her own actions to prove that the relationship between her and Chi Yu was not something that Lin Yifan could sway. Even if Chi Yu was a ruffian, he became extremely elegant. His face revealed an uncontrollable pride, and the gaze he used to look at Lin Yifan was filled with a sense of ridicule. The originally noisy banquet hall quietened down. Everyone's gaze followed Ming Ming from the moment she poured the wine for Chi Yu until she placed the bottle beside Chi Yu and returned to her seat. Ming Ming's actions looked extremely natural, as though everything was logical. From start to finish, she did not even look at Lin Yifan. Her gentle gaze was always on Chi Yu. Lin Yifan's face first turned pale, but quickly turned red. Chi Yu could clearly feel that his breathing was extremely unstable, but who could he blame? Who asked him to marry Ming Ming for politics? Chi Yu did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for him. However, Lin Yifan was, after all, the son of the Greek president. In the end, he tolerated it and returned to his seat, his gloomy expression gradually returning to normal. Yamu picked up the wine glass in front of her and gestured to Chi Yu. She smiled and said, "Can I have a taste of this wine that has been aged for close to 500 years?" Chi Yu smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not as stingy as someone." As he spoke, he poured half a glass of rose-colored red wine for Yamu. Yamu held her wine glass and stood up. Whether it was her stunning appearance or her identity, she immediately became the focus of the entire banquet hall. "I'm very happy to meet so many friends here today. Next, I have an announcement to make." Yamu's voice was very calm, but when her gaze swept across the entire banquet hall, everyone seemed to feel that she was looking at them. The faint light in her eyes made people feel as though they could not look straight at her. Lin Yifan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, Yamu's sudden announcement was obviously to cover up his embarrassing side. Yamu's deep purple eyes scanned the entire banquet hall, gathering everyone's attention on her. She faintly smiled, her pretty face had a faint blush, and she slowly spoke in Greek. "After careful consideration, I have decided that today I would like to ask all the friends present here to be my witnesses. I officially announce that I am engaged to Mr. Chi from the Yanhuang Republic." Boom! The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Chapter 185. The wine glass in Lin Yifan's hand slipped and fell onto the table. The wine in the glass splashed onto his clean white suit, but he did not notice it. The 4 constellation guardians stood up at the same time. "Miss!" Yamu's sharp gaze landed on the 4 of them, and she said in a deep voice, "Sit down." Under the immense mental pressure, the 4 constellation guardians returned to their seats absent-mindedly. Ming Ming and Chi Yu did not understand Greek. Seeing the huge reaction from the surrounding people, the two of them could not help but look at Yamu. Yamu smiled at Chi Yu and spoke in Yanhuang language. I am just fulfilling my promise to you. Tell them, from now on I am your fiancé. Ah, Chi Yu's right hand trembled, and the rose-colored wine in the glass spilled out. Luckily, his willpower was not something Lin Yifan could compare to. Although some wine spilled out, it did not splash on his clothes. The gentle smile on Ming Ming's face disappeared, and her sluggish gaze shifted from Yamu to Chi Yu. Yamu slowly sat down, as though the uproar had nothing to do with her. She took the initiative to use her own wine glass to touch the wine glass in Chi Yu's hand. Such an important moment. Don't you want to have a drink with me? Although he had already reached an agreement with Yamu, Chi Yu had never thought that she would actually announce their engagement so quickly. Furthermore, it was in front of Ming Ming. At that moment, no matter how strong he was still in a state of panic. He placed the wine in his mouth, but did not taste anything. Even he himself did not know if he should be happy or laugh bitterly. Mississippi Ilias's gaze became sharp. How can you be engaged to this Easterner? Yamu said lightly, This is my private matter. You have no right to interfere. No. Ilias roared angrily. He could no longer control his emotions. How could it have nothing to do with us? Don't forget who you are. As your guardians, we will not allow such a thing to happen. Not only him, but also Miguelis. Miero and Salem revealed a determined gaze at the same time. Chi, you could clearly feel that the aura of these four powerful constellation protectors had completely solidified on his body, and there was a possibility of them taking action at any time. Yamu said coldly, I will explain this matter to you when we return. But here, please remain calm. Otherwise, get out of here. Her eyes lit up. Her amethyst-like eyes emitted a deep divine light. Although she had expended a large amount of energy in her battle with Chi Yu, her goblin aura was enough to intimidate the four constellation protectors. Chi Yu did not have time to care about the constellation guardians. His gaze was focused on Ming Ming. Through their telepathic connection, he frantically explained to Ming Ming. Ming Ming, don't be angry. Listen to my explanation. The engagement between me and Yamu is fake. It is for the cooperation between our Zodiac Guardian and the Greek constellation guardians. Don't misunderstand. The sluggishness on Ming Ming's face gradually disappeared. She looked at Chi Yu with a smile that was not a smile. Hello. In just a short day, you have even managed to pick up Goddess Athena. Looks like you shouldn't be a hoodlum. Instead, you should be a Casanova. This. Ming Ming, can you let me explain it to you in detail? I really have nothing to do with her. Even Chi Yu found it hard to believe his own words. From a psychological point of view, it wasn't that he didn't have feelings for Yumao. Ming Ming looked at Chi Yu indifferently. She turned to Lin Yifan and smiled. Mr. Lin, I don't feel like eating. Can you send me back to my room to rest? Lin Yifan had not recovered from Yama's announcement. He suddenly heard Ming Ming's words and woke him up. Ah, of course. I'm sorry, everyone. We will take our leave first. As he spoke, he stood up and gestured to Ming Ming to leave. Ming Ming did not look at Chi Yu again. She calmly left the banquet hall under Lin Yifan's guidance. At this moment, Chi Yu did not even know if he should stop her. He was already confused by everything that had happened. I'm sorry. Did my announcement cause trouble for you? Yamu said apologetically. Chi Yu glanced at her. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. What do you think? If you did it on purpose, then you should know what the result would be. I'm sorry. I don't feel like eating anymore. Goodbye. With that, he left the table and strode out. Looking at Chi Yu's tall back, a trace of perplexity appeared in Yumu's eyes. Sighing softly, she followed Chi Yu and stood up, chasing after his figure. When the four constellation guardians wanted to follow, they heard Yamu's voice. You guys stay here and take care of the guests. Don't follow me. I have something to say to Chiyu. You don't have to ask anything. I can only tell you that my decision today is all for Greece and for us Western Guardians." The 4 Constellation Guardians looked at each other. No one could say a word. They looked at each other with complicated expressions. In that moment, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. In their hearts, Yamu was always high and mighty. But today, Yamu suddenly announced her own marriage. To the male Constellation Guardians, it was like a bolt out of the blue. They could not accept it. At this moment, they realized that the perfect miss was, after all, a woman. She could also get married. When Chiyu walked out of the banquet hall, he had already lost sight of Ming Ming and Lin Yifan. When he wanted to communicate with Ming Ming through their telepathy, he realized that Ming Ming had unilaterally turned off their telepathy. "Why did you come out too? Aren't there so many people at the banquet? The main character has left. It doesn't seem appropriate." Sensing Yamu's aura, Chiyu stood there and said without turning his head. Yamu walked to a foot behind Chiyu and stopped. "Do you think that I purposely announced our marriage in front of Miss Ming Ming? To create a misunderstanding between you and Miss Ming Ming?" Chiyu turned his head to look at her. He discovered that when he looked at Yu Mao's perfect face, he could no longer feel a shred of anger in his heart. "No matter what your goal is in announcing our marriage, at the very least it's enough. You have already caused me a lot of trouble." Yamu looked deeply at Chiyu and said, "Chiyu, can I ask you a question? If you were to choose between me and Miss Ming Ming, who would you choose?" Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Then he said without hesitation, "I would choose Ming Ming." Yamu's face instantly turned pale, and her delicate body even trembled a little. Her sad expression made her lower her head. That pitiful look made Chiyu's heart twitch. However, he did not change his answer. After a long time, Yamu raised her head. Looking into Chiyu's eyes, the expression on her face had already recovered. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked such a question. After all, there is no basis for feelings between us. I don't expect to replace anyone's position. I just hope to leave a place for me in your heart. It's enough for you to acknowledge me as your wife." "Ah, it can't be. As the successor of the goddess Athena, she actually compromised so much." You could not understand what Yama meant. Looking at her, he could not help but frown. Yama sighed and said, "Perhaps my announcement just now caused you trouble. But announcing it in such a situation just now was the most effective guarantee for you, isn't it? The words that came out of my mouth cannot be changed. Perhaps you think that you have been wronged, but have you ever thought about me with my identity in Greece, saying such words in public? How much pressure I would have to bear? How would I explain to the government? How would I explain to the Constellation Guardians? In their hearts, how much would their view of me change? I think the things that I have to bear are greater than yours." Chiyu smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, Yamu. I don't want to blame you, but I don't want our cooperative relationship to cause Ming Ming to misunderstand me. I won't lie to you. To be honest, I really love Ming Ming. I don't want her to be hurt, especially in terms of feelings. I can't hurt her, do you understand?" Yamu nodded lightly and said, "I understand. Let's go, I'll send you to your room." "You fool! Coming out alone, where can you go? Don't forget, you didn't even get a passport to come to Greece." Chiyu smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry, I was a little impulsive just now. I apologize to you, then let's go." Ming Ming and you were both staying at the top floor of the hotel. There were only 3 presidential suites in the entire hotel, and they each occupied one. Ming Ming sat on the big round bed in the presidential suite, looking at the wall in front of her in a daze. The light in her beautiful eyes was very dim, slightly lowering her head, so that Lin Yifan could not see the expression in her eyes. "Miss Ming Ming, don't be sad. I also did not expect Miss to make such a choice. To be honest, even I can't accept this fact. Miss is the successor of goddess Athena. She actually made such an announcement. I really did not expect someone of Mrs. Status to have the intention to get married. At this moment, Lin Yifan could be said to be half happy and half worried. He was happy because Yama's announcement had created a very good opportunity for him. But he was worried because Yama's announcement in front of so many people was clearly not a joke. Even if it was just an engagement, it would have a huge impact on Yamu's reputation in Greece. Ming Ming indifferently said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'm a little tired. Can I rest for a while?" Lin Yifan elegantly stood up and said with a smile, "Of course." "Ming Ming, you haven't rested since you came to Greece. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning and bring you to the specialty restaurant in the east of Athens for breakfast, okay?" Ming Ming forced a faint smile and looked at Lin Yifan. "Thank you for your hospitality today. I'm very happy to be in Greece. Be careful." Lin Yifan heard that Ming Ming's voice was clearly much gentler than before, and he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He smiled. "Ming Ming, so you actually care about me this much?" Ming Ming indifferently said, "At least in name. You're still my fiancé, aren't you?" "It's my duty to care about you. You seem to be missing the word, miss, in the way you address me." Lin Yifan maintained his elegant temperament. Even the wine stain on his white suit couldn't conceal his superhuman temperament. "Ming Ming, didn't you just say that we're fiancé and fiancée? I think you won't mind the difference in the way we address each other, right?" Ming Ming raised her head and looked at him, and her expression seemed to have recovered a little. She smiled. "How you address me is up to you. I can't control your mouth. Whatever you want." Lin Yifan laughed heartily and said, "That's my honor." "Since that's the case, Ming Ming, can you stop calling me Mr. Lin? Call me Yifan. That's what all my friends call me." "Yifan? All right. I'm tired." Ming Ming lowered her head and seemed to be a little shy as she called out Lin Yifan's name. "Then rest early, I'm going back." Lin Yifan had already forgotten the shock that Yamu gave him earlier, and left Ming Ming's room with satisfaction. To him, the change in the way he addressed her was definitely a good start. What he wanted was not just the status between him and Ming Ming, but Ming Ming's heart. He wanted to prove that he was better than Chiyu in every aspect. The moment Lin Yifan left the room, Ming Ming's expression immediately changed. She said hatefully, "This guy really wants a foot after giving him an inch. Yifan, he's really disgusting. My family's ruffian is still the best. Humph. Do you really think I'll be angry? If my relationship with Chiyu can't withstand the test, then I'm not Ji Ming Ming." Ming Ming couldn't help but giggle as she talked to herself. Her face revealed an unconcealable sweetness. When Yamu announced her engagement with Chiyu, she was indeed shocked, and her heart was filled with anger. Looking at Yamu's perfect face for a moment, she really thought that Chiyu would have a change of heart. However, Chiyu's immediate explanation made her feel much better. After the two of them communicated telepathically, Ming Ming decided to use this opportunity to gain Lin Yifan's trust. She then pretended to be angry and left the banquet hall. She unilaterally cut off telepathic communication because she was a little angry. Although she couldn't communicate with Chiyu, she could still hear Chiyu's voice. This secret was only known to her and Chiyu. After all, telepathic communication was much more secretive than telepathy. Even if Yamu could eavesdrop on telepathy, she couldn't eavesdrop on telepathic communication. After coming to Greece, Chiyu and Ming Ming had never stopped communicating. Although Ming Ming didn't know about the battle between Chiyu and Yamu, based on her trust in Chiyu, she believed that Chiyu could control his emotions. What made Ming Ming feel sweet was the conversation between Chiyu and Yamu just now. In order to prevent any changes in Ming Ming's heart, Chiyu deliberately transmitted the conversation between him and Yamu into Ming Ming's heart through telepathic communication. Especially when she heard Yamu's question to Chiyu and Chiyu's answer without hesitation, her remaining worry disappeared. At this moment, she even thought it through. Chiyu's destiny was to have more than one woman in his life. Why should she be jealous? As long as she had an important position in his heart, it was enough. In another presidential suite that was only a few tens of meters away from Ming Ming's room. Yamu, when do you intend to start? Chiyu asked. Yamu said, what if I say now? Chiyu was startled and said, I'm afraid it's not appropriate now. Just now, when you announced our marriage, your constellation protectors were obviously not in the right mood. If they suddenly feel the change in your energy, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. How about this? Why don't you go back to Parthenon first, and at the same time explain to your constellation protectors? I'll sneak over tonight, and then we can start. At that time, my strength will have recovered to about 70%, and I'll have the ability to protect you. Yamu sighed and said, Is there a need to explain? I've already announced it. Even if I explain again, they won't understand. Thank you for being considerate of me. Then you rest first. I'll go back. After all, we're still unmarried. It's not appropriate for me to stay here. After Chi-Yu sent Yamu out of the room, he realized that he and Ming Ming were able to communicate telepathically. Ming Ming, are you still angry? Chi-Yu probed. Ming Ming said unhappily, Do you think I get angry so easily? All right, what's going on today? Why would that Yamu suddenly announce that she wants to marry you? Is there something wrong with her brain? According to my understanding of Greek mythology, Goddess Athena should be a virgin goddess. Chi laughed and said, Don't tell me that it's because of this that you don't suspect me. Pei, you wish. I don't suspect you, because you're obviously not worthy of her. She's so pretty, how could she like you? Ming Ming said with a hint of ridicule. Chi-Yu said with a smile, That's not necessarily true. Although I, your hubby, am not handsome, don't you think I'm very classy? Ming Ming said with a smile, Come on. Only the extremely ugly will say that they are classy. Stop messing around. Tell me, where did you go today and what happened? Chi-Yu said, After you left today, she quickly came to pick me up and then brought me to Parthenon. It's the place where the goddess Athena is worshipped. Athena is indeed the goddess of war and wisdom. I fought with Yamu. She's stronger than I imagined. Although we both held back, in the end, I still had to rely on the Shenyuan sword to fight her to a draw. At that moment, Chi-Yu recounted the process of him and Yamu in detail. Of course, he naturally ignored the part where he was hugging Yamu. After listening to Chi-Yu's explanation, Ming Ming said with some doubt, Then are you really going to help her? Was she trying to trick him? She's already so strong if she improves further. I'm afraid. Chi-Yu said, I thought about it carefully before I decided to agree to her. First of all, if she really wanted to harm us, with the strength of her and the 12 constellation guardians, she wouldn't need to waste so much time with me. After all, she doesn't know that my 1,000 changes Xuanji realm technique has the ability to escape. Moreover, from my conversation with Yamu, I can tell that she really wants to cooperate with us, at least at this stage. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Since I've decided to go against the Vatican, I can't make any more enemies in the West. Therefore, after much consideration, I decided to agree to her suggestion. Ming Ming snorted and said, I think you chose her over the Vatican mainly because she's a beauty. Of course, there's a reason for that. However, this was not the main reason. Beauties always have an advantage, hee. If it wasn't for you, it's impossible for me to integrate into the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors camp so quickly. If it wasn't for Ryua's pressure, I wouldn't have been able to increase my strength so quickly. The promotion effect of beautiful women had always been very big. I wanted to make use of this opportunity to understand the characteristics of Athena's power. Although I had decided to cooperate with them, I still had to be on guard against them. Don't worry, as long as we keep in touch at all times, I have the confidence to rush to your side in an instant. Even if there is a problem, we can solve it immediately. What I'm worried about now is Yamu's situation. There's something wrong with her Zodiac guardians. Just now, I even felt killing intent from 2 of the 4 Zodiac guardians. It seems that Yamu didn't lie to me in this aspect. Ming Ming, be careful. Oh, right. Don't let Lin Yifan take advantage of you. Otherwise, I'll kill him immediately no matter the cost. Ming Ming said unhappily, Do you think I'm you? A loose ruffian, flirting everywhere. No, it should be a hooligan ruffian. Chi Yu said awkwardly, This is a physiological problem. How about this? The next time I go to the ancient beast era, I'll bring you along. You can go ask those Kirin. Ming Ming said, All right, you should rest quickly. Aren't you going to protect that Yamu? You must be careful. Chi Yu said, I will. With the Qian G100 changes technique. Even if I can't win, can I run? The reason why I want your relationship with that Lin Yifan to not be so rigid is mainly because in the future, I may have to focus most of my energy on protecting Yamu. You and Lin Yifan should have a good relationship, so that those Zodiac guardians won't dare to touch you. After all, you're representing our country. This way, I can also be free. After the telepathic communication ended, Chi Yu didn't waste any time. He immediately began to cultivate, using Kirin's ascending cloud technique and the energy of the origin of nature as the foundation. He quickly absorbed the energy molecules in the air. When he started cultivating, Chi Yu was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that after the battle with Yamu today, the energy in his body seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The energy density was actually higher than before. In other words, the energy was compressed and more condensed. This was not only greatly beneficial for him to absorb more thundercloud force in the future, it also allowed his thundercloud force to exert more power when attacking. After some simple thought, Chi Yu understood why such a situation would occur. The condensation of energy probably had a lot to do with the final attack of Yamu's the signs of the Zodiac domain. The huge pressure of the area of the 12 palaces actually made his energy more condensed. And at that time, in order to make use of the unity of heaven and man, he also used the Qian G100 changes technique to compress and increase all the energy in his body. Under the joint effect, there was an improvement in strength. As he became stronger and stronger, Chi Yu gradually understood that when his strength surpassed 6 clouds, he needed not only hard work to improve, but also the pressure of actual combat, and the changes in energy in actual combat were also very important. Only by fighting with experts who were stronger than him could he have a greater improvement in his own strength. Only then could there be a greater improvement in his own strength. But where could he find opponents who were stronger than him? Thinking of this, Chi Yu actually subconsciously thought of the Bull Demon King. Ever since the Bull Demon King became Lin Fan's messenger, he had not made any movements. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. He hoped that he would not really think of a way to solve the life and death domain. Frankly speaking, the only thing that could really make Chi Yu afraid now was the Bull Demon King. That guy was really strong. Even when he and Wen Ting had fully activated the highest realm of the unity of heaven and man after fusing, they could not cause any harm to him. Chi Yu faintly felt that even with the Xianyuan sword, if he did not have the strength to use the 5 swords, he might not be able to defeat the Bull Demon King. That guy simply should not exist in the human world. His strength was really too strong. When night fell, when Chi Yu quietly came to Parthenon, he really understood the importance that the Greek government attached to Athena. Along the way, he used his spiritual power to sense the location of Yamu and successfully found Parthenon. But along the way, he passed more than 10 checkpoints, some on the surface and some in the dark. All of them were armed with live ammunition, and the defense was very tight. There were even radar waves sweeping the air. In order not to alarm the army guarding the Temple of Athena, in the end, Chi Yu was forced to use his invisibility ability to quietly sneak over. Chi Yu watched the luxurious convoy of 7 cars leave Parthenon before he quietly entered. With his current cultivation, even Yamu would have a hard time discovering him when he was in Kirin concealment. Yamu quietly sat cross-legged under the statue of Athena with her eyes lowered, as if nothing had happened. After the entire temple entered the night, the holy aura had become even stronger. At this time, Yamu had changed into a white dress. It was still a dress without any decorations, but it looked more like a foil to her noble, elegant, and holy aura. Looking at Yamu, Chiyu could not help but sigh in his heart. It was really hard to imagine that this woman, who had inherited the divinity of the goddess Athena, would publicly announce to the public that she was his fiancée not long ago. Although there was not even an engagement ceremony, it was enough to make him feel proud. How would it feel to have Athena as his wife? He tiptoed towards Yamu. At first, Chiyu wanted to give her a surprise. However, when he passed by the pattern of the Zodiac on the ground, the holy aura in the temple suddenly became stronger, and a deep golden light scattered in all directions. Then it condensed into a huge golden light pillar that enveloped Chiyu's body, causing him, who was in Kirin concealment, to have nowhere to hide. I can't even sneak in like this. As expected of Athena's temple. Chiyu smiled and sighed softly, then withdrew Kirin concealment. Yamu slowly opened her eyes, and Chiyu discovered that her originally purple eyes had now become completely golden. Feeling the change in Yamu's aura, Chiyu asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" Yamu nodded and said, "Chiyu, you should have seen those people just now. The president of Greece personally came to see me." Chiyu smiled and said, "You can imagine. The symbol of our country is actually going to marry an Asian. If it were me, I would also be anxious." Rain eyes gently looked at Chiyu as she said, "However, I will not change my mind when I have already decided on something. You don't need to worry about anything. My promise to you will always be valid. I have already convinced the president. However, there is one thing I must tell you in advance. Just now, after my communication with the artifact, I found that a month's time is not enough, because this fusion could be said to be my only chance to fuse with it. Either I give up halfway, or I need about 3 months to complete everything. Can you protect me all the time?" Looking at Yamu's gentle eyes, Chiyu really could not refuse. "Yamu, if this is really the case, in these 3 months, you must listen to my arrangements." "Can I?" Yamu smiled and said, "Why not? Since I have chosen you, I must trust you, because I have no way out, right? My fiancé." Chiyu looked at her with deep meaning in his eyes and said, "All right, you can start now. Do you need my help now?" Yamu shook her head and said, "I only need you to be my guardian. I believe you can do everything." Chiyu said, "It is my honor to be able to protect my Athena. Let's start." As he said that, he stood in front of the picture of the Zodiac and sat cross-legged, facing Yamu, who was in front of the statue of Athena. The two looked at each other and closed their eyes at the same time. The holy aura in Parthenon was indeed strong, so the energy molecules here were more abundant than in other places. Besides Yamu, who could completely control the energy here, the picture of the Zodiac was the place with the strongest energy fluctuations in the entire Parthenon. Although it was not the same kind of energy as Chiyu's, it was undoubtedly the most suitable place for him to cultivate. Chiyu did not waste any time. He knew very well that Yamu had sacrificed so much to gain his trust and let him work with her to protect her. This time, the protection would not be so simple. Chapter 186. Chiyu entered a semi-cultivation state, and his mental strength was also spreading out with Parthenon as the center. It could be said that as long as it was within the range of his mental strength, even a radar would not be as accurate as his senses. After Chiyu closed his eyes and began to cultivate, Yamu opened her golden eyes again. Her gaze fell on Chiyu for a while, and there was a complicated look in her eyes. However, she seemed to have made up her mind about something, and her gaze quickly returned to normal. At this moment, her body was burning like the sun, and a huge golden light began to rise in the form of mist. As the light shone, Yamu's hands alternated in front of her and extended outwards, and the golden light began to transform from mist into a solid form. Under the influence of the golden energy, the statue of the goddess Athena behind Yamu turned completely golden, and a holy aura floated out. The eyes of the statue of the goddess Athena suddenly lit up, and Yamu's body also floated up from where she was sitting. Wearing a white dress, with her long purple wavy hair and the golden light emitted from her body, she now looked like a real god. Strong energy aura continued to condense into her body from the air. The signs of the Zodiac domain around Chiyu were also affected by Athena's aura, and instantly released energy waves that were more than 10 times stronger than before. At this time, Chiyu did not care about the changes in Yamu. While maintaining his mental strength to sense the surroundings, he did not hesitate to absorb the huge energy molecules around him. The thundercloud force in his body recovered quickly under such circumstances, and in about half an hour he was completely in peak condition. The benefits of the battle with Yamu began to show after his energy was fully recovered. The compressed energy became more condensed, and the thundercloud force also began to condense continuously in his body. Floating in the air, the statue of the goddess Athena was behind Yamu, and the golden light constantly surged towards the statue of the goddess Athena like waves. The statue of the goddess Athena's body also completely lit up, and it formed a bridge of energy to communicate with Yamu. Yamu began to chant in a low voice. It was the oldest incantation in Greece, and the sweet chanting voice constantly transmitted traces of energy waves. Although the waves were not strong, they caused the golden light on the statue of the goddess Athena to become stronger and stronger. Outside Parthenon, the sky suddenly lit up, and the clouds in the sky scattered in all directions. A huge golden beam with a diameter floated down and rushed into Parthenon. It happened to envelop Yamu and the statue of the goddess Athena completely. The process of transferring energy had begun. A golden armor quietly appeared in front of Yamu, followed by the scepter of the goddess of victory and the shield of the goddess of victory that Chiyu had seen before. The 3 artifacts let out a low buzzing sound and began to spin around Yamu's body. The statue of the goddess Athena behind Yamu held the same artifact in its hand. At the same time, 3 rays of light were shot out and injected into the 3 artifacts. Yamu's chanting gradually became louder, and the golden light around her body began to condense into physical golden lightning. Then, it surged into the 3 artifacts from all directions. At this moment, Chiyu's mental strength suddenly fluctuated, and he opened his eyes. When he saw everything in front of him with his own eyes, he was instantly filled with shock. With the statue of the goddess Athena, Yamu completely released the holiness that belonged to the goddess of war and wisdom. The massive aura of energy was continuously transferred, and her chanting did not seem to have any intention of stopping. The process of transferring energy had entered the most critical moment. It's here. I wonder if it's the guardian or the destroyer. Chiyu laughed at himself and turned around. With his back facing Yamu, who was floating in midair, he fixed his gaze on the entrance of Parthenon. At this moment, his thundercloud force had completely reached its peak state, and he was waiting quietly. 5 minutes later, an ear-piercing sound was heard without warning, and the door of Parthenon opened. A black figure rushed into the temple at lightning speed. Mississippi, there was a tinge of surprise and nervousness in the voice. Chiyu happened to know the person who came. It was the Scorpio constellation guardian, Soso, who had gone to the Yanhuang Republic with Yamu. Soso was still as beautiful as ever, and her dark red hair made her even more gorgeous. What made Chiyu's eyes almost spit fire was that Soso was actually wearing a short black leather skirt. It could not be any shorter, only reaching the top of her thighs. She only wore a sleeveless black leather top that revealed her lower abdomen. At least more than 90% of her skin was exposed to the air. This kind of attire completely exposed Soso's voluptuous figure in front of Chiyu. Chiyu could not help but think viciously that this woman could not have just come back from pole dancing, could she? Soso's legs were slender and straight, and her snow-white skin looked full of elasticity. Her full bosom seemed to be on the verge of bursting out of the black leather top at any time. There was no need for makeup. Her full of charm was enough to make any man's mouth go dry. If Yamu was said to be an otherworldly fairy, then Soso was definitely like a little witch from hell with a devilish figure, and it was the most seductive kind. "Hello, Miss Soso, we meet again." Chiyu smiled and looked at Soso, and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In his heart he was thinking, with her slender waist without a trace of fat, what effect would it have on the bed? It would probably not be any worse than a small electric motor. Soso was stunned for a moment when she saw Chiyu, and then looked at Yamu, who was floating in the air behind him. Her eyes could not help but reveal a strange light. "What did you do to Miss?" The cold voice, coupled with his charming appearance, was indeed very lethal. Chiyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "What can I do to Yamu? Can't you see that I'm protecting her?" Soso snorted coldly and said, "Protecting Miss is the responsibility of the 12 constellation guardians. What has it got to do with you? Get out of here immediately. This is not a place you should be in." Chiyu laughed, his eyes constantly moving around Soso's exposed snow-white skin. "Why should I leave? I was invited by Yamu, and it seems like the owner here should be her and not you. No, Soso, you look even more voluptuous than the last time. I'm really infatuated with you." Soso looked at Chiyu's lecherous look, and a trace of deep disgust flashed past her eyes, but there was an additional smile on her face. "Is that really the case, Mr. Chi? You look much stronger, too. I just don't know if you're a real man." Her red lips pursed slightly, and her tongue slid across her lips. Soso walked towards Chiyu step by step, her voluptuous bosom only trembling slightly, showing how astonishing their elasticity was. Chiyu said, "If you want to know if I'm a real man, it seems like it's better on the bed. I don't mind having a one-night stand with you, but I'm afraid that you'll sting me like a scorpion. I can't take it." Soso smiled charmingly and said, "Don't you Yanhuang people have a saying? It's called dying under a peony flower. Being a ghost is also a romantic? Don't you want to be a romantic?" Chi laughed. "We Yanhuang people have another saying. The green bamboo snake's mouth, the wasp stinger. Neither is poisonous, but the most poisonous is a woman's heart. I wonder if you've heard of it?" Soso's expression changed. "Chiyu, this is Athens, not your Yanhuang Republic. You can leave now. Otherwise, our constellation protectors will treat you as an invading enemy, and we won't rest until you're dead. Protecting the Miss is what we have to do, not you. You're just a yellow pig from the east. Who knows what you're thinking?" Chi Yu's expression also changed. He looked coldly at Soso and said, "I wonder if you're insulting me or insulting your most respected Yamu. I don't believe you don't know that Yamu has already declared in public that she's my fiancée." The light in Soso's eyes turned venomous. She snorted, and with a slight shift of her feet, she was already in front of Chiyu. 2 beams of dark red light shot towards Chiyu's eyes. Chiyu stood there without moving. Seeing Soso's attack reach him, he took a step forward and raised his right hand. His middle finger flicked twice in quick succession. 2 piercing sounds rang out as the 2 dark red needles were flicked away by his bare hands. At this moment, Suasoa had already arrived in front of Chiyu. His entire body turned into a dark red shadow as he attacked Chiyu with incomparably fast speed, like a torrential storm. Chiyu snorted, completely ignoring Soso's attack. An extremely sharp energy suddenly appeared. The energy aura was not strong, but Soso was shocked to find that she had no way of blocking this energy. All of her attacks were stopped in an instant, and at this critical moment she fell to the side. She pushed herself off the ground with one hand, and with a nimble somersault, she flew 10 meters away. A lustful light flashed in Chiyu's eyes. "So it's black panties and a thong. Sexy as expected. But you don't look like a scorpion right now, but like a wild cat. But I quite like women like you. At least you're hot enough." Looking at Soso, Chiyu could not help but think of Lu Xiangbing. I haven't seen her for more than half a year. After this trip to the west is over, I must go back and look for her. However, I don't know what kind of attitude that girl, who isn't any less hot than Suasua, will have towards me. Soso's eyes shone with shock. This was not her first time fighting with Chiyu, but the sharp energy from before had made her feel an intense fear. In their first exchange, it was clear that Chiyu was the one who had been defeated and had to flee. Of course, that was just wishful thinking on her part. Smiling, Chiyu's eyes revealed a faint cold light. That's enough, Soso. If you go forward again, then I will treat you as a traitor among the Constellation Guardians. Unless you want to alarm Yamu? Soso looked at Chiyu coldly, her feet moving slowly. From her energy aura, it could be felt that she was looking for Chiyu's weakness. But she did not attack again. She was shocked to realize that Chiyu's body was filled with weaknesses, and all of them seemed to be non-existent. This feeling made her not dare to move forward. She knew that with her own strength, she was not Chiyu's opponent. Chiyu, do you want to die? We have sensed Mrs. Aura. All the Constellation Guardians will gather here soon. At that time, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to fight against all of us. I will give you a chance. It's not too late to leave now. Chiyu smiled. Miss Soso, do you know that your current appearance is like a wolf in sheep's clothing in our Yanhuang Empire? Do you think I will leave? Will I hurt my fiancé? I think you are the one who wants to hurt Yamu. Soso's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss knows my loyalty to Miss the Best. Chiyu shrugged his shoulders. Even if Yamu knows, I don't. So we might as well wait. After Yamu finishes her training, let her be the judge. The people you are waiting for are here, although not all of them. 4 strong auras appeared at the same time. Soso turned around instinctively, only to see Leo constellations Ilias, Sagittarius constellations Miguelis, Capricorn constellations Miero, and Aquarius constellations Salung rushing into Parthenon at the same time. When the 4 of them saw Yamu floating in the air, they could not help but exclaim at the same time and rushed towards Chiyu without hesitation. This time, Soso did not move. Instead, she moved to the side, her eyes revealing a cold smile. The smile on Chiyu's face disappeared, and he shouted, "Stop! Are you guys trying to disturb Yamu's training?" The 4 figures suddenly stopped, and stopped 5M away from Chiyu. Ilias said angrily, "Get out of the way." Why did young Miss suddenly become like this? I can clearly feel that her energy is quickly disappearing. Is it you? Did you do something to young Miss? Chiyu said angrily, "Do you Constellation Protectors have any brains? If I did something to Yamu, would I still be standing here? Idiot, if you guys want to hurt Yamu, then go ahead and disturb her. To think that you guys call yourselves Athena's most loyal protectors. You." Ilias was enraged. This impulsive lion had already raised his fist at lightning speed. But he did not swing his fist, not because he was restraining himself, but because his fist was grabbed by a large hand. It was from Capricorn constellations, Miero's hand. Miero's face was still as cold as ever. He said coldly, "Ilias, stop. He's right. We cannot disturb young Miss's training. Can't you guys see? Young Miss is currently merging with Goddess Athena's 3 divine weapons. This is something that no one can force, as long as young Miss is willing. Then she can reverse inject her energy into the divine weapons." Miguelis nodded his head and said, "That's right, I can feel it too. Ilias, calm down." Ilias was startled, although he was still looking at Chiyu with hostility, but he finally lowered his raised fist. He turned to look at Soso and said coldly, "What's going on?" "Soso, you've always been staying at the nearest place. Did young Miss not inform you of anything?" Soso seemed to be afraid of the lion, and shook his head and said, "No, I only rushed over after sensing the change in young Miss's energy aura. This fellow from the east did not even let me go over. I think it must be his doing." "Shut up. Look at what you've done. We constellation protectors have lost face because of you. I think you might as well become a dancer," Ilias said disdainfully, not giving Soso any face. Soso's face immediately turned pale. He looked at Ilias. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. "Ilias, don't go overboard. I've already tolerated you for too long." Ilias turned to Soso. "What? You want to fight with me? Do you think you're worthy?" "Enough." Aquarius constellation Selling, who had been silent all this, stopped the two from arguing. He grabbed onto Ilias's shoulder and pulled him towards Chiyu, and at the same time spoke to Chiyu. "Mr. Chi, can you give me an explanation? Soso said that you were already here when she came. Then I think you must know about young Mrs. situation?" Chiyu nodded his head and said, "Of course I know. Yamu told me, in order for her to raise her strength, she needs to fuse with goddess Athena's 3 divine weapons. So, she asked me to protect her. Can't you see? If I wanted to hurt Yamu, I wouldn't have waited until now." Soso snorted in disdain. "You want to hurt young miss. You're not narcissistic, are you?" Chiyu said indifferently, "That's right. I will not hurt Yamu. But that is the truth. Yamu asked me to be her protector, so I have to do my job. So, before she finishes her training, none of you can get close to her." Miero frowned. "Since young miss wants to train, why didn't she call us to protect her, but let an outsider like you do it? I find it hard to believe what you're saying." Chiyu said, "I don't know about that. Maybe Yamu thinks I'm more suitable to protect her. After all, I'm her fiancé. The person she trusts the most is naturally me." "Shut up. Whose fiancé are you? I don't believe young miss is willing to marry a yellow pig like you." Ilias roared angrily. Chiyu's expression suddenly became very calm, so calm that it was somewhat scary. "Second time. Today is the second time someone has called me that. Ilias, you have to pay for what you said." Ilias looked at him coldly. "Do you think I'm afraid of you? A yellow pig who only knows how to harm his own body." He didn't get to finish the last word. Suddenly, an incomparably strong and sharp aura hit him in the face. It blocked his last word. Ilias's expression changed greatly, but he didn't dodge like Soso. Instead, he clasped his hands in front of him, and the light in his eyes suddenly burst out. He fiercely pushed it towards Chiyu. A roar that belonged to a lion came out from the energy ripple. The golden light turned into a pillar, bringing with it a tyrannical energy aura that struck towards Chiyu's chest. A strange scene appeared. Ilias's attack had not even reached Chiyu's body when it sliced apart a meter away. The golden energy actually broke apart from the center. The originally ferocious attack was silently dissolved by Chiyu. The energy that was sliced in half rushed towards the 2 sides of the temple, scaring him into immediately retracting his own energy. But the sharp energy that Chiyu had released was already in front of him. This strange situation immediately attracted the attention of the other constellation guardians. Sailing's hand that was on Ilias's shoulder exerted force and immediately pulled his body to the side. However, his movement was still a little too slow. The sharp aura almost brushed past Ilias's shoulder. Blood spurted out, and blood spurted out from Ilias's shoulder. He let out a muffled groan, and his body actually staggered from the shock of the remaining energy. The clothes on his right shoulder had already been sliced off, and at the same time a piece of flesh had also been sliced off. A cold and domineering aura emerged from Chiyu's body. At this moment, he was no longer a person, but a fusion of body and sword. As the owner of the Shenyuan sword, although he could not truly unleash the power of the Shenyuan sword, he could completely use the sharp energy that belonged to the Shenyuan sword. The Shenyuan sword, ranked number 2 in the top 10 divine weapons, was known as the strongest offensive divine weapon. Just the characteristics of its energy aura was enough to do many things. The faces of the 5 constellation guardians changed at the same time. They did not expect that Chiyu would actually become so domineering at this moment. Raising his right hand, he stretched out his index finger and pointed at Ilias. "For the sake of Yamu, I will let you off this time, but there won't be a next time. No one will be able to save you. Not even Yamu. 1 against 5, and still daring to say such arrogant words, and facing 5 powerful constellation guardians. Chiyu was definitely the first, but the 5 constellation guardians in front of him could clearly feel that he was not joking. Silence, a short silence. Although Ilias's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, he did not insult Chiyu after all. Sa Lung pointed at his shoulder. A faint white air current surrounded the wound on his shoulder, as though it was temporarily frozen. Miero slowly walked out from his position, releasing a sharp aura from his body. He looked at Chiyu. When Miss finishes her training, regardless of the situation, I will challenge you. I hope you will not reject me. Chiyu said indifferently, What you said just now is worthy of my respect. I will accept any challenge from you. Someone else is here. The reaction of the Constellation Guardians is truly not slow. Just as he finished speaking, 6 figures shot in like lightning from outside and met up with the 5 constellation protectors inside the divine temple. Among them, there were some that Chiyu recognized and some that he did not, but all of them released a powerful aura. When the 6 constellation guardians saw Chiyu, they all revealed different expressions. They had seen Chiyu before. They revealed surprise. As for the others, they were mostly filled with hostility. With a smile, Chiyu looked at the 11 people in front of him and said, Out of the 12 constellation guardians, 11 are here, as expected of the people who protect Goddess Athena. But why is there one more? I wanted to get to know all of the constellation guardians today. A tall and sturdy man walked out. The dense energy released a huge pressure like a wall. Brat, who are you? Without waiting for Chiyu to reply, Ha had already said, Do you still need to ask? He is the one that Miss announced to marry today. The tall and sturdy man was startled. It's this brat? He doesn't look that outstanding. Why would Miss like him? Miguelis frowned. Taurus, speak less. Chiyu suddenly realized. So the tall and sturdy man was the Taurus constellation guardian. Looking at this guy's stature, he seemed to be more than half the size of himself. Although his appearance couldn't be considered handsome, he had a kind of wild aura. At least on the surface, he looked very simple and honest, easily giving people a good impression. Hello, I am Chiyu from Yanhuang Republic. You are the Taurus constellation guardian, right? The big man nodded his head and said, That's right. I am Taurus Constellation's Jiu Galong Si. Jiu Galong Si, such a weird name. Chiyu thought. Looking at the people in front of him, he said, Yamu is currently at the most crucial moment of training. All of you are the constellation guardians protecting Athena. I think I do not need to explain much. I can only tell you, I do not have any enmity here. I am just helping you to protect her safety. I hope you can understand. Wait for Yamu's training to end. She will naturally explain to all of you. Jiu Galong Si looked at Chiyu in surprise and said, Don't tell me. You are the legendary Gemini constellation? Chiyu was startled and said, Gemini constellation? What Gemini constellation? Jiu Galong Si did not see the gazes the other constellation guardians gave him and said subconsciously, I heard Miss say Gemini constellation is a foreigner and does not train with us. Is that you? Chiyu's heart moved. He immediately understood that the one missing from the constellation guardians should be the Gemini constellation guardian, unless Yamu was worried about him. Thinking in his heart, he shook his head and said, No, I am not the Gemini constellation guardian. I am from Yanhuang Republic. All of you can call me by my name. I am Chiyu. I wonder if all of you can introduce yourselves so that I can get to know you. You Greeks have weird names. I can't even remember the last time I saw you. Jiu Galong Si said, I am Golden Bull. I have already introduced myself. A slender figure walked out from behind Jiu Galong Si. With a warm smile, a calm and wise gaze, it immediately left a deep impression on Chiyu. He was obviously not like Ilya as he smiled at Chiyu and said in a friendly manner, Hello, I am Aries Constellations Yunez. Chiyu was startled. Yunez, why did this name sound so familiar? Yuna smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I have some fate with Yanhuang Republic. My uncle is coaching your country's men's basketball team. Speaking of which, Mr. Qi should remember." "Qi, you suddenly said. So that's how it is. But why do you have the same name as your uncle?" Yuna smiled. "This is a tradition of our Greek names. There are also differences, but it is not easy to differentiate from Yanhuang language. So I will not explain in detail." The beautiful Cece walked out from behind Yunus. "Welcome to Greece. We have met. I am Cancer Cece." Chi Yu nodded. When others had a good attitude towards him, his attitude would naturally be good as well. "Miss Cece, you seem to have become more beautiful. It is good to see you again." Cece nodded to Chi Yu and retreated to the side. Ilias looked at Chi Yu and snorted. "Leo constellation, Ilias." Chi Yu looked at him. He was a little surprised to find that, other than anger, Ilias was looking at him with a look of admiration. His heart moved. He thought to himself, "This person is really straightforward. Seems like he does not have any ulterior motives." At this moment, a feminine voice sounded. "Hello, I am Virgo Lumetz." Chi Yu looked between Ilias and Miguelis and saw a tall man greeting him. But very quickly he was suspicious, whether this was a man or not. He had seen many handsome men before, and the majority of the constellation protectors present could be considered handsome. But it was his first time seeing a handsome man who was even prettier than a girl, and whose appearance was almost comparable to that of Mingming. Virgo, could it be that he was a woman dressed as a man? Chi Yu looked at Lumetz with a strange gaze and nodded his head. After Lumetz greeted Chi Yu, he had already turned his gaze to Yamu, who was in the air. His height was actually similar to the Taurus constellation's Hydra Dragon C, just that he was not as tall and sturdy as Hydra Dragon C. "I am Mephistopheles, Scorpio constellation." A short and stout body squeezed out. That body that was like a rubber ball was not light. Seeing him, Chi Yu's heart finally calmed down a little. Amongst the constellation guardians, there was finally one that was not considered handsome. Mephistopheles was fat, his entire body was fat, and his skin was extremely white with only a few strands of hair. It looked weird. But from the energy aura on his body, Chi Yu did not dare to look down on this fatso in front of him. His energy was extremely reserved, although it did not look overbearing on the surface. But Chi Yu understood this was a true expert, perhaps amongst the constellation guardians, other than Gemini constellation who did not come. His strength was the strongest. Scorpio constellation, Su. Sagittarius constellation, Miguelis. Capricorn constellation, Miero. Aquarius constellation, Salem. The 4 constellation guardians that he knew previously still reported their names one by one. The last constellation guardian, Chi Yu also knew him. He had seen him before in Yanhuang Republic. "You are Pisces constellations Garcia, if I remember correctly. Beautiful lady." Garcia smiled gently and said, "Yes, I am Garcia. Hello, Mr. Chi." Chapter 187. Mephisto smiled. "So you're Sir Kieran. I've heard about you from Mississippi. Mr. Chi's strength is really admirable." Chi smiled and said, "There's no need to admire. This trip to Greece was at Miss Yamu's invitation. If there's a chance in the future, I'll have to spend more time with the constellation guardians." As he said that, he turned around and looked at Yamu. At this time, Yamu's chanting had gradually dimmed, and the light on her body also continued to weaken. However, the 3 divine weapons that revolved around her body released an extremely strong light. If one did not look carefully, it would be easy to misunderstand that the light was released from Yamu's body. The strong energy fluctuations gave Chi Yu a strange feeling. The Xianyuan sword in his body was trembling slightly. It was not fear, nor was it a warning, but a kind of excitement. He understood that this was because the Xianyuan sword felt the aura of Athena's 3 divine weapons and wanted to issue a challenge. It seemed that this was the true energy aura of Athena's 3 divine weapons, as expected of the divine weapons. At this time, even he could not feel the depth of the 3 divine weapons. Yamu's chanting stopped abruptly, and her delicate body slowly floated down from the sky. The moment her feet touched the ground, all the golden light suddenly disappeared at the same time. It turned out that the divine weapons that revolved around her body had quietly integrated into her body. The aura dimmed, an invisible pressure also dissipated. All the constellation guardians seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Yamu's delicate body swayed, and her face became pale again. From her forehead, Chiyu saw the sweat, and hurriedly took a few steps forward to help Yamu. But when he thought of the constellation guardians beside him, he held back. Opening her eyes, Yamu's gaze looked a lot dimmer, and her purple eyes had no luster. Even the divine aura had dissipated. Now, she looked like an ordinary beautiful girl. Of course, it was also of the highest quality. You could no longer sense any energy from her body. Looking at her frail appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed in his heart. This feeling made Chiyu secretly shocked. Could it be that he had developed true feelings for Yamu? Otherwise, why would he have such a feeling? No, I can't. I can't be emotional. Looking at the crowd in front of her, Yamu said indifferently, "You're all here." Mississippi, all the constellation guardians bowed to Yamu at the same time. Chiyu's mental energy had been locked onto them, but he was disappointed to find that the constellation guardian's aura was actually filled with respect, and he could not find any flaws. Could it be that Yamu's judgment was wrong? If not, seeing that Yamu had already lost her energy, why did the constellation guardian's aura not change at all? Yamu sat cross-legged in front of Athena's statue, took a deep breath, and said, "You should have seen it. After careful consideration, I decided to do this. Everything you did just now was also in my consciousness." Ilias Sasso, the two of you apologized to Mr. Chi. Ilias frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but Sasso gracefully walked in front of Chiyu, smiled charmingly, and looked at Chiyu seductively and bowed. "Mr. Chi, I'm really sorry just now. I was too anxious for Miss Safety. Please forgive me." When she bowed, Chiyu saw something he should not have seen. Her small top, at most, covered less than half of her full breasts. When she bowed, it immediately made Chiyu's eyes pop out. Coughing, Chiyu said, "Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. As long as there's no next time." "I'm sorry." Ilias's emotionless voice rang out at this time. Chiyu turned back to look at him, but did not say anything. Yamu said, "Thank you for your concern, everyone. Everything is fine now. You can all go back. From today onwards, no one is allowed to come to Parthenon without my summons. I need to focus on my cultivation and understand the mysteries of Athena's divine artifact. But miss, this is very dangerous." Miguelis couldn't help but say. Mephistopheles nodded and said, "Yes, miss. You have now lost your own energy. As your guardian, please allow us to protect your safety here, okay? This is the most important responsibility of us constellation guardians." Yamu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mephistopheles, I didn't discuss this with you before. I also made this decision at the last minute. Don't worry, this is Athens, and there are guards arranged by the government. There won't be any danger." Mephistopheles glanced at Chiyu and said, "Those troops can only defend against ordinary people. They can't do anything to the truly strong. Miss, I think you should let us stay. This way, we can better protect your safety." Chiyu smiled slightly and said, "Don't you still have me here? It's enough with me protecting Yamu." "It's precisely because of you that we have to stay," Ilias said coldly. You couldn't help but be amused by his words. "Mr. Ilias, our Yanhuang is a country of etiquette. Do you think I will take advantage of others? If that's the case, why would Miss Yamu trust me and let me stay?" Before Ilias could speak again, Yamu already said, "Ilias, go and tend to your injuries. Chiyu is right, he is worthy of trust. Moreover, he is my fiancé now. With him here to protect me, I believe, no one can hurt me." The fat on Mephistopheles' face twitched. He looked at Yamu and said, "Mississippi, can I speak to you alone for a moment?" Yamu looked at Mephistopheles, her purple eyes revealing a trace of fatigue. She shook her head and said, "No need. I know what you want to ask. I have already said it very clearly. Chi-Yu is my fiancé. This is my decision, and I will not change it. All right, you can leave. If you insist on staying, just guard outside Parthenon." Mephistopheles looked deeply at Yamu, and Yamu was also looking at him. Their gazes met and seemed to communicate something. He nodded and said, "All right then, we will guard Miss Safety outside." As he spoke, he walked to the position of the Libra constellation on the Zodiac. The signs of the Zodiac constellation stood, and a golden aura emanated. Under Chi-Yu's shocked gaze, a golden light suddenly rose, and then a huge square box floated out. Chi-Yu had seen it before. Only now did he know. So the constellation of the Zodiac Guardians was actually in Parthenon. "Miss, if we are guarding outside, then shouldn't he go outside too?" So asked tentatively. Chi-Yu asked in return, "Why should I go out too? Didn't you hear what Yama said? I am her fiancé." Suwa glanced at Chi-Yu and said, "However, the young miss has not officially married you, right?" Yamu looked at the gazes of the Zodiac Guardians and nodded. "Chi-Yu, sorry to trouble you. Please go outside too. I am sorry. You have just arrived in Athens, and I will have to trouble you. When my body recovers tomorrow, I will accompany you to look around Athens, okay?" Looking at Yamu's pleading eyes, Chi-Yu nodded helplessly and said, "All right then." He did not insist, because he could understand Yamu's difficulties. After all, she was a virgin goddess. If he really stayed here, it would affect her reputation among the Zodiac Guardians. So be it. Wasn't there still a duel waiting for him? All the Zodiac Guardians took out their own boxes like Mephisto did, and carried them on their backs as they walked out of the door. Chi-Yu was the last to walk out of Parthenon. Before he left, he told Yamu that he would use his spiritual force to lock on the entire Parthenon, and no matter what happened, he would be able to react quickly. It was already late at night when he walked out of Parthenon. The air quality in Athens was very average, and was not much better than the Yanhuang Republic's capital. All the Zodiac Guardians were gathered at the door. There were 11 of them, and 22 pairs of eyes were all focused on Chi-Yu. "I request for you to annul the marriage with Mississippi." Ilias looked at Chi-Yu. His lion-like roar directly rang in Chi-Yu's ears. Chi-Yu snorted and said, "You think I'll annul it just because you say so? Don't tell me you haven't had enough from just now." Ilias said angrily, "I want to duel with you." Chi-Yu said in disdain, "Forget it. I will not duel with someone like you." "Ilias, don't tell me you have some thoughts about Yamu. Otherwise, if Yamu wants to marry someone, why are you so agitated?" When it came to bickering, how could Ilias be a match for the ruffian Chi-Yu? Just as he was about to rush forward, he was stopped by Mephisto. "Ilias, no matter what, Mr. Chi is Miss Guest. Don't be rude." Although Ilias's attitude towards Soso was very bad, when he heard Mephisto's voice, he actually became a lot more well-behaved. He suppressed his anger and slowly took a few steps back. Mephisto said, "You're injured, Salen. Bring him to the hospital for a checkup. Then come back. We'll be here." Salen nodded and said, "I will. Let's go." The last 2 words were said to Ilias. Chi-Yu did not look at Ilias anymore, but turned his gaze to Miero. "How is it, Constellation Guardian of Scorpio? Should we start?" Miero looked at Chi-Yu indifferently and said, "Okay." 1-word answer, very simple. And the aura on his body immediately changed at this moment. He was not like the other Constellation Guardians who released the golden light when they activated the energy in their body, but only his right arm changed. A faint golden light gradually emitted from his right arm, and the sleeve of his right arm suddenly broke like a butterfly, revealing a solid arm. Miero's right arm was very special. The skin actually shone with a metallic luster, and his palm was like a blade. Looking at Chi-Yu, his gaze was also like a sharp blade. The aura on his body constantly rose, and the place where this aura gathered was his right arm. Chiyu looked at him with some surprise and said, "Your ability can't be the holy sword, right? Like that cartoon from the Sun Nation?" Miero frowned slightly and said, "Whether it's the same or not, you'll know after you try." Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "All right, since you use your right arm, then I'll also use my right arm. Let's have a competition and see whose arm is stronger." Miero's right arm that shone with a metallic luster ignited Chiyu's competitive spirit. He had absolute reason to believe that Kirin's arm was definitely not inferior to anyone who was good at arm abilities. Similarly extending his right arm, Chiyu took a deep breath. The energy on Kirin's arm was completely restrained, and only a silver light slowly revolved around his right arm. Miero looked at Chiyu indifferently. "My ability is not called the Holy Sword, but the Azura Blade. Azura means devil, and my Azura Blade exists only to kill devils. I will not show mercy when I attack. You be careful." Azura Blade, it sounded like a good name. Chiyu looked at Miero and smiled slightly and said, "Come." The other Constellation Guardians spread out to the sides. Under Mephisto's command, they did not stay to watch the battle, but surrounded Parthenon and went to different parts of the temple to guard. Chiyu was not worried about these people, because his spiritual power was always paying attention to the movements of these Constellation Guardians. He was not afraid of them playing any tricks. Miero growled. His right arm, which had been restraining his aura, suddenly erupted with a tyrannical aura. The incomparably sharp energy was actually somewhat similar to the Xianyuan sword. However, the energy that erupted from his Shura blade did not have the Xianyuan sword's king's chi. Instead, it had a more tragic aura and surging killing intent. Needless to say, this guy was definitely an executioner. Mephisto retreated 100 meters away, quietly watching the two of them. He was the only one watching this battle. "Wait a minute." Just as Miero was about to attack, Chiyu suddenly spoke. Hearing his voice, Miero, who was ready to attack, had to forcibly stop. An extremely uncomfortable feeling filled his chest, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Chiyu said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, it's not easy to make money these days. I'm afraid that I will damage my clothes when I fight, so it's better for me to take it off first." As he spoke, he took off his shirt, as if there was no one else around, and put it into the Kirin Pearl, revealing his burly upper body. When Chiyu took off his shirt, Miero could no longer be bothered to blame him, because he and Mephisto, who was watching from the side, were attracted by the Kirin pattern on Chiyu's body. Under the stimulation of the thundercloud force, Ink Kirin seemed to come to life, stepping on a four-colored auspicious cloud, exuding a bright luster, especially its silver hair, which was exceptionally clear in the darkness. Chiyu smiled and moved his body. "We can start this time." Silver light constantly surged from the Kirin pattern to his right arm, and as the black and silver light intertwined, Chiyu's aura suddenly became different. It did not have the sharpness that Miero expected, but an extremely domineering aura suddenly appeared. Chiyu's entire right arm seemed to expand a little, but it seemed to be an illusion caused by energy. There was one thing that Miero was sure of, and that was the domineering energy of Chiyu. "Your energy was not like this just now. What I want to fight is the ability that injured Ilias. Are you looking down on me?" Miero's pupils shrank a little. Chiyu shook his head and said, "No, of course I'm not looking down on you. It's just that I used a weapon to injure Miero, and you are now barehanded." "How can I use a weapon?" "Come on, if you can win my Kirin arm, I will naturally use a weapon." The silver light dyed Kirin's arm brighter and brighter. A domineering energy aura condensed within it. The Kirin bead on Chiyu's chest lit up, and the four-colored thundercloud force kept moving rhythmically. But at this time they were transforming into the purest Kirin energy. Miero made the first move. His speed was one of the fastest Chiyu had ever seen. In a flash, Miero had already made his move. In just a flash, he had already cut in front of Chiyu. His palm was like a blade, and he directly slashed down towards Chiyu. The The sharp and fierce aura made Chiyu feel as though he was on the battlefield. That domineering energy actually had a speed similar to lightning. In just a moment, the golden blade aura had already reached the top of his head. The color of Miero's energy was slightly different from the other constellation guardians. From the edge of his palm all the way to his right arm, the light aura was green gold. It was a faint cold light, and it was terrifying. It carried a mournful sound. As though it came from hell, the air had already been split open. A feeling of suffocation was produced from the sharpness, causing Chiyu to have difficulty breathing. Chiyu's combat experience was extremely rich. Facing Miero's attack, he did not have the slightest bit of hesitation. At the same time, he did not dodge, because he wanted to give it a try. Exactly how strong was Miero's azure blade? Similarly, his palm was like a blade. Following Chiyu's shout, he welcomed the attack. Lin. The silver light aura pervaded. Kirin's arm did not have the sharpness of the azure blade, but it had Chiyu's huge and domineering energy. It was almost crazy. The energy instantly increased. With a loud bang, the silver and green gold colors had already collided above Chiyu's head. The ear-piercing sound of friction caused one's teeth to ache. Both of their bodies passed each other. The tyranny of Kirin's arm caused Miero's body to stagger back 7 to 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. And Chiyu's right palm also produced a burning sensation. The sharpness of the azure blade was indeed extraordinary. After exchanging one move, Chiyu already had some understanding of his opponent's abilities. The azure blade was actually condensing all of Miero's energy at the edge of his palm and right arm, forming a sharp blade of energy. Such an attack could produce an extremely strong destructive force. And this method of condensing energy, even Chiyu could not help but be interested. One must know this method of condensing energy into a blade was something that even he could not do as Miero did. Chiyu was surprised. Miero and Mephisto were even more surprised. Others might not know, but Mephisto was very clear on how strong Miero was. Amongst all the constellation guardians, if one only talked about close combat, then Miero was definitely number one. His close combat ability was mainly displayed in the azure blade. That incomparably sharp energy could be condensed in an instant, and the destructive force was extremely shocking. Mephisto had personally seen Miero attack with his bare hands and cut through the 7 layers of titanium alloy. But facing Chiyu, who was also using his bare hands, not only did he not gain the upper hand, but he was also repelled by Chiyu's energy. It was the first time Mephisto had seen such a situation. He admitted that he could not do what Chiyu did. Even if he wanted to win against Miero, he had to rely on his own special ability. Miero's azure blade attracted Chiyu's interest and changed his tactics. To be able to gain a deeper understanding of the azure blade's mysteries, Chiyu decided not to fight head-on with his opponent. With a smile, Chiyu put his hands behind his back, turned around, and landed 20 meters in front of Miero. Miero was slightly out of breath. As the saying goes, only one knows one's pain. That strike just now had completely numbed his right palm, causing his entire right arm to tremble slightly. The tyrannical energy aura of the Qilin arm made him extremely uncomfortable, completely affecting all the energy in his body. Even his azure blade was unable to completely dissolve the tyrannical energy. Seeing Chiyu once again standing in front of him with both hands behind his back, Miero finally felt some joy in his heart. In his opinion, perhaps Chiyu had suffered more damage than him. After all, he had absolute confidence in his azure blade. The direct collision was very likely to have injured Chiyu's hand. The silver light disappeared, and the Kirin pattern on Chiyu's body began to fluctuate strangely. The green light dyed ink Kirin's body, and the faint wind became stronger. In the blink of an eye, it was already revolving around his body. With a smile, Chiyu looked at Miero and said, "Let's continue." Miero nodded, and with the same speed, he rushed towards Chiyu. However, this time, it was not Chi-Yu's Kirin's arm that blocked his attack. The green wind blades appeared around Chi-Yu's body like a whirlpool, and the green color quickly turned greenish-gray. The whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air came like a tidal wave. The wind blades formed a circular shape, and they swept towards Miero's body. Miero was shocked, but his forward momentum did not change. He raised his right arm high, and seeing the wind blades approaching him, he shouted and slashed down with the azure blade. The greenish-golden blade light surged out. It was as thin as paper, but it compressed a terrifying amount of energy. The wind stopped. The next moment, Miero's body had already broken through the wind under the sharpness of the azure blade, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chi-Yu. The greenish-golden azure blade light did not weaken much, and it had already reached Chi-Yu's forehead. Turning sideways, Chi-Yu stepped on Kirin and quietly moved to the side. At the same time, a purple electric light appeared out of thin air. It stood between the two of them. Miero's speed was very fast, and his azure blade was even comparable to lightning. However, it was not the speed of real lightning after all. The appearance of the purple electric light did not give him a chance to dodge, and it landed on his right arm. Amidst the crackling sound, Miero groaned, and his body retreated 3 meters. The greenish-golden light on his right arm shone brightly. Resisting the numbness all over his body, he slashed at Chi-Yu again. Looking at his attack, Chi-Yu could not help but be surprised. After all, under the illumination of Kirin's thunderlight, he still had the strength to attack. From this, one could see how powerful Miero's was. The thundercloud force could not be broken by his azure blade, but he did not forget to attack even when he was injured. Such a strong fighting spirit made Chi-Yu somewhat admire him. What was after the wind and thunder? Was it fire? No, it was not fire, it was water. As the saying goes, if you cut the water with a knife, the water would flow faster. The wind was restrained by the azure blade, and the thunder could not really hurt Miero. However, water was the real enemy of his azure blade in its current state. A blue whirlpool appeared, and Miero's azure blade was sucked into it. The azure blade lived up to its name of sharpness, and it broke out of the water in an instant. However, the owner of the azure blade was also swallowed by the water at the same time. The paralyzed Miero could not dodge at all. In the blue whirlpool, his body was sent into the air. The azure blade that he had sent out was also slightly off course due to the water cloud's influence. Chi-Yu stood there without moving, allowing the azure blade to pass in front of him, cutting off a few strands of hair that were blown up by the wind. In the loud bang, Miero's body was thrown to the ground. Chi-Yu did not really want to hurt him, so in the whirlpool he did not receive any special treatment from the thundercloud force. The heavy fall made Miero's body feel like it was falling apart, and intense pain was transmitted from the nerve endings of his bones and muscles to his brain. He struggled to stand up, and his body was completely wet. Seeing that Chi-Yu did not chase after him, his resolute gaze suddenly became complicated. I have lost. However, I still want to try again, Miero said in a low voice. Chi-Yu smiled and said, You did not lose. You were just a little careless. I don't think you've shown your true strength yet, have you? Come on, let the real battle begin. Miero nodded and looked at Chi-Yu. His eyes could not help but show a trace of admiration. From the second attack until now, Chi-Yu still had his hands behind his back and did not move at all. In the face of absolute power, this was not contempt. It must be known, when Chi-Yu was facing the attacks of the 5 Zodiac Guardian Divine Warriors, he was also like this. Even if Miero was strong and could be ranked in the top 3 of the Constellation Guardians, his strength was at most comparable to Ryue, and compared to Chi-Yu, he was still far from it. Miero's hand patted on his own box, and a low constellation protection sound came out. Immediately, the dim box lit up, and stars rose up, enveloping Miero's body. In the dark night sky, The stars that belonged to the Scorpio constellation all lit up and could be seen clearly in the sky. Under the shine of the stars, Miero's aura immediately changed. The huge amount of energy continued to condense in his body. All the bones in his body crackled. The star power from the Scorpio constellation continuously entered his body, and a green-gold armor quietly covered his body. The armor was very simple. It was not a full-body armor, but a special arm guard armor, which only protected his right arm and right palm, and not a single piece of armor appeared on his body. The Scorpio constellation does not need defense. My star power will only increase my attack power, and I only need to attack. Attacking is my everything. Looking at Chiyu, Miero set out the specialty of his star power, feeling the change in the aura of his right arm and right hand. Chiyu could not help but be shocked. Such a strong and sharp aura. This time it could no longer be described as tragic. It was completely like the aura of hell, full of the aura of destruction. This time, Miero did not rush towards Chiyu, but slowly raised his right arm above his head. If you can take this blade of mine, then I will accept the result of failure with all my heart. As he said that, his body side faced Chiyu, and what was facing Chiyu was the sharpness of the Shura blade. A strange scene appeared. The green gold armor on his right arm actually extended downwards, completely showing the side of Chiyu's body. At this time, the Shura blade was no longer Miero's right arm, but Miero himself, body and blade as one, fully unleashing the Shura blade's attack power. It is either success or death. Miero, why are you doing this? Feeling Miero's monstrous battle intent, Chiyu could not help but let out a faint smile. If I use any other method to defeat you, it will be an insult to you. As you wish. You will see the sharpest energy in the world. Learning from Miero, Chiyu also turned his body sideways. The silver light on Kirin's arm disappeared, and so did the light of the thundercloud force. Gold-like energy appeared on his right arm. Just like Miero, the golden energy spread from his right arm to his right leg, forming a huge blade on the side of his body. However, it was the blade of a sword, and the length of the blade was about 3 inches longer than his palm. The energy was condensed, and there was not even a feeling of swallowing or spitting. The sharp energy was completely restrained, quietly staring at Miero. Chapter 188. The powerful energy was fully displayed. Although the sharp aura was not exposed, Chiyu standing there made Mephistopheles feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Miero, admit defeat. Mephistopheles roared. No. No one could stop Mieros from unleashing this saber strike. This saber strike contained all of his energy as well as his life force. Looking at Chiyu, his eyes were filled with excitement and gratification. He seemed to be appreciating that Chiyu was willing to use this method to fight with him. Miero moved. It was not his body that moved, but the blade, the Azura blade. Capricorn Constellation Guardian's ultimate skill, Azura. Hell, slash, Miero announced his ability. His body disappeared completely at this moment. In the dark night, there was only that huge, greenish gold blade. Mephistopheles closed his eyes. His fists were clenched tightly. He had already guessed the result from Chiyu's energy. The azure gold Azura blade arrived in front of Chiyu in an instant. Chiyu did not move, nor did he launch an attack. He allowed the Azura blade, which seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, to strike his side. It collided with the golden light. It could also be said that he let Miero use his life to hit his body. There was no sound. Not even the sound of the air being torn apart. Everything was over. When the sharpness reached its peak, the effect of extreme sorrow came to an end. Silence, absolute silence. Mephistopheles could not imagine the final outcome. He did not want to open his eyes for a long time, because he did not want to see his good friend Miero's body cut in half. But in the end, he still opened his eyes. And what he saw, it was completely different from what he had imagined. Chiyu was still standing there, but his hands were behind his back. His eyes were calm, and the pattern on his body had completely disappeared. Miero was not cut in half either. He stood in front of Chiyu, still maintaining his attacking posture. From the tip of his right little finger all the way to his feet, a bloody line appeared on the side of his body, and drops of blood slowly flowed down. The golden-green light completely disappeared, and he stood there in a daze. Looking at Chiyu, he did not even have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Mia-aro. Mephistopheles' fat body charged forward with frightening speed. "Stop!" A low voice rang out, and a wall of air blocked Mephisto's body. It was condensed from the greenish-gray wind. "What are you doing? Don't I even have the right to collect his corpse?" Mephistopheles glared angrily at the expert from the east. Chiyu said calmly, "If you don't want him to die, then stand there and don't move. And don't disturb me." "Ah." Mephisto was stunned. What did you say? Could it be that Miero was still alive? How is this possible? Under the effect of the Azura Hell slash, there were only two outcomes. One was the enemy's death, and the other was his own death. Mephisto was very clear about this outcome. In the past, the enemy had always died, but now it was obvious that Chiyu had obtained the final victory, so the only outcome was Miero's own death. But this man in front of him said, "Do you really want him to die?" "I said he won't die, so he won't die." Chiyu moved, and in a flash he was already in front of Miero. A blue light floated out and embraced Miero's body. Then he raised his right hand. Miero was about the same height as Chiyu. When he raised his right hand, he could just reach the tip of Miero's right little finger. A faint green light appeared on Chiyu's right index finger. It started from the tip of Miero's bloody line and slowly slid down. Everywhere it passed, the bloody line disappeared without a trace. The green light continued to spread. When Chiyu's right index finger finally retracted from Miero's right foot, the bloody line from before seemed to have never appeared. Miero's skin was still smooth, but his current appearance was not very elegant. The pants on his right leg were completely torn, and even his shoes were cut, revealing his very white thighs. Of course, unlike women, his thighs were full of muscles. With a muffled groan, Miero opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chiyu raised his right hand and supported his right shoulder, preventing him from collapsing. Miero could breathe again. He panted heavily and looked at Chiyu with an incomprehensible look in his eyes. "Why? Tell me why?" Chiyu looked at him, and his face revealed a faint smile. "What why? Why didn't I kill you? What good would it do me to kill you? You are the Constellation Guardian, and I am the Zodiac Guardian God. Our mission is to protect. Although the object of protection is different, we are not enemies. Yama hopes that we can become friends, and I also hope so. Moreover, we are only exchanging pointers. Every time we exchange pointers, we have to kill people. How many people do we have to kill? But I wanted to kill you just now." Miero said weakly. Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "If your ability is enough to threaten my life, you would already be a dead man. Actually, you don't have to be discouraged. You did not lose unjustly." Miero looked at Chiyu and his gaze changed. "Can you tell me what is that? What could have defeated my Shura blade?" Chiyu smiled and said, "You used your strength to prove that you are qualified to know it." Speaking until here, his gaze became much deeper. In our Yanhuang Republic, there were 10 great divine weapons passed down in ancient times. Among these 10 divine weapons, there is one with the strongest attack power. It represents the demeanor of a king and represents the unstoppable sharpness. Its name is called the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword? Divine weapon? Yes, you did not lose to me, but to the Xianyuan sword. Not to mention the Azura blade. Even the scepter of the goddess of victory is not as sharp as it. Actually, you do not know. Fish Eye and I have already made our move. The wind wall blocking Mephisto had already disappeared. He could not help but take a few steps forward and asked, "Then what is the result? What is the result?" Chiyu smiled and said, "Just like how Miero proved his strength in front of me, I also proved my strength in front of Yamu. That is why we can reach a cooperative relationship. That is why she can become my fiancé, isn't it? As for the result, is it really that important?" Mephisto's expression suddenly changed. "I understand. Miss actually lost." Chiyu was stunned. "Why do you say that?" Mephisto smiled bitterly. "Do you think I don't know how dangerous it is to fuse Athena's 3 divine weapons? If Miss did not lose to you, why would she choose to do such a dangerous fusion? Miss, you are still too strong." Chiyu looked at Mephisto in a daze. He murmured, "At that time, it seems to be more appropriate to call it a draw." Mephisto shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, it is not. If it was only a draw, with Mrs. Steady personality, she would not have made such a rash decision. She did not even discuss it with us. I also finally understand why Miss announced her engagement with you. All of this was caused by the battle between you and Mississippi." Listening to Mephisto's words, Chiyu could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. "That's right. Yamu agreed to become my wife and wanted to cooperate with me to let me protect her. All of this was after our match. Could it be that she really made such a decision because of my provocation? If that was the case, then it was enough to prove that she had no feelings for me at all." Thinking of this, Chiyu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It was a kind of indescribable feeling. His eyes dimmed a lot. He loosened the hand holding Miero's shoulder and said lightly, "Your injury is not serious. You were just pierced by the sharp edge of Xuanyuan's sword. I have helped you to heal it with the healing ability of my water thundercloud force. You only need to rest for a few days to recover." When Miero launched his ultimate attack, Chiyu used his powerful thundercloud force to forcibly control the sharpness of Xuanyuan's sword within a certain range. After completely breaking the sharpness of Miero's attack, he stopped in time and did not kill him. Mephisto stepped forward to support Miero's body. He looked deeply at Chiyu and said, "No matter what, thank you." Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "There is no need to thank me. Didn't I say just now? I don't want to be your enemy. It's late and you should rest. Me too." As he spoke, he appeared at the entrance of Parthenon and sat down cross-legged on the steps. He closed his eyes as if nothing mattered to him. Miero let out a long breath and looked at Mephisto beside him. "Now I understand why Miss chose him. It is also the first time I feel that this man is really qualified to be Mrs. Husband." Mephisto smiled bitterly and said, "Mrs. Wisdom is beyond our imagination. She is the goddess of war and wisdom. Everything is up to Mississippi. No, you rest here first. I have to go and warn the others not to provoke Mr. Chi again. Who could guarantee that he would hold back like this the next time? Miero, if we join forces, do you think we have a chance to beat him?" Miero looked deeply at Mephisto and said, "Then do you think it is possible for the 11 of us to beat Miss? I don't think I need to tell you the final result." Mephisto's body trembled. "The result will be that some of us will die and he will escape." The two looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Yes, with the strength of Chiyu and Yamu, even if they were not a match for them, they could definitely kill a few people and leave. They had no ability to stop such strong people from leaving. Early in the morning, when the sun once again shone on the ancient city of Athens, Chiyu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the warm sunshine on his body, he stretched his body and stood up from the steps in front of Parthenon. Looking at the bright sunshine, Chiyu revealed a cheerful smile. After a night of cultivation, he was in a very good state of mind. He took out his coat from the Kirin Pearl and put it on. He moved his legs and feet, feeling the taste of blood flowing in his meridians. He could not help but want to scream. "You're awake." A gentle voice sounded from behind Chiyu. Chiyu smiled slightly and replied, "That's right. You came out. How can I not wake up?" Yamu walked to Chiyu's side and stood there, Thank you for not killing Miero last night. Chiyu said, You seem to have thought that I would not kill him, right? Why didn't you stop me from fighting him? You should know what the final result is, right? Yama smiled and said, Is that all you want to ask me? He turned around and faced Yamu. She was still in the simple but elegant white dress from last night. Then what do you want me to ask? Yamu looked at him deeply and said, I just want you to know that if it is not from the heart, I will not wrong myself no matter the reason. Can you understand? There was a smile in Chi-Yu's deep eyes. Let's give each other some time. We still have a long way to go, don't we? Yamu sighed and said, Yes, the road is still long. Do you want to go to the Aegean Sea? At that time, we will see one of the most beautiful scenery in Greece, and it is only 8 kilometers away from Athens. Chi-Yu smiled and said, It is my honor to be able to travel the sea with a beauty. Yama smiled and said, You will definitely like the Aegean Sea, because it is my favorite place. Chi-Yu, then let's go and have a look. The constellation guardians had already quietly surrounded him, including Ilias and Salem, who had accompanied him to check on his injuries yesterday. The 11 constellation guardians looked at Chi-Yu with much calmer eyes than yesterday, as if they had accepted the fact that Chi-Yu and Yamu were engaged. Yamu said, Ilias, you guys go and drive the car over. Let's go to the Aegean Sea to have a look. Ilias hesitated for a moment, and his eyes fell on Mephisto. Mephisto said, Miss, you should meditate in your current situation. I am afraid that it will be dangerous if you go outside, and it is not good for your health. Yamu said indifferently, Dangerous? Do you think that under the protection of so many of you, I will still be in danger? As for my health, I think taking a walk is my best choice now. Chi, you came all the way from Yanhuang Republic, and I have already promised to be his guide. How can I go back on my word because of my own reasons? Don't say any more. Go and drive the car. From Athens to the Aegean Sea was indeed very close. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived at their destination, and this was including the time wasted in Athens. Chi-Yu and Yamu got off the car one after another. The constellation guardians discussed for a while and decided to travel by boat. This way, they could at least minimize contact with outsiders. After all, Yamu's current physical condition was no different from that of an ordinary girl. From last night until now, Chi-Yu did not find anything wrong with these 11 constellation guardians. It must be known that Yamu's Athens shipping company was the largest shipping company in Greece. After a while, a small 3-story luxury yacht appeared in their sight. The Aegean Sea was really beautiful. The blue sea water was so clear that there seemed to be no flaws. The sea breeze blew, bringing a little coolness to this hot summer. Yamu's skin was very white, and under the sunlight was even a little dazzling. Blue sky, blue water, stunning Athena. Chi-Yu's heart was completely immersed in a feeling of harmony with the beauty of heaven and earth. Everyone boarded the yacht. Under the escort of the constellation guardians, Chi-Yu and Yamu went to the 3rd floor of the yacht alone. The yacht steadily sailed out of the bay and headed towards the depths of the blue sea. Yamu combed her long purple hair that was a little messy from the sea breeze. Looking at Chi-Yu, she somewhat mischievously said, How much do you know about our Aegean Sea? Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. Don't test me, I'm illiterate. I only heard that the Aegean Sea seems to be a very romantic place. I don't know anything else. If you regret marrying an illiterate in the future, it's still not too late. After all, we're only engaged. As he said that, he even winked at Yamu playfully. Not knowing why, Chi-Yu always felt that the powerless Yamu was much cuter than the powerful successor of Athena. At least today, he saw more than once on Yamu's face that a girl should have. Compared to the saintly Yamu, the current her was even more alluring and could more easily attract Chi-Yu's heart. Yamu rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't you Yan Huang people have a saying that if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, and if you marry a dog, follow the dog? I already have the status. How can you make me go back on my words? Even if you're a pig, I can only accept my fate. Chi said angrily, "You actually called me a pig." Yama giggled and said, "Aren't you? Do you know how much you ate in the car just now? That's breakfast. You've eaten half a month's worth of breakfast. Luckily, I've prepared a lot. Otherwise, I'd really be poor because of you." Chi laughed and said, "The great goddess Athena, the richest woman in Greece. You actually say that you're afraid of being eaten poor by your husband. Do I eat a lot? I don't think so myself. Even if I eat a little more, it's normal. Haven't you noticed that I'm still in my puberty period?" Yamu stuck out her tongue at Chiyu and said, "What puberty period? Look at you. You're so big and burly. There's no sign of puberty at all." Chiyu chuckled and said, "Tell me about the Aegean Sea. I want to hear it from you." As he said that, he leaned against the railing of the third floor of the yacht and tilted his head to look at Yamu. Yamu smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll tell you about it. The Aegean Sea is a large bay of the Mediterranean Sea. It's the cradle of the early civilization of Crete and Greece. It's located between the Greek peninsula and Asia Minor. In the northeast, it's connected to the Black Sea through the Dardanelles Strait, the Sea of Marmara, and the Bosporus Strait, and in the south to Crete. Islands of all sizes are scattered in between. The Aegean Sea's coastline is winding, and there are countless bays, harbors, and small, sheltered harbors." Stop. Just as Yama said this, she was interrupted by Chiyu. "Miss, you're telling me about geography. Do you think I can remember it? I've never been interested in these things. I want to hear you tell stories, not an introduction to the geography of the Aegean Sea." Yamu said unhappily, "Can't you learn more?" Chiyu laughed and said, "Why would I learn so much? My wife is the Greek goddess Athena. It's enough for you to know. I just want to hear a story, a touching story." Yamu looked at him, and her eyes suddenly became more gentle. She walked to Chiyu's side, stretched out her slender little hand, and gently helped him comb his messy hair. "Sometimes you're like an old man, but sometimes you're like a child. I still like you like this, not the Kirin who seems to hide countless secrets." Yamu's cold little hand combed his hair, and Chiyu couldn't help but moan, comfortably. The strange feeling in his heart suddenly became stronger, and he couldn't help but have the urge to hold her in his arms. However, Yamu's senses were very sharp. When she saw Chiyu's eager eyes, she quickly turned around and ran to the other side of the yacht and said with a smile, "Don't have any bad thoughts." Seeing that Yamu ran away, Chiyu didn't chase after her and said with a smile, "What bad thoughts can a husband have for his wife? This is human nature. If I have bad thoughts about you, it proves that I have you in my heart. If it were an outsider, I don't know, it would be impossible for me to be interested in her. So you should be happy." Yamu's cute little nose twitched. "You're so annoying, it's all nonsense." "Well, be a good girl and I'll tell you a story." "What about it?" "I'll tell you a story about the origin of the Aegean Sea, okay?" Chiyu smiled. "As long as it's a story, I like it. Tell me." I combed her long hair behind her back and leaned against the fence. There was a glimmer of light in her eyes as she slowly said, "In ancient times there was a king called Minos who ruled an island in the Aegean Sea, Crete. Minos' son was murdered by a conspiracy in Attica, Athens. In order to avenge his son, Minos challenged the people of Athens. Under the punishment of God, Athens was full of famine and plagues. Under Minos' challenge, the Athenians sued for peace with King Minos. Minos asked them to send 7 pairs of virgin boys and girls to Crete every 9 years. Minos built a labyrinth of countless palaces in Crete. The labyrinth was so winding that no one could come out. Deep in the labyrinth, Minos raised a beast with a human body and a bull's head. The 7 pairs of virgin boys and girls sent by Athens each time were sacrificed to the Minos. This year it was the year of worship for the virgin boys and girls. The parents of the virgin boys and girls were terrified. Theseus, the son of the Aegean king of Athens, was deeply disturbed to see people suffer such misfortune. He decided to set off with the virgin boys and girls and swore to kill the Minos. The people of Athens saw off the 7 pairs of virgin boys and girls, including Theseus, amid the cries of sorrow. Theseus made a deal with his father. If he killed the Minos, he would turn the black sails of the ship into white sails on the return voyage. As long as the black sails of the ship turned white, it meant that the Aegean king would see his son Theseus again. Theseus led the virgin boys and girls ashore in Crete. His handsomeness attracted the attention of the beautiful and intelligent Princess Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos. The princess expressed her love for Theseus and met him in secret. When she learned of Theseus's mission, she gave him a magic sword and a ball of string to protect Theseus from the Minos. As soon as the clever and brave Theseus entered the labyrinth, he tied one end of the ball of string to the entrance of the labyrinth, then let go of the ball of string and followed the winding and complicated passages, deeper into the labyrinth. Finally, he found the monster Minos. He grabbed the Minos by the horns and used the sword that Princess Ariadne had given him to kill the Minos. Then he led the virgin boys and girls out of the labyrinth along the lines. To prevent King Minos from pursuing them, they cut through the bottoms of all the Cretan ships on the coast. Princess Ariadne helped them, escaped from Crete with them, and set sail for home. After a few days of sailing, they finally saw their homeland, Athens. Theseus and his companions were very excited, singing and dancing, but he forgot his agreement with his father and did not change the black sails to white sails. The king of the Aegean Sea, who was waiting for his son's return, was waiting for his son's return by the sea. Thinking that his son had been eaten by the Minos, he was so grief-stricken that he jumped into the sea and committed suicide. In memory of the Aegean Sea, the sea he jumped into was called the Aegean Sea. Chi-Yu listened quietly. Yamu did not speak fast, and listening to her moving voice was a very wonderful thing in itself, not to mention the poignant story of the Aegean Sea. His heart had become as gentle as water at this time. He slowly walked to Yamu's side, gently took her hand, and said, "Why are love stories always a little more tragic?" Yamu sighed and said, "Perhaps it's because tragedies are easier to remember." Chi-Yu somewhat domineeringly embraced Yamu. "I don't like tragedies. I only like comedies. Tell me, will our future be tragedies or comedies?" Listening to Chi-Yu's words, Yamu's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes looked a little confused. "I don't know. Chi-Yu, I really don't know." Seeing the trace of struggle in her eyes, Chi-Yu slowly let go of her hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." Yamu shook her head and gently leaned her back into Chi-Yu's arms. "Don't talk, let's quietly look at the sea in front of us and listen to the voice of the dead king. Perhaps the Aegean Sea will bless us." Chi-Yu nodded, his hands obediently wrapped around Yamu's waist, and his warm big hands pressed against her smooth belly. Quietly, he and Yamu looked at the azure sea in front of them. At this moment, a sudden cough sounded, startling both Yamu and Chi-Yu at the same time. At that moment, Chi-Yu even forgot to use his mental power to scan everything around him, and did not even know that someone had come to the 3rd floor of the yacht. Turning around, Chi-Yu's fierce gaze swept towards the entrance of the 3rd floor, only to see Soso standing there with a large tray, looking at Chi-Yu and Yamu. Her expression was very strange, as if she did not dare to meet Chi-Yu's fierce gaze, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I just came to deliver some fruits and drinks." As she spoke, she hurriedly put the tray in her hands on a table on the 3rd floor of the yacht and immediately ran down. Chi-Yu was a little vexed. She ruined the atmosphere. Yamu pulled Chi-Yu's hand and smiled. "Forget it. She didn't do it on purpose. I wonder if a certain someone can still eat fruits." Chi-Yu smiled. "Don't you know that my stomach is a bottomless pit?" Yamu laughed. "What bottomless pit? Why haven't I heard that a human stomach can be a bottomless pit?" As she spoke, she stepped forward and picked up an apple, but just as she was about to put it into her mouth, Chi-Yu snatched it away. What are you doing? Yamu looked at Chiyu, a hint of rebuke on her pretty face, but her eyes were smiling. Chiyu took a hard bite and ate almost half of the apple. The apple you took was delicious. You don't want me to bite it? All right, then I'll return it to you. As he spoke, he stuffed the apple that he had already taken a bite of into Yamu's hand. Yamu looked at Chiyu, a hint of shyness in her eyes, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "Are you forcing me?" Chiyu smiled. "You've already given me your first contact with a man, your first hug. Do you still care about eating an apple for the first time with me?" Raising her head again, Yamu looked at Chiyu with slight annoyance, but she still put the apple into her mouth. Of course, she wouldn't eat it in big mouthfuls like Chiyu without any image. She gently took a small bite, and even when she was eating, her movements were still so graceful. It was a classical beauty with a hint of shyness, and Chiyu couldn't help but be stunned once again. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not willing to eat an apple with you. I know that you're afraid that the apple is poisonous, so you took a bite first." Yamu tried to cover it up. Chiyu smiled. "You're really an expert." Chapter 189. No, it's because you haven't experienced my bad side yet, and I'm constantly showing it to you. Yamu was angry. She threw the apple at Chiyu and said, "Annoying. Can't you be more serious?" Chiyu caught the apple with his mouth, took a bite, and said, "Why do I have to be serious? I think it's very good now. Do you want to see a pretentious me?" Yamu walked to the fence and looked at the endless sea. "Chiyu, can you really accompany me for 3 months?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "Of course not." Yamu suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. Chiyu laughed evilly and said, "It should be you accompanying me for 3 months. You, that's right. I'm so bad. How about you? Why don't I let you bite me?" Chiyu wretchedly moved closer. Yamu pushed his face away and said, "Annoying. But I remember you said that you can only stay in Greece for a month, and you have to go to other Western countries. Won't I delay your matters?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "Of course not. I said you're the one accompanying me, not me accompanying you." Yamu was startled. She looked at him in shock and said, "What do you mean?" Chiyu smiled mysteriously and said, "It's good that you understand. Can't I?" Yamu looked at the 2 floors below the yacht and said hesitantly, "But Chiyu, there's no but. You've already lost your energy. What can you do by staying in Greece? Furthermore, in this kind of situation, your constellation guardians are protecting you every day, and they are afraid of each other, who would dare to do anything. Don't you want to create a chance for them and let the tumor truly appear? Not to mention, don't you want to play in other Western countries? What's the point of staying in the same place all the time? No matter how beautiful the Aegean Sea is, you won't be able to feel its beauty if you look at it every day." Yamu was obviously tempted. Looking at Chiyu's gaze softened, he said in a low voice, "But they won't allow me to leave Greece under such circumstances. How are we going to leave?" Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "You are the goddess Athena. Is it that difficult to get a passport? Or is it the manager of the Athens shipping company? They won't let you go. We can also sneak away. With my abilities, I wouldn't be Kirin if I couldn't get you out of Greece under their watch. Let's take a step back. So what if you don't have a passport? At most, I can fly you out of Greece. Anyway, this place is not far from other Western countries, right?" Yamu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. "Sneak away? I've never experienced it before. When are we going to run?" Chiyu said a month later. Yamu was taken aback and said, "Is it going to take that long?" Chiyu smiled and said, "I don't know who was hesitating just now. Now you're anxious. Of course it's going to take a month. Don't forget, Ming Ming and Lin Yifan's agreement is a month. If we go, we naturally have to take Ming Ming with us." Yamu looked at Chiyu's eyes dimmed a bit. She smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. "I forgot. I'm not the only one for you." Chiyu sighed and said, "It's not that you forgot. You just don't want to think about it. I'm sorry." Yamu shook her head and said, "It's nothing. In fact, you and I both know that even now, our relationship is just a cooperative one. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. If Miss Ming Ming has any misunderstandings, I can also explain for you." Chiyu said no need. "I think, with Ming Ming's trust in me, I don't need to explain." Yamu's purple eyes quickly regained their luster. "Okay, let's not talk about this, okay? At least for this month, you belong to me. I'll take you to have fun in Greece for a month. I think that's enough time. Chiyu, can you promise me that during this month, try not to think about your girlfriends, okay?" Hearing Yamu's pleading voice, Chiyu nodded almost subconsciously. "Okay, I promise you." Yamu's pretty face regained a smile, and she looked at Chiyu with a smile and said, "Don't regret it. I'm really looking forward to this month. But I'm a little afraid that this month will pass too quickly. Ever since I was young, I finally had a month that belonged to me. This month I'm Yamu, not Athena." Chiyu pulled her in front of him and looked deeply into her purple eyes. He said firmly, "Yes, you're Yamu, not Athena." From the second day that Chiyu and Ming Ming arrived in Athens, the real tour began. Every day, Chiyu and Ming Ming could only see each other in the hotel at night. On the surface, Ming Ming seemed to be angry and didn't pay attention to him at all. Every day, Chiyu and Yamu, Ming Ming and Lin Yifan would go out to play. Very tacitly, they went to different places every day. From the first day to the 30th day, they didn't see each other. However, the two pairs who traveled to Greece at the same time had different effects. Until the 30th day, Lin Yifan didn't even touch Ming Ming's hand. He had tried his best. All the romance that a man could create, he had shown it to Ming Ming. However, Ming Ming also made him understand that true love couldn't be changed by material power. But Chiyu and Yamu had a completely different result. In a month, starting from the Aegean Sea, they almost visited all the famous historical sites in Greece and all the beautiful places. Although there were always 11 people following them, they seemed to have forgotten everything. They were completely immersed in joy. It was the first time in her life that Yamu could completely control her own month. What about Chiyu? It was the first time in his life that he had been so happy for a whole month. Before becoming a Zodiac guardian god warrior, Chiyu's life could be said to be dark. After he became a Zodiac guardian god warrior, he had to carry too many things on his shoulders. Training, fighting, they were all in his life. How could he have time to play? In this month, he was really happy, to the point that he forgot to be vigilant. He was with Yamu every day. He rarely went back to the hotel. The staircase at the entrance of Parthenon became the place where he spent most of his nights, playing in the day, training at night. Chiyu and Yamu were together almost all the time. Even when they were not together, they only had each other's shadows in their hearts. Mephisto had secretly discussed this with Miero. From the time they knew Yamu and became constellation guardians until now, it had been so many years. Yamu's smile seemed to be more than this month. In the end, even the constellation guardians could not bear to disturb the two of them. They tried to stay as far away as possible. After all, they had a deep understanding of Chiyu's strength. With Chiyu by Yamu's side, even if the Pope came, it would not be easy to hurt Yamu. Good times always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had finally passed. Night fell. The last day of playing in Greece made Chiyu a little unhappy. It was finally time to leave. Sitting on the staircase in front of Parthenon, he thought about everything that had happened in the past month. It kept flashing in front of his eyes. This month, to him, was like leaving reality. It was as if he had broken away from reality. Everything was no longer important, and he had completely released himself. And Chiyu was surprised to find that his indulgence did not cause his cultivation to drop. Instead, with his open heart, he relied on the training at night to raise his strength to the peak of the 6 clouds realm. And the bottleneck between the 6 clouds and 7 clouds actually loosened. It seemed like he could break through at any time. He did not forget to call Ruyue and Wenting every day, and it was always at night. Apart from cultivating at night, He was in contact with his 3 beloved women. Although he still remembered the spiritual communication with Ming Ming and what Ming Ming told him about Lin Yifan, but in his eyes there was more of Yamu's shadow. It was over. The month of indulgence was over. It was time for him to return to reality. Although in this month, Chiyu did not grasp too many secrets about the Constellation Guardians, he did not regret it at all. This month of indulgence allowed him to experience the joy of life again. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, Chiyu let out a long sigh. There was a faint smile in his eyes. He would be leaving tomorrow. Although he would still be with Yamu, he had to return to reality. He still had to do what he had to do. There were still many things waiting for him. Chiyu! Yamu's gentle voice sounded. Turning around, Chiyu naturally held Yamu's hand, and Mephistopheles, who was also at the main entrance of Parthenon, turned around awkwardly, as if he did not see anything. That day, Chiyu showed mercy to Miero. He had already gained his respect. Towards Chiyu and Yamu's simple intimate actions, he turned a blind eye. Why did you come out? You should have started training at this time. Oh, right, I haven't asked you. How is your fusion with the divine weapon? Yamu shyly glanced at Chiyu and said, Come in with me first. With that, she actually pulled Chiyu's hand and walked into Parthenon. This was the first time in a month. Chiyu could not help but be a little surprised. He looked at Yamu and teased, My goddess, is it because I am leaving, so you decided to devote your life to me? Yamu snorted, Stop dreaming. Let's go. I have something to say to you. Turning around, Mephistopheles looked at the back view of the 2 entering Parthenon. He wanted to stop them, but in the end he did not say anything to stop them. He thought to himself, Forget it. Chiyu is going to leave. It's okay to let them talk for a while. Miss knows what to do. With a faint smile, Chiyu's eyes revealed a faint light. When he and Yamu re-entered Parthenon, he was a little surprised to find that after not coming here for a month, the holy aura in Parthenon seemed to be stronger than the last time he came here. Could it be because Yamu had injected energy into Athena's divine weapon? Chiyu, I thought about it. I still don't want to go with you. Yamu lowered her voice and gestured to Chiyu to use thundercloud force to create a space that only belonged to them. Under the energy isolation, Chiyu asked, Why? Didn't we already agree? Yamu shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I've thought about it carefully. If I go with you for 2 months, I'm afraid that the Constellation Guardians will be resentful. After all. Chiyu waved his hand and stopped Yamu from continuing. No, you have to go with me. You've already promised me. You're a goddess. You can't go back on your word. Yamu pleaded, Chiyu, I really can't go. Chiyu smiled and said, Why can't you go? Is there a disaster in Greece that requires you to stay? But don't forget, you've already lost all your energy. Even if you stay, there's no use. Come with me. 2 months is not a long time. Moreover, you can still contact them through the phone. Just give me my phone number. Yamu looked at Chiyu, her eyes revealing a struggle. Chiyu, there are some things that I don't know if I should tell you. Chiyu waved his hand and said, If it's a secret of the Constellation Guardians, you don't have to say it, although we're already engaged in name. But I hope that we can leave some space for each other. After all, we belong to the East and the West. Some things, it's better not to say it out loud. I can understand your difficulties, but this time you have to go with me. I've promised to protect you. Only by having you by my side can I achieve all these. Don't you understand? Don't think so much. You've already applied for the passport. Why are you still hesitating? We've already been together for a month. This month I've been very happy. I believe you're the same. Why not let our happiness be longer? All right, don't think too much. Whether you leave or not, there are pros and cons. Since that's the case, just take it as you're doing it for me, all right? Looking at Chiyu, 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of Yamu's eyes. She sighed and nodded her head quietly. Lowering her head, she shifted her gaze to her feet. For you, for you! Chiyu pulled Yamu into his embrace. Using both hands, He held her delicate face and gently kissed her forehead. Rest well, train hard. Strive to fuse with your divine weapon as soon as possible. Only when you have the strength to protect yourself can I leave in peace. He did not stay any longer, because he did not want the constellation guardians to suspect anything. He turned and walked out of Parthenon. Yamu raised her hand, wanting to call Chiyu back, but when the words reached her mouth, she could not say them. Tears continued to flow. Looking at Chiyu's tall and sturdy back, her heart trembled slightly. Early in the morning, Chiyu arrived at the Athens airport under the escort of Mephisto and Miero. When he arrived at the airport, Ming Ming and Lin Yifan were already there. To Chiyu's surprise, Lin Yifan did not seem to be dissatisfied. She even had a smile on her face. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. He gave Ming Ming an inquiring look. Ming Ming pursed her lips and chuckled, but did not say anything. She looked at Chiyu with a teasing look in her eyes. Lin Yifan took the initiative to walk in front of Chiyu and extended his right hand. Chiyu subconsciously raised his hand and shook it. "Mr. Lin, are you here to send us off?" Lin Yifan laughed bitterly. "To be honest, I'm really not convinced. I'm not convinced why Ming Ming treats you so well. Even after knowing the news of the engagement between you and Miss, her feelings for you have never changed." Chiyu said with some pride. "So are you ready to give up now?" Lin Yifan laughed. "Give up? Why should I give up? It's just that the form is different. Mr. Chi, I hope that Greece and the Yanhuang Republic will be friends forever. Also, you must take good care of Ming Ming. Otherwise, as her brother, I won't agree to it. I know I can't beat you, but if you bully Ming Ming, I will definitely kill my way to the Yanhuang Republic with an AK-47. Ah, Chiyu looked at Lin Yifan in bewilderment. "When did you?" Ming Ming chuckled. "Yifan is so outstanding. He's much better than you. Why can't I call him my brother?" Chiyu scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Yes, of course you can." Lin Yifan patted Chiyu's shoulder and smiled. "However, after knowing Ming Ming, I'm more and more fascinated by the women in the Eastern Vocational College. If I have the chance to go to the Yanhuang Republic again, Mr. Chi, I'll have to trouble you to introduce a girlfriend to me. I won't delay you any more. Take care." Chiyu held Ming Ming's hand as they walked into the departure hall. He couldn't help but admire Lin Yifan in his heart. Even though he knew it was impossible, he could still look at the big picture and didn't let his personal affairs affect the relationship between the two countries. Such character was enough to earn his respect. "Did you miss me?" Ming Ming and Chiyu sat in the first-class cabin. She leaned her head on Chiyu's shoulder. Ming Ming gently tapped his leg and asked domineeringly, "Of course I missed you. Don't you know that I'm going crazy with jealousy?" Chiyu laughed. Ming Ming twitched her mouth and said, "I don't see that. I think you're having too much fun. Miss Yamu is so beautiful. When you're with her, do you still remember to miss me?" Chiyu pulled Ming Ming's little hand to his mouth and kissed it. "It's not the same. You know it." The flight to England took off from the airport and headed in the direction of London. An hour after the plane left the Athens airport, there was an earth-shattering uproar in Parthenon. Miss is missing? How could this be? Mephistopheles stood in the middle of Parthenon. His eyes revealed a deep fear. All the constellation guardians were gathered in the temple. Each of them looked at Mephistopheles with a dignified face. Everyone had a different expression. However, they also realized the seriousness of the matter at the same time. "Lyumides, your senses are the sharpest among us. Didn't you notice where Miss Breath went?" Mephistopheles' gaze fell on the Virgo constellation guardian, who was as pretty as a girl. Lyumides smiled bitterly and shook her head. "When did Miss leave?" "There was no sign at all. You and Miero go and send Chiyu to the airport. We've been guarding here all along." Previously, we could still clearly feel Miss Breath in the temple. But just now, The young Mrs. Aura suddenly disappeared without any warning. I don't know what's going on. Mephistopheles' breath was obviously unstable. His gaze on Lyumedes became extremely sharp. It must be him. It must be him who took Mississippi otherwise. Who else could take Miss away without warning under our surveillance? Ilias said angrily. Migueles nodded. I agree with Ilias. It must be Chiyu who took Mississippi. Mephistopheles was puzzled. But I saw Chiyu and Miss Ming board the plane together with my own eyes. Saul said. That doesn't prove that Miss didn't go with them. Chiyu is a very strange person. Maybe he has a way to sneak Miss away. After all, isn't Miss already engaged to him? Is Miss going to abandon us? As soon as Ilias heard Saul's voice, he became angry. Shut up. How can Miss really marry that person? But Miss doesn't have the ability to protect herself now. If she leaves Athens, the possibility of encountering danger will greatly increase. Mephistopheles, make a decision, quickly. Mephistopheles' eyes flashed. He hesitated a little, then said decisively, Well, in that case, I, Miero, Ilias, Jesse, Salem, and Migueles will immediately take the next plane to London to find Mississippi. The rest of you stay here and wait for news. Once you find anything, contact us immediately. Ilias said, Let's take Mrs. private plane to London. Maybe we can arrive a step earlier than them. In that case, we can stop them. Mephistopheles' eyes lit up and he said, Good idea. Then, let's go immediately. London, the capital of the United Kingdom, was also known as the Fog City because it was a heavy industrial city. Its environment was indeed much worse than Athens. When Chiyu and Ming walked out of London Airport, suddenly feeling the filth in the air, the two frowned at the same time. Ming glanced at Chiyu and said, Where should we go now? Why must we come to London? This city feels far less comfortable than Athens. Chiyu smiled and said, Of course there is a reason to come here. Don't you want to see Jing-er again? Ming's eyes lit up and she said, You mean Jing-er is in London? Chiyu nodded and said, The last time we were in Dali, Klinsmann secretly told me before he left that the headquarters of the Dracula family is in an old castle on the outskirts of London. I wonder how Jing-er is now. With Klinsmann's red gold, primordial blood last time, she should be a strong person by now. Ming sighed and said, Unfortunately, Jing-er has become a vampire. That Klinsmann, humph. Chiyu smiled slightly and said, So what if she's a vampire? Hey, they actually caught up so quickly. Ming, let's go quickly. As he spoke, Chiyu immediately pulled the puzzled Ming out of the airport quickly, hailed a taxi, and headed towards London. What caught up? Chiyu, what are you talking about? Chiyu smiled slightly and said, You'll know later, but don't be too surprised. You'll know in a while, but don't be too surprised. Athens was not as far from London as the Yanhuang Republic. Although taking the private jet did not take up any time, Mephisto and the others were still a step behind Chiyu and the rest when they arrived in London. After taking off an hour later, they could not catch up even if they flew the plane to the limit. When they arrived in London, Chiyu and Ming could be said to be in the dark. Fortunately, Ming was a university student majoring in foreign languages, and her English was very good, so the two did not make a fool of themselves. The two took the taxi all the way to the center of London before getting out. Didn't you say that the headquarters of the Dracula family is in the outskirts of London? Then what are we doing in the city now? Ming asked puzzledly. Chiyu chuckled and said, You probably don't understand. Although Klinsmann told me that his castle is in the outskirts, he did not give me the specific address. You have to let me look for it. And the way to look for it is naturally to find a vampire to ask. Vampires are nocturnal, so obviously we can't do it now. Let's find a place to eat first, and then look for Klinsmann at night. Ming said, Then let's find a hotel. I want to take a shower. Chiyu shook his head and said, No, those people are already chasing us. If we stay in a hotel, we will definitely have to register. I'm afraid that they will soon come to our door. At this time, as the two talked, he had already pulled Ming Ming to an empty street. In Yanhuang terms, this was a small alley. No one appeared. Who the hell is chasing us? Don't tell me we're afraid? Chi Yu said. I'm not afraid, but it will be very troublesome if these people catch up. My goddess, it's time for you to come out. While saying that, Chi Yu deliberately used 1,000 transformation Big Dipper realm to set up an invisibility field, enveloping himself and Ming Ming. In this case, even satellites could not capture their figures. Under Ming Ming's shocked gaze, the Kirin Pearl lit up. With a flash of light, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air in front of her and Chi Yu. Seeing the appearance of this person, Ming Ming couldn't help but cover her small mouth in shock. Oh my god! Chi Yu, you actually kidnapped someone's goddess. Yama smiled and said, Hello, Miss Ming Ming. I will call you Ming Ming, is that okay? Ming Ming nodded, subconsciously. Looking at Yamu, she really couldn't believe that Chi Yu would be so daring. Yama's appearance also cleared her previous doubts. There was no need to ask who was chasing them. It was definitely the Constellation Guardian. Chi Yu smiled and said, Ming Ming, you didn't expect this, right? Ming Ming looked at him strangely and said sourly, A month together is not enough. Why did you bring her along? What is going on? It turned out that after Chi Yu and Yamu's discussion, before they left in the morning, he used his familiarity with Yama's aura and used his own thundercloud force to create the exact same aura. Then he kept Yamu in his own Kirin Pearl and quietly brought the goddess Athena away. As Yamu had lost her own energy, when Chi Yu changed her aura, the energy undulations were not obvious. Furthermore, there was the concealment of the 1,000 opportunities and 100 changes Jade Pearl Realm technique, which made the Constellation Guardians unable to detect it. Chi Yu said, In order to fuse with Athena's divine weapon, Yamu temporarily transferred all her energy into her divine weapon. So, now she is the same as an ordinary person. And there are probably people with hidden intentions among the Constellation Guardians. For her safety, I brought her out. Once she recovers her strength, everything will be fine. This is also the reason why I cooperated with Yamu. Ming Ming squeezed Chi Yu's hand hard and nodded to Yamu gracefully, saying, Hello, Sister Yamu. It's hard to believe that Chi Yu could actually bring you out. But now, you don't look like a goddess at all. Hearing Ming Ming's words, Yamu could not help but smile bitterly. She really did not look like a goddess now. Originally, she was pure and holy, but now she was dressed like this, which she had never experienced in her life. Ever since Chi Yu saw Yamu's revealing leather outfit, it had left a deep impression on him. He found an opportunity to get a set for Yamu. Of course, Yamu refused to wear it, but Chi Yu told her that in order to hide her identity, she had to cover up her pure and holy aura. Without a choice, Yamu fought for it, and after some improvements, she became like this. Black leather pants, from the thighs down, it was completely hollowed out. Her upper body was wearing a small red leather jacket that looked like a vest. It was made of a very thin special leather. It was very breathable. A pair of snow-white arms were exposed, and a bit of skin was also exposed in front of her chest. It completely outlined her figure. In the morning, when Chi Yu saw Yama change into this outfit, he was stunned for a full 5 minutes. He never thought that not only was Yama beautiful, but her aura was also superb. Even her figure was 1 in a million. Her figure was not as hot as Ryue's, nor was it as seductive as Suasua's. However, every part of her body was perfectly proportioned. The golden ratio appeared at her waist. Her slender legs were perfectly round and straight, and the lines were extremely soft. Her slender waist seemed like it could be grasped with one hand. Although her round breasts were not very exaggerated, they were just at the level where one could grasp them with one hand. Especially the delicate and perky, but it made Chi Yu swallow his saliva. Her long purple wavy hair was tied up and covered by a black baseball cap. The color of her hair was also specially dyed dark red by Chiyu. If one did not see Yamu from the front, or those who were familiar with her aura, they would definitely not be able to recognize that this beautiful and sexy lady was actually the successor of the goddess Athena. Chapter 190. Yamu held the brim of her hat with her hand. Not to mention you. Even I can't recognize myself. This dress is a little tight. It's not comfortable to wear. Ming Ming asked curiously, Sister Yamu, what did you wear in the past? Yamu smiled and said gently, I usually wear long dresses. Long dresses are less restrictive and more comfortable to wear. Ming Ming exclaimed in admiration, You look beautiful no matter what you wear. Yamu smiled and said Ming Ming is not bad too. Don't judge Yi Fun by his appearance. In fact, he did manage to win your heart. I don't know how painful it is for him. Ming Ming blushed and said, Sister Yamu, you can't make fun of me. You said that your people are already here. Aren't you afraid of being found by them? You said proudly, If they find me so easily, I don't have to live in this world anymore. As he spoke, he pulled Yamu with one hand and Ming Ming with the other, and walked towards the main road outside. A faint energy was emitted from Chiyu's body and enveloped Yamu's body. The aura that she emitted was not very strong to begin with, was completely blocked and not released at all. Just as Chiyu and the other two were wandering the streets of London, looking for London's specialty snacks, a black message had already filled the entire Western underground world. A $100 million reward for a person's life. This is the first time I've received such unprecedented news. However, the request is really strange. Although the person is going to die, the corpse must be whole, and even the blood must be preserved. What kind of request is this? In a dark bar, a tall man looked at the note in his hand with dissatisfaction. The bartender shrugged helplessly and said, I think it's worth it. Isn't it just killing a woman? Since they're willing to pay so much money, it's normal for them to have more requests. Jack, are you going to take it? The man called Jack wore a pair of dark green canvas pants and a sleeveless tight vest, perfectly displaying his majestic, granite-like muscles. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, of course I will. Why not? If this deal succeeds, I can retire early and go to Hawaii to enjoy the beauties on the beach. The bartender sneered, Then you'll have to work hard. The time limit was 1 month, and there were 3 people in total. Don't get it wrong. That woman is beautiful. I've seen her picture. She was the type of classical Western beauty. Don't let your sperm get to your head at that time. I've delayed the mission. Jack snorted disdainfully. How can a beautiful woman compare to $100 million? I'm leaving. As he spoke, he threw out a $10 bill, turned around, and walked out of the bar. A cold glint flashed in the bartender's eyes as he muttered to himself, Jack, I hope your luck is better. There was no limit to the number of people who could participate in this mission. Although you've entered the top 100 in the world, I'm afraid there won't be many chances. At the same time, assassin organizations all over the world received this $100 million mission in the dark underground world. London was destined to no longer be peaceful. Chiyu watched in surprise as Yamu finished her 4th fried fish. Looking at the residue of fried bread on her pretty face, he couldn't help but find it funny. Yamu, have you noticed that your appetite has been growing since I came to Athens? Fish and chips were very famous snacks in London, and the taste was really good. There was already a pile of fish bones in front of Chiyu. Yamu glanced at Chiyu and said, Who said I can't eat more? Ming Ming curiously asked, Sister Yamu, aren't you afraid of getting fat? Oily food is the easiest to get fat. Yamu smiled and said, We can use energy to regulate the body fat. It's very simple. You should be able to do it too. Ming Ming's beautiful big eyes lit up. Is it really possible? That's great. Sister Yamu, you must teach me. Yamu smiled and nodded. She picked up the 5th fish and said, No problem. I'll teach you later. It's very simple. At this time, she was wearing the oversized sunglasses that only celebrities would wear, which almost covered half of her face. Coupled with the oil stains on her pretty face, she looked very cute. She didn't look like Athena at all. Ming Ming also picked up a fried fish, excitedly. Finally, I don't have to pay attention to my figure anymore. That's great. I'll eat too. Chi Yu bitterly smiled and said, I'm so pitiful. My wallet. At this time, Chi Yu's face suddenly changed. He suddenly pulled Yamu's chair and pulled her delicate body into his arms. Yamu's fried fish was still in her mouth. With a bang, the ground where Yamu was originally had a deep pit with a diameter of about 2 inches. Ming Ming's eyes flashed. She locked on to the top of a building nearby and looked at it. Chi Yu used his body to protect Yamu. At this time, another sniper bullet came instantly. This time, Chi Yu didn't dodge. He coldly snorted, and an invisible wind quietly appeared around his body. Under the influence of the wind, the bullet stuck close to Yamu's body and fell to the ground. Ming Ming was just about to rush out, but she was stopped by Chi Yu. Let's go. It seems that the show is about to start. As he said that, he hugged Yamu in his arms and quickly flashed into the shop next to them. Jack blew the smoke from the sniper's muzzle and cursed. In his heart, he was secretly surprised. What a sharp reaction. Could it be that this man can predict danger? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly realized that the air around his body seemed to solidify, and it was extremely difficult to turn around. The next moment, the air became an invisible killer. A bright red had already appeared on his neck. Jack's eyes widened, and his tall body unwillingly fell to the ground. Until the moment before his consciousness completely disappeared, he didn't know how he died. Chi Yu, who entered the shop, revealed a trace of cold light in his eyes. Want to touch my woman? You will have to pay the price. Yama's expression was very calm. She didn't panic because of the attack just now. She smiled and said to Chi Yu, Thank you. Chi Yu frowned and said, So fast. Seems like there really was a problem with those Constellation Guardians. There was actually an assassin sneak attack. Yamu took out a piece of tissue from her pocket and wiped her pink and white face. She removed the oil stains from the fried fish. Seems like my judgment was right. I'm afraid this is just the beginning. According to what I know in the assassin world, those who use sniper rifles are all low-level assassins. The real assassins don't use firearms. Chi Yu smiled and said, Then are you afraid? If you are afraid, then return to the Kirin Pearl. It is absolutely safe there. Unless I die, no one can hurt you. Yama smiled and shook her head. No, I want to see how you protect me. Chi Yu pulled Yamu's hand and said, Let's go. The 2 shots just now must have attracted the attention of the passers-by. I'm afraid the police are coming. The 3 of them quietly walked out of the shop and boarded a taxi. They headed in the other direction of London. It was just like what Yamu had said. The attack was just the beginning. Driver, where are you taking the car? We are not going there. You are going the wrong way. Ming Ming reprimanded the driver in English. The driver was a skinny guy with messy blonde hair. He turned his head and smiled at Ming Ming. I'm not going the wrong way. This is a road to hell. Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, Since you are going to hell, then we will not accompany you. Under the driver's surprised gaze, Chi Yu and the other 2 disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the taxi exploded violently. Standing at the corner of the street, looking at the panicking crowd, Ming Ming said in surprise, How did you find out? Chi Yu smiled and said, Isn't it easy? As soon as I got in the car, my spiritual power discovered the change in the driver. He really thought that we would be fooled. But who do you think I am? As he spoke, he opened his right hand and more than 10 blue steel needles appeared in his hand. These were on our seats just now. I confiscated them when I got in the car first. If my guess is correct, there should be anesthetic poison on them. The driver probably thought that we were already anesthetized, so he drove the car in another direction. Unfortunately, when I got in the car, I noticed the change in his aura and paid special attention to it. These killers are really annoying. Although they are not a real threat, they are like toads that have landed on our feet. They do not bite, but they are very disgusting. Yamu sighed and said, "It seems that we will not be able to move an inch in London." Chiyu smiled and said, "Not necessarily. At least, there is a place that is temporarily safe." "Where?" Yamu and Ming Ming asked in unison. Chiyu pointed to a tall building in front and said with a smile, "That's it." Following the direction of his finger, Yamu and Ming Ming saw the sign of a cross. "Church? Are you religious?" Yamu asked curiously. Chiyu laughed and said, "Do you believe?" Ming Ming laughed and said, "Sure. One of you is Kirin, and the other is Goddess Athena, but you have to rely on the protection of a church. If this gets out, I am afraid people will die of laughter." Chiyu smiled and said, "We are just borrowing this place to rest for a while. When night falls, we will look for Klinsmann. I do not believe that there are killers who dare to kill people in the Dracula family's castle. If that is the case, it will be even more interesting." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the steel needle in his hand disappeared. Within a radius of 300 meters from where they were, more than 10 people of different appearances had quietly fallen, listening to the ear-piercing sirens of the London police cars. Chiyu held Ming Ming with one hand and Yamu with the other as they walked into the church. London was a city of high status in the West, and the scale of the church here was also much larger than other cities. As soon as they entered the church, they saw many people worshipping devoutly or reading the Bible in a low voice. Chiyu took the two women to a corner and sat down. He was a little surprised to find that the cross hanging on the innermost part of the church had a faint energy fluctuation. Yamu said, "This church is not the largest church in London. One of the most famous places in London is St. Paul's Cathedral. That is the central cathedral of London. A red-robed archbishop was in charge of it. It is one of the most famous places in the entire Vatican, with St. Paul's Cathedral as the center. There are 4 smaller churches in London. This should be one of them. It should be run by a cardinal. Don't underestimate a cardinal. There is only a difference of one word between a cardinal and a cardinal, but the difference in status in the Vatican is huge. The cardinal's power in the Vatican is second only to the Pope. Even the Inquisition is very respectful to them." Chiyu snorted coldly and said, "I haven't settled the score with the Vatican in Yanhuang. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have to use the ultimate Kirin arm. Since I'm in the West this time, I should pay a visit to His Highness the Pope if I have the chance. Yamu, your Greece is also in the West. How much do you know about the Pope, and how strong is he?" Yamu said, "In terms of individual ability, the Pope can't compare to us at all. However, in terms of overall strength, I'm afraid we can't compare to him." Chiyu was shocked. From what Yamu said, the Pope's strength was actually above the two of them. This was a little hard for him to believe. Yamu said, "I have seen the Pope once in Vatican. The current Pope is already very old. His overall strength can be described as unfathomable. The Pope or the Vatican, the most powerful ability is to use the energy fluctuations of himself as the center to ask for help from God to obtain great strength. Generally speaking, the Pope can summon archangels to help him in battle. In the Vatican's belief, archangels are equivalent to the existence of God. Although they are different from the gods in our Greek mythology, they are also very powerful. I think with our current strength, we still have a chance to face one archangel alone. If there are 2, it will be very difficult." Ming Ming said in shock, "It can't be. The Vatican is actually so powerful? But those fellows who came to our Yanhuang Republic last time weren't that great." Yama smiled and said, "The strongest that came to the Yanhuang Republic last time was only a cardinal, and the one who claimed to be a cardinal was only a cardinal. If there were really 5 cardinals whose positions are higher than cardinal, that monster wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how powerful it is. The real strength of the Vatican is still the Pope and the cardinals. The 4 cardinals each have the ability to summon an archangel, but the Pope can summon 2 archangels. Chi Yu said doubtfully, then the one that came to Yan Huang last time was only a cardinal and not a cardinal? But didn't they say that there were only 2 cardinals? In terms of numbers, it seems that the cardinal bishops are stronger. Yama shook her head and said, no, that's not it. The cardinals are close to the Pope and can be said to be under the Pope's command. That's why their positions are higher than the cardinals. But compared to the red-robed archbishops that Yan Huang people speak of, the cardinal bishops are much weaker in terms of strength and status. Originally, I found it strange as well. I thought that the Vatican would at least send 1 cardinal. But later I found out that the Temple of Darkness and the Vatican were locked in a fierce battle, and the Vatican couldn't deploy more powerful forces. Chiyu, although we are not weak. But don't underestimate the Vatican and the Temple of Darkness. The 2 of them had been constantly fighting for thousands of years. So in terms of battle strength, they are very strong. If not for their mutual restraint, the Vatican's tentacles would have long spread to your Yan Huang Republic. Chi Yu was secretly shocked. If it was as Yamu said, the Vatican actually had 5 people with similar strength to him and Yamu. If that was the case, the Vatican's strength was too terrifying. Yamu said, you don't have to be too nervous. Although the Vatican was powerful, their strongest experts were in different countries after all. It's hard to gather their strength. The archangels are indeed very strong, but my evaluation of their strength just now is when we don't use our divine treasures. With your Xianyuan sword, you should be able to fight against the Pope. But the Pope has many other powerful moves, so in terms of overall strength, he should be stronger than you. As for me, I can only fight against him after I completely merge the 3 divine treasures. I think your strength should have a lot of room for improvement. Chi Yu nodded. What about the Dark Parliament? Although they have always been suppressed by the Vatican, they shouldn't be too far behind. Yamu said, the Dark Parliament is very mysterious. I only know a little about it. The Dark Parliament is made up of many large families. The Klinsman you met is one of the 13 members of the Dark Parliament. On the surface, he has a high position in the Dark Parliament, but in reality his strength is only average. It's because he has the highest chance of becoming the peak Blood Emperor that he can sit in his current position, and the Dark Parliament is the strongest. It's the chairman of the Dark Parliament and the experts of his own race. Do you remember the disaster I told you about? When the disaster comes, it's the easiest place to get benefits. I'm afraid it's the Dark Parliament. When that time comes, the Dark Parliament's strength will increase greatly. The Vatican won't be able to fight against them. That's why I want to work with your Zodiac guardian god. If it's possible, it's better for you to coordinate with the Vatican. Chi Yu said indifferently, that's impossible. The Vatican's actions left a deep impression on me. We'll talk about this later. At this time, a priest walked towards the 3 of them. He held a Bible in his hands, looking somewhat holy. His gaze first fell on Ming Ming. When he looked at Ming Ming with his murky eyes, Chi Yu's spiritual power immediately felt a reaction from this guy's body. Sir, and these 2 ladies, are you believers? Although he was talking to the 3 of them, his gaze was fixed on Ming Ming's face. Chi Yu frowned slightly. This was the so-called priest. From the looks of it, this fellow was simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. If not for his spiritual power being extremely sensitive to human auras, he really would have been fooled. We're not believers. We're just here to visit the church to see if there's a possibility of becoming believers. Chi Yu said. There was a trace of pity in the priest's eyes. Poor child, the Lord will guide you on the most correct path. Since that's the case, please follow me. Miss, why don't you go first? I think the bishop will be very honored to baptize an Easterner. Looking at the priest's gaze, even Ming Ming felt that something was wrong. She said indifferently, no need, thank you for your kindness. We're just here to visit. The priest was about to say something else when suddenly the church's glass shattered. Then a smoke bomb was thrown in from outside and landed right in the middle of the church. The smoke instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding people to cough. The appearance of the smoke bomb also caused the believers in the church to panic. For a moment, the scene became much noisier. The priest said angrily, "This is blasphemy against God." "Who is it?" As he said that, he didn't care what else he said to Chi-Yu and the others. He walked straight out of the church. Chi-Yu looked at the two girls in shock. It couldn't be. There was really someone who dared to come to the church and attack them? That was a little too daring. One must know that in the entire Western world, the Vatican's position was definitely decisive. A silver light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes, and the fluctuation of his spiritual power quickly spread out. However, to his surprise, his spiritual power didn't detect any murderous aura. The police outside were still dealing with the taxi that exploded earlier. At this time, the smoke in the church was getting stronger. It wasn't an ordinary smoke bomb, it was tear gas. Amidst the intense coughing, the believers were quickly retreating outside. Chi-Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Looks like they're forcing us to go out. All right, then let's go out and watch the show." Kieran's dark red light lit up. Affected by Kieran's hidden energy aura, the huge cross hanging in the church also released a milky white light at the same time. At this time, the figures of Chi-Yu and the others had quietly disappeared. It was invisibility. The three of them left the church in the crowded crowd. Chi-Yu saw at a glance that the priest was communicating with the London police. His spiritual power spread out. The conversation between the two sides immediately fell into his ears. Hearing their conversation, Chi-Yu's expression couldn't help but change. He also knew the source of the tear gas. The tear gas was shot into the church by mistake by the police. But was it really an accident? Could it be such a coincidence? Assassins were indeed resourceful. Even the police could be used. This time, Chi-Yu was a little excited. He knew that the assassin before him was definitely an expert. He didn't know if it was just one or several assassins. Just from the fact that he could completely conceal his aura and not be detected by spiritual power. He could also use the tear gas released by the police to see. This assassin was already very strong. In fact, Chi-Yu and the others didn't know that because this task was taken by many parties, the assassins were in a lot of pain. In order to be the first to complete the task, they had to take the risk to find Chi-Yu and the others as soon as possible and attack, in order to avoid being beaten by their peers. So, Chi-Yu could get rid of so many assassins in such a short time. How could he lure the assassin out? With such a person in the dark, it was always a threat. After all, Yamu's current body was very fragile. Once the opponent seized the opportunity, what if he succeeded? Thinking of this, Chi-Yu suddenly thought of a good way to solve the problem in front of him. After discussing with Yamu and Ming-Ming, he quietly put the two girls into the Kirin Pearl. Then he quietly returned to the church. When Chi-Yu walked out of the church again, he also brought Ming-Ming and Yamu with him. His movements were very calm, as if he didn't realize the danger around him. Soon, Chi-Yu walked outside. At this moment, the surrounding crowd suddenly became crowded, and the fire truck drove over from the far end of the street. Because of the crowd, it was inevitable that there would be physical contact. Suddenly, Chi-Yu felt a sharp energy piercing his neck. Smart, what a smart assassin. It seemed that this guy knew very well that if he wanted to kill Yamu, he had to get rid of him first. Such a smart opponent was indeed good. Unfortunately, he met Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu tilted his head slightly. When he looked in the direction of the attack, he only saw the chaotic crowd. It was still crowded, and Yamu and Ming-Ming's bodies had been pushed away from Chi-Yu. Soon, they were drowned in the crowd. At this moment, because of the appearance of the fire truck, the scene became even more chaotic. A strange light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes. He didn't look for Yamu and Ming-Ming, but quietly hid in the crowd. An inconspicuous van was speeding on the highway in the suburbs of London. In the driver's seat, an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man in his 40s was driving his car carefully. However, his eyes didn't look ordinary. A faint light flickered in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out in the driver's seat without warning. "Do you think that the mission was completed too easily?" The driver's face changed instantly when he heard the piercing sound of the brakes. He suddenly saw that there was an extra person in the passenger seat. Instinctively, he pressed his hand on the driver's seat. Suddenly, there was a burst of fire, followed by a deafening bang. At least 10 bullets were shot at the person at the same time. A green light quietly lit up, and the 10 bullets stopped an inch away from Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu said mockingly, "What? Do you want to destroy my clothes? Then you'll have to accompany me. You can't buy good clothes like mine in London." The van had already stopped on the shoulder of the highway. The driver's cold eyes revealed a trace of cruel light. The next moment, a black claw shadow had already reached Chi-Yu's face. Chi-Yu snorted coldly and said, "You want to fight? Then come." He punched out with his right fist, straight at the opponent's claw shadow. The black claw shadow suddenly changed. An extremely explosive attack actually changed direction in an instant. A crystal cold light appeared at the tip of the claw shadow, and a sharp blade had already bypassed Chi-Yu's fist, directly slashing at his neck. The cold light flashed in the air and actually changed direction 5 times in an instant. The illusory movements were enough to dazzle people. Ding! The blade shattered. Chi-Yu's fingers seemed to have been waiting there all along. Based on the judgment of his mental strength, how could he give the opponent a chance? He hurriedly stretched out his right hand and also punched. This time, his speed was no longer visible to the naked eye. An ear-piercing and terrifying sound of bones breaking rang out, and the driver's right arm had completely turned into powder. Chi-Yu's punch had bombarded the driver's shoulder. However, this driver was obviously not an ordinary person. He did not even make a sound when he suffered such a serious injury. His body violently retreated and actually directly crashed out of the window. His incomparably nimble body flipped and was already on the roof of the car. Then, without the slightest hesitation, facing Chi-Yu, he did not even have a trace of a fluke in his heart and rushed to the side of the forest at the speed of lightning. It turned out that when Chi-Yu returned to the church and came out again, he was no longer accompanied by Ming-Ming and Yamu, but a physical illusion formed by the mimicry ability of the Qianji realm technique. This ability was only comprehended after he went to the Kunlun illusory realm. From then on, he did not only comprehend the mysteries left behind by Wenting's father, but also began to inject his own things into the Qianji realm technique. In this way, this special realm was developing in a more and more mature direction. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" The lazy voice rang out again like a nightmare, and Chi-Yu's body appeared again, but this time he appeared in front of the driver's escape route. The driver's skills were indeed outstanding, and he actually leaped in the forest like an ape. However, could his skills compare to teleportation? The driver panted heavily, and his eyes had already turned blood red. "Get out of the way." Chi-Yu snorted coldly and said, "Why? Are you going to show your true skills? Let me guess. You must have a high status in the world of assassins. I think the mission to kill my wife should have been issued not long ago. You were able to find us in such a short time, and your arrangements were so seamless, so you're obviously very experienced. It's just that you didn't expect to succeed so easily. Am I right? I'm really sorry to have caused many of your original plans to fail. I wonder how much my Yamu is worth in the market now. Can you tell me?" Chapter 191. The ripping sound sounded a little strange. The driver's clothes were completely torn, and his muscles were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fine black hair also appeared at the same time. Chi-Yu did not take this opportunity to attack because he saw the wings on the driver's back. There was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he smiled. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Just nice. It saves me the trouble of looking for it again. A vampire who could appear in the daytime, was definitely not a low-level vampire. Chi Yu did not believe that this guy did not know the location of the Dracula family's castle. After the transformation, the driver's aura was obviously different. His blood-red eyes stared at Chi Yu. Whether it was speed or strength, he was raised to the peak. The wings on his back flapped, and his strong body slammed into Chi Yu. A layer of dark air instantly filled the sky above him and Chi Yu like a dark cloud. After all, for vampires, moving in the daytime was still very limited. "You should be a marquis," Chi Yu said faintly as he floated backward. The driver saw that Chi Yu was not surprised to see him, and even said his rank immediately. He was even more shocked, and in his panic he immediately launched a storm-like attack at Chi Yu. Chi Yu floated up and quietly floated in the air. His right hand was behind his back, while his left hand was placed in front of his chest. The Qilin mirror had silently appeared, and as his left hand moved like a dream, it protected his body so that not even a drop of water could leak through. As the light flashed, the surging energy affected the surrounding trees, and for a moment, the dense branches and leaves were suddenly eroded by the corrosive, dark energy. Chi Yu frowned slightly and said, "It's not good to destroy the environment. Since you destroyed them, let them take revenge. Let them take revenge on their own." Before the driver could react, Chi Yu's body disappeared again, and this time the fear in his heart was ignited to the peak. Who is this Easterner? Why does he have such a powerful ability? In the face of his attack, he actually dealt with it, so casually. Driver wasn't an idiot. He was definitely within the top 20 assassins in the world. He immediately made the most correct judgment in his heart. The wings on his back flapped fiercely. He no longer cared about flying in the air and being affected by the sunlight. He flew high up into the sky as fast as he could. Vampires were very good at flying, and they were dark creatures that excelled in speed. Unfortunately, his opponent this time was Chi Yu. When he spread the bat wings on his back and quickly flew into the air, the surrounding trees suddenly moved. Another layer of dark clouds appeared in the sky. This time it was formed by branches and leaves. He did not know when, but all the trees in the forest were growing rapidly, and the branches and leaves had already formed a huge cage, trapping him inside. No. As he roared, Driver swung his claws. 10 streams of black air condensed into sharp blades and tore at the branches above. However, the branches and leaves were completely different from before. The branches exuded a faint brown aura, and the leaves were as green as emeralds, as if they were about to drip juice. The 10 streams of dark energy did not produce the expected corrosive effect. They only lifted the branches and leaves a few meters above the ground. But then the branches and leaves bounced back down. As the branches and leaves grew rapidly, the branches became as thick as an arm. Countless green leaves gradually darkened the surrounding space, blocking the sun's rays. "It's time to end this." Chi Yu's voice came into Driver's ears without warning. The huge tremor of his spiritual energy almost caused him to lose control of his body. Then, countless branches and leaves swept up. When he was about to unleash his energy, a tyrannical spiritual energy instantly entered his body from the branches and leaves. He felt dizzy, and he could not condense his own dark energy. His whole body was immediately entangled by the branches and leaves, turning him into a big dumpling. The dumpling fell to the ground, and Chi Yu happened to be standing in front of it. Looking at the result in front of him, Chi Yu could not help but nod in satisfaction. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. It seems that my control over plants can be used in actual combat." A green light flashed, and the top branches and leaves of the dumpling opened up, revealing Driver's head. Looking at his pale face with fangs, Chi Yu squatted down and said, "Answer a few questions for me. I can consider letting you go." The driver cursed in English. This was not something that Chi Yu could understand. Frowning, Chi Yu released Ming Ming and Yamu from the Kirin orb. Ming Ming, what did this guy say? Ming Ming smiled and said, a simple explanation. He said that he wouldn't say anything even if you beat him to death. Chi Yu suddenly said, I see. All right then. Tell him that I won't send him to the Vatican because I hate people from the Vatican. However, I don't mind enforcing the law on behalf of the Vatican. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a ball of fiery red flames appeared. As the temperature continued to rise, the Kirin true fire turned blue in an instant. It looked like a burning ghost. Ming Ming translated Chi Yu's words, and the fear in Driver's eyes increased. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the dancing flames in Chi Yu's hand, and he said something with difficulty. Ming Ming said to Chi Yu, he said, how can you guarantee that you won't kill him? Chi Yu said, it's very simple. Tell him that I am Klinsmann's friend. This time I came to find Klinsmann. As long as he tells me the geographical location of the Dracula family's ancient castle, I will take him with me. When we get there, I will naturally let him go. Ming Ming translated according to Chi Yu's words. The vampire still looked confused. Obviously, he didn't believe Chi Yu's words. Chi Yu's eyes flashed coldly. I don't have time to waste with you. I think there should be a lot of vampires in London. If you don't tell me, I can find someone else to ask. I don't have that much patience. So what if I'm lying to you? If you don't tell me, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. This time, after listening to Ming Ming's translation, the driver obviously gave in. He nodded, indicating that he was willing to cooperate. Chi Yu said angrily, what a cheap bastard. He didn't listen to me and just had to make me threaten him. The flame in his hand extinguished, and he asked, tell me your name. Silva. Ming Ming translated the vampire's answer. Don't you vampires always think that your bloodline is noble? Why did you become an assassin? Chi Yu asked. Silva said, we vampires are also divided into many families. Each family has a different way of making a living. I belong to a relatively small Norman family. Our family's main source of income comes from assassinations. That's the only way. Only then can we maintain our family's various expenses. Chi Yu said, okay, I'm not interested in the rest. Don't worry, I mean what I say. Take me to Klinsmann's ancient castle now. Don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying you like stepping on an ant. They got back into the truck. The driver was still Silva, but this time he was in a much more sorry state. With a cowardly look, he drove toward the outskirts of London. Chi Yu wasn't afraid of him playing tricks. He had already used Thundercloud Force to seal Silva's dark energy. At the same time, he used his Thundercloud Force to form a layer of protection on the surface of Silva's body to resist the sunlight. If he dared to play any tricks, Chi Yu only needed to remove this layer of protection. Then, Silva's body would be swallowed by the sunlight the next moment. For safety reasons, Chi Yu didn't let Yamu and Ming Ming sit in the back of the truck. Instead, he put them into his Kirin Pearl again. This way, he didn't need to be distracted. Through his conversation with Silva, Chi Yu learned the figure of $100 million. As for who had commissioned it, even Silva himself didn't know. The identity of the employer wouldn't be revealed when the assassination message was sent through the underground world. This was also an unspoken rule in the Western assassin world. Silva told Chi Yu that there were many people who had accepted this mission. They came from all over the world, and the top 10 assassins in the world should have arrived in London. It was just that they had temporarily lost track of Chi Yu, so they were safe for the time being. London was a very large city, and its suburbs were also very vast. By the time Silva drove Chi Yu to a hill in the suburbs, the sun was already slowly setting in the west. Is this the place? Chi Yu asked Silva, who had stopped the car. He directly transmitted his thoughts into Silva's mind through his mental power. Therefore, although he couldn't understand Silva's words, Silva could understand what he meant. Silva nodded, indicating that they had arrived at their destination. Chi-Yu gave him a look, and the two got out of the truck. Looking at the forest in front of him, Chi-Yu couldn't help but frown. There wasn't any castle here. It was clearly a small village in the suburbs of London. The trees were lush, and the environment was not bad. Silva nodded to Chi-Yu again, indicating that it was the right place. In order to understand him, Chi-Yu had to summon Ming Ming. After Silva's explanation, he found out that the Dracula family's castle was shrouded in a special domain. It couldn't be seen. Only by entering this domain could one see the real Dracula castle. The Dracula family was a pure-blooded vampire family and also the oldest family. The strength they possessed could be counted in the entire Dark Parliament. The Dracula family's castle in London was the family's most important place. As for how this special domain was formed, Silva didn't know. Since he wasn't a member of the Dracula family, he naturally didn't know how to enter this domain. He asked you if you can let him go now, Ming Ming said to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu snorted and said, "Let him go? Isn't that obviously telling the assassins where we are? We can't let this guy go yet. Isn't Klinsman a prince of the blood kindred? He's also the head of the entire blood kindred. Let him handle this." As he spoke, Chi-Yu waved his right hand, and a gust of thundercloud force with a faint green light landed on Silva's body. With a muffled groan, Silva fainted on the ground. Looking at the surrounding forest, Chi-Yu pondered for a moment before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Since it was a domain, there would definitely be an entrance. It didn't matter if he couldn't find the door, he could just knock on it. Thinking of this, the corners of Chi-Yu's mouth curled up into a smirk. He thought to himself, "Klinsman, don't blame me. Who asked you to not tell me how to enter? I'll give you some gifts first." Purple light gradually appeared around his body, completely dyeing Chi-Yu's simple jeans and white t-shirt purple. The faint light continued to rise. Chi-Yu put his palms together in front of his chest, and his eyes had already turned silver. Ming Ming stood at the side and looked at Chi-Yu quietly, feeling the energy aura released from his body. She thought to herself, "Chi-Yu is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like I have to work hard too. Be it Ryue or Wen Ting, they're much stronger than me, not to mention Yamu. They could all help Chi-Yu, but what about her?" She was still far from it. While Ming Ming was letting her imagination run wild, Chi-Yu had already made his move. Lin Bing Doja. For sonorous and powerful voices came out of Chi-Yu's mouth. The purple light surged and had already wrapped his body so that only a faint shadow could be seen. Suddenly, the purple light shot up into the sky and disappeared in midair. The purple light around Chi-Yu's body also disappeared, but his eyes were still silver. The originally clear sky began to change at the same time the purple light disappeared. Large patches of dark clouds appeared without warning, covering an area of about 1 square kilometer. It happened to completely cover the forest in front of Chi-Yu. Under the cover of the dark clouds, the sky suddenly became dark. A bright and beautiful bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the sound of rolling thunder. As the lightning continued to flash, the sound of thunder caused the earth to tremble. The intense rumbling was filled with explosive energy. Chi-Yu's silver eyes stared at the sky. He slowly raised his right hand. With a flash of light, Kirin turned into an ancient long sword in his hand. With a low shout, he pointed the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a purple light floated down and bombarded the forest with a loud sound. The energy in the air suddenly became chaotic because of the sudden appearance of the thunder. Kirin Lightning Guiding Formation was the special ability of the thundercloud force that Chi-Yu comprehended after he reached 6 clouds. Compared to Kirin's 100 lightning strikes, the scale of this formation was far smaller than Kirin's 100 lightning strikes. However, the power of Kirin's 100 lightning strikes was much greater than Kirin's 100 lightning strikes. Kirin's 100 lightning strikes attacked indiscriminately within a certain range. Because the energy of the lightning was extremely large, it was very difficult to control. However, Kirin's lightning guiding formation was different. Under Chiyu's control, it could strike wherever he pointed. Using the sword to guide the formation was only because he wanted to save some energy. In battle, Chiyu only needed to activate this formation, and he would be able to unleash his full strength while using his mental power to control the lightning in the sky to bombard his opponent. Kirin's lightning guiding formation could only be comprehended when one reached 7 clouds. The main reason was that it had too high of a mental power requirement. Each attack could be controlled by mental power to strike different amounts of lightning, and the attack power of the lightning was far greater than Kirin's 100 lightning strikes. After Chiyu became the origin of nature, the strength of his mental power naturally wouldn't have any problems. He pointed the sword in his hand at Qianlian. A few consecutive lightning strikes descended from the sky. Amidst the violent roars, the disorder of the energy molecules became more and more intense. Chiyu specifically looked for some empty space to strike. Some of the lightning strikes even exploded in midair. Don't you have the protection of the domain? The domain also needs energy to be maintained. I've messed up the energy here. Let's see if you can come out or not. From the beginning, there was only one lightning strike. Gradually, there were more and more lightning strikes. Purple snakes of lightning flickered in midair. It was a completely strange scene. The lightning strikes. Very quickly it took effect. Due to the change in the energy molecules in the air, Chiyu's mental power that was scattered in the surroundings immediately felt circles of energy. Fluctuations appear under the explosions of the lightning. It seemed to be a defensive energy. The evil aura kept trembling under the influence of the heavenly lightning's righteousness. Just as Chiyu was about to increase his strength and let the lightning strike 100 times in a row, suddenly a blood-red pillar of light appeared without warning. The blood-red pillar of light, with a diameter of 1 meter, soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into midair. The pillar of light seemed to have a physical form. As soon as it entered the dark clouds, it immediately stirred up quickly. Obviously, it wanted to destroy the thundercloud that Chiyu had condensed. Chiyu grabbed Silva and signaled to Mingming with his eyes to stop controlling the thunderclouds. He no longer controlled the thundercloud and directly pounced toward the place where the blood-red pillar of light appeared. "Klinsman, come out!" Chiyu shouted. With the help of the thundercloud force, the sound waves floated in the direction of the blood-red pillar of light. "Who dares to shout my name?" Klinsman's somewhat angry voice sounded. With a flash of light, dozens of black figures appeared in midair, spreading their huge wings. It was like a small dark cloud. Klinsman's elegant figure was in the center. His blood-red wings were extremely eye-catching. He even held a glass in his hand. He shook it gently, letting the blood in it move slightly. Chiyu laughed and said, "Why, don't you recognize your old friend?" "What's wrong? You don't even recognize your old friend?" As he spoke, he released his control over the thunderclouds, and the dark clouds in the air immediately dissipated. He floated up and appeared in front of Klinsman in the blink of an eye. Seeing Chiyu, Klinsman could not help but be surprised. He immediately greeted him excitedly and enthusiastically. "Chi, how come it's you? When did you come to London?" Chi smiled and said, "What's wrong? Am I not welcome? It seems that I'm really lucky that you're here. Sorry, because I couldn't find the door. I could only use the lightning to open the way." Klinsman looked up at the sky and then at Chiyu. "Oh my God! Chi, did you do that just now?" Chiyu chuckled and said, "It's me." Klinsman smiled bitterly and patted his chest. "I thought that God really wanted to punish us, the Blood Clan. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've become even stronger, but you almost scared me to death. Why are you here? Hey, you seem to be carrying my clansman in your hand." Chiyu threw Silva to Klinsman. "If it wasn't for him leading the way, I wouldn't have found this place. Let's go. Aren't you going to invite me to your castle?" The Dracula family's ancient castle was only able to stand tall in the suburbs of London because of the special domain that the ancestors of the blood breeds worked hard to build. The church had searched for it many times, but they had never been able to find its exact location, much less enter it. The entire castle was shrouded in the domain. It was pitch black everywhere, and only the moon in the domain could bring some light to the castle. When Chi Yu and Ming Ming entered the domain under Klinsmann's lead, they immediately felt a gust of gloomy aura. Everything around them was gloomy. Looking at the pale-faced vampires with their fangs bared, Ming Ming could not help but stick to Chi Yu in fear, and her palms began to sweat. Klinsmann dismissed his subordinates and led the two into his castle. This castle was very similar to the one Chi Yu had seen in the movies before, but it was not as big as he imagined it to be. Inside the castle, there was darkness and evil everywhere. The vampires maintained their original forms, and they looked indescribable. Klinsmann led Chi Yu and Ming Ming into the hall, walked to the master's seat, and sat down. He said elegantly, "I'm very happy that you can come to our Dracula castle as guests. In the words of your Yen Huang people, what brings you two distinguished guests here?" Chi Yu smiled and said, "All right, don't put on your gentlemanly demeanor. We came to find you to seek refuge. Don't you know that someone is hunting us?" Klinsmann was stunned. "Someone is hunting you? Dear Chi, don't joke with me. In this city of London, there is probably no one but the cardinal who can pose a threat to you." Chi Yu smiled faintly and said, "You can ask the fellow I gave you earlier, and you'll understand." Klinsmann saw that Chi Yu was serious, so he asked his subordinates to wake Silva up and asked him carefully. After listening to Silva's words, Klinsmann's expression changed. "Chi, when did you get involved in this? However, Silva said that there should be 3 of you, and the real target is a woman." Chi Yu sat comfortably on the sofa and said, "For her safety, I had her hide for the time being." Although the atmosphere of this ancient castle was not very good, the buildings inside the ancient castle were filled with a kind of classical beauty. Even Chi Yu, who did not understand art, could not help but admire it. They all felt that it was worth appreciating. A cold light flashed in Klinsmann's eyes. "Chi, I'm afraid you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble this time. 100 million USD. That was not a small sum. It was likely that many assassins had already gathered in London. I've also heard of this news, and I've even sent people to investigate. However, with your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of these assassins, right?" Chi Yu said, "I'll be frank. I'm not here to avoid being hunted down. So what if there were twice as many assassins? What can they do to me? The main reason I'm here is to make a deal with you." Klinsmann was stunned and said, "A deal? What deal?" Although he was a member of the Dark Council, although he was a member of the Dark Parliament, last time in Dali, if it weren't for Chi Yu, he would have died a long time ago. That was why he was so enthusiastic when he suddenly saw Chi Yu this time. Just because he belonged to the dark world didn't mean that he would not be grateful. Chi Yu looked at him deeply and said, "I want to ask you for a favor. Tell me some information, and I will give you something in exchange." Klinsmann said with some dissatisfaction, "Chi, what do you mean? Don't you treat me as a friend?" Chi Yu was stunned and said, "How could I? If I didn't treat you as a friend, I wouldn't have helped you in the first place." Klinsmann snorted and said, "Since you treat me as a friend, why are you talking about a deal? Even my life was saved by you. As long as I can help, what do I need from you? Although from your point of view, I'm a member of the dark world isn't as hypocritical as the Vatican. Do you want to be temporarily sheltered here? That's not a problem. I might not be able to guarantee it in other places. But as long as you are in my castle, I guarantee that no one can touch a hair on you and your friend." Looking at Chi Yu, Klinsmann's eyes lit up, and his neatly combed blonde hair seemed to exude a layer of noble aura at this time. Chi Yu smiled and said, "This matter is indeed a bit troublesome, but I don't just want to rely on you for protection. I need your help with something more important. Let's talk in private, okay?" Klinsmann nodded and waved his hand. The low-level vampires on both sides immediately retreated, leaving only the three of them in the hall. You can speak now. In this place I am supreme. No one will eavesdrop. Chi nodded and said, I want to ask you some information. I wonder if you've heard of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus? Klinsmann's pale face changed slightly. Emperor Heart Snow Lotus? You're here for the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus? Gee, that's a big problem. If you're here for it, I advise you to give up on this idea. Hearing Klinsmann's words, Chi was not surprised but happy. He hurriedly said, So that means the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is really in the hands of the Dark World. Klinsmann hesitated for a moment before saying, Chi, do you not understand what I mean? Although the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is good, it's not as important as your life. Chi said, Klinsmann, I can tell you frankly that I have to get the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus. No matter how difficult it is, it can't stop me. I hope you can tell me exactly where it is. As for the rest, let me handle it myself. How about that? Klinsmann sighed. Are you Yanhuang people all so stubborn? To be honest, the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is something that the chairman of the Dark World wants. It wasn't easy to get it. It's now in the headquarters of the Dark World. I'm not afraid to tell you some secrets. The chairman of the Dark World is the great Dark Lich King. Compared to his strength, I'm still far, far away. In terms of age, we vampires should be the oldest in the Dark World. However, our great Mr. President has lived for more than 10,000 years. His strength is even inferior to the Pope. It's because of his existence that the Dark World has always been able to compete with the Vatican. And after the great chairman passed the age of 10,000, there were some problems with his strength. He needed the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus to prolong his life and increase his strength. That was why he went through so much trouble and finally found the whereabouts of the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus. Although he hadn't used the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus yet, one could imagine that the item he valued the most would have the strongest defense. The Vatican had sent people to steal it many times, but they never returned. I know you're very strong, but if you do anything to the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus, then you'll be going against the entire Dark World. Whether you succeed or not, you'll face endless vengeance. So, Chi, I advise you to give up. You won't have a chance. Chi Yu said calmly, How do I know I won't have a chance if I haven't tried? No matter how strong your chairman is, I'll still give it a try. The Emperor Heart Snow Lotus belongs to Yanhuang. Klinsmann, I can't tell you the details. I just hope you can tell me where he is. Klinsmann's eyes flashed, his sharp gaze seeming to see through Chi Yu, but he found that Chi Yu's eyes were so clear, without a trace of impurity, but they were so deep that he couldn't see through them. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind. Chi, I'm sorry. If it were anything else, I would definitely help you. But I can't tell you where the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus is. If I tell you, it'll be equivalent to betraying the Dark World. At the same time, I don't want you to die. I know you and Christy are good friends. At the same time, I also see you as a friend. I can't harm you. Chi Yu seemed to have expected Klinsmann's answer. He smiled slightly, and his right hand touched the Kirin bead. A small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. The moment the bottle appeared, before Chi Yu could say anything, Klinsmann's tall and handsome body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes suddenly released a strong blood-red light. In a flash, he had already teleported in front of Chi Yu. At this moment, all nobility and gentlemanliness were gone. His whole body trembled, and he grabbed the porcelain bottle in Chi Yu's hand. Chapter 192. Klinsmann's body trembled uncontrollably. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the porcelain bottle in Chi Yu's hand. What is that? Why do I have such a strong feeling of longing? No, it's impossible, it's impossible. Chi Yu smiled and said, Nothing is impossible. This is a phrase I often say. Klinsmann, I know I shouldn't have asked you to betray the Covenant of Darkness and tell me the news, but the Emperor's heart, Snow Lotus King, is too important to me. So, I am willing to exchange it for your information. What do you think?" Klinsmann trembled and looked at Chiyu. You tell me. What is that?" Holding the bottle in his palm, Chiyu faintly smiled and said, "You should have felt it. You just didn't dare to believe it. Yes, this is the blood of your vampire ancestor, Cain Dracula." Cain Dracula? Klinsmann was absolutely stunned. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What did you say?" Chiyu smiled and said, "For me, this thing is useless. The blood of your Dracula family's ancestor, Cain, has a different meaning to your family. Are you going to exchange it or not?" Yes, even if you ask me to exchange my life for it. Not to mention a piece of good news. Klinsmann couldn't take his eyes off the porcelain bottle. He didn't want to know where Chiyu got it. As Chiyu said, Cain's primordial blood was too important to the Dracula family. Exchange your life for it? What's the use of it without your life? Chiyu threw the porcelain bottle to Klinsmann. Klinsmann was startled. Even with his strength, he was a little flustered when he caught the porcelain bottle. That's great, that's really great. Klinsmann was so excited that he jumped up and down like a child. His excited look reminded him of his childhood. You don't know. You have no idea how important it is to the Dracula family. You know what? The others in the Dark Council had always thought that I had advanced to the Blood Emperor rank after returning from Yanhuang. However, they were all wrong. Although I had already surpassed the level of a vampire prince, I was still only a blood prince. There was still an unreachable distance between me and a blood emperor. I don't even dare to think that I would have the chance to become a blood emperor in this lifetime. However, it was different with it. One drop. With just one drop, I will definitely be able to reach the Blood Emperor realm within a year. To us Blood Clan members, fresh blood is the source of everything. The purer a Blood Clan member's bloodline, the easier it is to cultivate. This is also why the Dracula family can always be the king of the Blood Clan. The other vampire families were separated from the Dracula family, and their bloodlines are not as pure as ours. Cain's blood, ancestor Cain's blood. What could be purer than this? Klinsmann will never forget your kindness to the Blood Clan and the Dracula family for the rest of his life. Even if you ask me to betray the Dark Council, I won't hesitate. Chiyu had guessed that Klinsmann would need Cain's primordial blood, but she didn't expect him to be so excited. She smiled and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Even if you don't agree to exchange with me, I have no intention of taking it back. After all, this thing can only be used in the hands of you blood breeds, and it was originally meant to be given to Qing. Don't get too carried away. Remember to give some to Qinger later. This is a full bottle. It should be enough for the two of you." Of course, that's enough. With it, even Christy could rise to the same level as me. I really don't know how to thank you. Klinsmann couldn't recover from his excitement for a while. Right at this moment, a cold yet somewhat delicate voice sounded. "Brother, what's making you so excited? You're actually speaking in the language of Yanhuang." Klinsmann quickly said, "Christy, come and see who's here." A graceful figure floated down from the staircase on the right side of the hall. Her movements were extremely fast, as if she had suddenly appeared. It was Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing again, the feeling was completely different. At this time, Su Qing no longer had the aura of a former student. She was wearing a fitted black dress that outlined her alluring figure. Her long black hair was quietly draped over her back, and her pale face looked a little cold. Her noble aura set off her alluring and charming face. She had matured. Compared to the immature girl from before, the current Su Qing had a little more charm in her coldness. "Qinger!" Ming Ming shouted excitedly and pounced on her. Su Qing was stunned for a moment. Then, the two women who were once close friends hugged each other tightly. Looking at the two excited women, Chiyu quietly came to Klinsmann's side and said, "Now you should tell me the whereabouts of the Emperor Heart, Snow Lotus King." Klinsmann looked at Chi-Yu helplessly, lowered his voice, and said a few words in his ear. Chi-Yu nodded repeatedly, and a faint cold light appeared in his eyes. "Okay, thank you very much." Klinsmann gritted his teeth and said, "How about I help you?" Chi-Yu looked at him deeply and said, "No need. I will solve my own problems. You don't represent just me, but the Dracula family and even the entire vampire race. As long as you treat Chinger well, that will be the best way to thank me." At this time, Su Qing and Ming Ming had recovered from the excitement of suddenly meeting. The two walked to Chi-Yu and Klinsmann hand in hand. Su Qing looked at Chi-Yu, and her pretty face blushed a little. "You're here too." Chi-Yu faintly smiled and nodded towards Su Qing. "Long time no see. Have you adapted to the life here?" Su Qing nodded and looked at Klinsmann. "Big brother is very good to me. Everything is fine. I just miss home a little. If you guys didn't come, I was going to go home in a few days. After all, I came out in the name of studying abroad. It's time to go back and see my parents. Did you come to London for a vacation? How long can you stay this time?" Chi-Yu said I might leave tomorrow. Ming Ming will stay here for a few days. Ming Ming was stunned. Chi-Yu said seriously, "I'm going to Germany. You stay here and don't go anywhere." Ming Ming panicked and said, "No, I want to go with you." Of course. She knew what Chi-Yu was going to do. Klinsmann had just mentioned how dangerous the Dark Parliament was. How could she feel at ease letting Chi-Yu go alone? Chi-Yu held Ming Ming's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll be back in a week at most. If you come with me, I'll have to take care of you. I still have to take care of you. Stay here with Qing. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you believe in my strength?" Su Qing asked curiously, "Chi-Yu, what are you going to Germany for?" Chi-Yu said, "To pick someone up." Just as Chi-Yu and Ming Ming arrived at the Dracula family's castle, a special guest came to Dai Van Gang. It was a young girl. From her figure, one could tell that she was young. She wore a long white dress that outlined her slender figure. A hat with a white veil covered her face. She walked into the headquarters of the Vatican as if there was no one else around. A priest blocked the girl's way. "I'm sorry, behind you is the Vatican's restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Miss, please go back." A soft and pleasant voice came from behind the veil. "Take me to see the Pope." Hearing this voice, the priest's body suddenly trembled, and his originally calm gaze became dazed. He murmured and repeated the girl's words. "See the Pope, see the Pope." He turned around slowly and didn't stop the girl anymore. Instead, he led her inside. They did not go far before they were stopped again, for priests who were in charge of guarding the important grounds of the Vatican blocked their way. "Father Nasman, what are you doing?" The priest said to himself blankly, "To see the Pope." The girl in white behind him repeated, "Yes, to see the Pope." The soft voice came into the ears of the four priests at the same time. Their bodies shook at the same time. Just like the priest, they didn't stop the girl in white and Father Nasman anymore. The same situation happened more than 10 times. The girl was led by the priest to the real core area of the Vatican's headquarters. In the middle of the huge hall hung a milky white cross, which seemed to be carved out of jade. The decorations around it were resplendent, and a strong holy aura constantly emanated from the cross, filling the entire hall. If Chi-Yu was here, he would definitely notice that the holy aura in this unknown hall was no weaker than Athena's Parthenon. The only difference was the nature of the energy. Father Nasman walked to the side and stood there blankly. It seemed like he had lost his soul. The girl in white walked to the middle of the hall and stood under the cross. She said calmly, "Pope." The soft voice produced a special sound wave, with her body as the center. It quickly spread to the surroundings. No object or energy could stop the transmission of her voice. The soft voice carried a special wave and filled the Vatican's headquarters. Not long after, A dignified and old voice came from the end of the hall. The huge arched door at the end slowly opened. "Who are you?" The girl slowly raised her head and looked at the open door through the white veil. She said softly, "I'm looking for help." Pope Malty had short, silver-white hair and a red robe with golden edges that covered his not-so-tall body. His aged face was filled with a unique charm, and his clear eyes that didn't look like an old man's were staring at the young girl who was dozens of meters away from him. His entire body exuded a layer of milky white luster, making this pope look even more sacred. Marty slowly walked into the hall. He didn't blame the girl for coming without an invitation. He just said calmly, "Then what kind of help are you looking for, miss?" The girl smiled and said, "Help that will benefit both of us. I think His Highness, the Pope, won't reject it. Isn't that right?" Marty's old face showed a trace of surprise. What a special ability. I haven't seen such a powerful spiritual wave in a long time. The Lord said that all delusion is the root of sin. Evil will come to an end. The old voice made Father Simon's body tremble. His dull eyes immediately recovered, and he said in a panic, "Your Highness the Pope?" "Aye, aye," Marty smiled and said, "The Lord will forgive you. This isn't your fault. Go." Simon looked at the girl in white with some fear. He quickly left the hall as if he was running away. The girl in white smiled gently and said, "As expected of your Highness the Pope. To be able to remove my spiritual control so easily, I'm afraid you're the only one who can do that. I think you must be eager to know why I'm here. It's very simple. I hope to cooperate with the Holy See." Marty said indifferently, "Before Miss proposes to cooperate, can you first tell me your identity?" The girl in white said, "Of course. Otherwise, how can I gain His Highness the Pope's trust?" Silence. The hall fell into a state of silence, but a clear sound rang in Marty's ears. Surprise reappeared on the Pope's old face. "Oh, so Miss is from Greece. I'm very surprised. Since that's the case, you can now tell me what this cooperation you speak of is." The girl in white said, "It's very simple. Kill Athena." What? Even with Pope Marty's composure, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The girl in white continued, "I think with your identity, it's impossible that you don't know about the $100 million bounty that appeared in the underground world. That target is the successor of goddess Athena, Greece's Yamu. At the same time, her external identity is the chairman of the Athens shipping company." Marty's expression changed. He said, "I don't quite understand what Miss means. Since Miss is also from Greece, why do you want to put goddess Athena's successor, Miss Yamu, to death? You should know that the Holy See has always had a good relationship with Greece." The girl in white said indifferently, "The goal is very simple. It's to replace her. I think His Highness the Pope should understand." Marty shook his head. "In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, I really don't understand what Miss means." The girl in white said, "This involves a secret of Greece. In order to gain your trust, I'm willing to tell you this secret. You'll understand after hearing it." The peaceful conversation turned into a telepathic transmission. The girl in white's narration lasted for a full half an hour. In the process of listening, Pope Marty's expression changed many times. By the time the girl in white finished speaking, his expression had already become very gloomy. "So that's how it is. I understand. I need time to consider," Marty said in a deep voice. The girl in white said, "This matter concerns the future of Greece, and at the same time, it has a great impact on the Holy See. I hope that your Highness the Pope can make a decision soon. According to the information I received, Yamu is currently in the Dracula Castle, the headquarters of the Dark Parliament. Actually, the choice for you is very simple. One is the successor of the Greek god who can completely cooperate with the Holy See, and the other is the successor of the Greek god who might become your enemy. I don't need to explain further, right?" Marty sighed. "First of all, I sympathize with Mrs.'s situation. I'm also very willing to help you. However, this matter is very serious. If we don't handle it well, it will definitely bring great trouble to the Holy See. At the same time, the Dark Parliament will not let go of this opportunity. So, I need to discuss it with the red-robed archbishops before I can give you an answer. The girl in white said, "There's not much time left. If we let Yamu obtain the power of Athena's divine artifact, then everything will be over. Your Highness the Pope, no matter what the situation is within a day, I hope that you can give me an answer. I believe that you can easily find my whereabouts in Vatican. Farewell." Marty didn't ask the girl in white to stay. He allowed her to turn around and leave. His clear eyes suddenly lit up. It was unknown when a scepter had appeared in his hand. The supreme ruler of the Holy See chanted in a low voice, and the originally calm energy, aura, suddenly fluctuated greatly. Strolling on the streets of Berlin, Chi Yu sorted out his thoughts. It had been an hour since he arrived in Berlin. With the information he got from Klinsmann, he already knew the location of the Dark Parliament's headquarters. However, it was easier said than done to infiltrate the Dark Parliament. However, what made him happy was that Ming Ming finally understood his difficulties and stayed in London after being persuaded. As for Chi Yu, he changed his identity and quietly came to Berlin under Klinsmann's arrangements. At this moment, Chi Yu was wearing a dark blue t-shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes. His black shoulder-length hair was neatly draped over his shoulders, and he wore a pair of narrow-rimmed sunglasses. If it wasn't for his long hair, he would have looked like the male lead from The Matrix. He strolled around the streets of Berlin for a while, ate some German specialty salted pork knuckles, and drank 2 bottles of German beer. On the surface, he looked like a traveler. In fact, in the process of doing this, Chi Yu had already begun to spread his mind power, almost covering the entire Berlin area, and quickly absorbing the energy molecules in the air to adjust his state to the best. He knew very well that this trip to the Dark Parliament to find the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King was definitely not going to be an easy task. It was definitely not going to be an easy task. Yamu had already told him very clearly that the Dark Parliament headquarters was even harder to break into than the Vatican. He waved his hand and hailed a taxi. Chi Yu communicated with Yamu in Kirin's bead, and spoke with difficulty to the driver about his destination in German. Then he immediately closed his eyes and quietly adjusted the thundercloud force in his body. After finishing everything in Greece, he already had a plan for this trip to Europe. His primary goal was to rescue Snow Girl's father, so he looked for Klinsmann. If it was as he had guessed, the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus was in the hands of the Dark Parliament, so he came to Berlin alone. He let Yamu stay in Kirin's bead, not because he was afraid that Klinsmann would not be safe. Since he promised Yamu that he would protect her, it was naturally the safest to keep her by his side. Yamu had now become the fuse. With her by his side, there would not be any problems on Ming Ming's side. Subconsciously, Chi Yu was still a little wary of Yamu. There was still some distance between his relationship with Ming Ming and him. However, there was one thing that Chi Yu did not expect. When he quietly left London because of Klinsmann's careful arrangements, the people who were after Yamu did not expect that she had already left London, including the 6 Constellation Guardians. At this time, London had become more and more restless. The taxi sent Chi Yu all the way to the western suburbs of Berlin. After getting out of the car, Chi Yu walked out of the road and used his mental power to feel that there was no one around. Only then did he spread out his body and use Kirin's invisibility ability to hide his body. He quickly flew southwest. 10 minutes later, Chi Yu stopped. With his current speed, flying for 10 minutes had already covered a distance of more than 100 kilometers. In the distance, a strangely shaped hill had already appeared in his sight. In the western suburbs of Berlin, there were many such hills, but this one looked a little more special. This was because it was a stone mountain about 200 to 300 meters high. Not only was it abnormally steep, but there was not even a blade of grass growing on it. It looked a little gloomy. Even the Vatican, who had been fighting with the Covenant of Darkness for so many years, did not know where the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness was. But at this time, Chi-Yu had already arrived in front of its door, activating the thundercloud force in his body. Chi-Yu's body shot up to the top of the hill like a rocket. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding area of tens of square kilometers was in his eyes. Chi-Yu shouted in his heart, "Covenant of Darkness, I'm coming." From Klinsmann, he knew the specific location of the Covenant of Darkness. But even Klinsmann did not know where the Emperor Heart Snow Lotus King was kept by the Dark Chairman. Therefore, he could only come alone, enter the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness first, and then slowly search. The reason why the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness had not been discovered by the Vatican for so many years was that it was hidden too well. The headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness was not located anywhere on Earth, but in a special space. And this space was created by the current Dark Chairman, the Dark Lich King. In 1,000 years, 17 Dark Lich Elders had been sacrificed, and with the help of a huge amount of dark energy, this special world of darkness was created. And the door to this world of darkness was on the top of the hill where Chi-Yu was standing. Klinsmann briefly described the scene of the Covenant of Darkness to Chi-Yu. It was a completely dark world, without sunlight, full of death and all kinds of negative energy. There were only 2 dark races there. One was the most powerful Dark Lich in the world of darkness, and the other was the loyal servant of the Dark Lich, the Dark Warriors. Klinsmann told Chi-Yu that although his position in the Covenant of Darkness was very high, however, the real strength of the Covenant of Darkness was not the Blood Race, nor the werewolves or the bearmen. It was the Dark Lich and the Dark Warriors at the headquarters. Among the 13 members of the Covenant of Darkness, the other seats were constantly changing, but only 6 seats never changed. They were the Dark Chairman, the 4 Dark Lich Elders, and the Dark Warrior Emperor. They always maintained the position of the 6 members. The Cardinal who had betrayed the Vatican was able to sit in the position of a member because of his great contribution to the Covenant of Darkness. However, in terms of strength, he was much weaker than the 6 hereditary members, led by the Dark Chairman. To enter the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness, generally speaking, one could only rely on the resonance of one's own dark energy to get the approval of the Dark Lich that guarded the dark space inside. Otherwise, how could one enter if one could not even find the door? Of course, it was impossible for Chi-Yu to get the approval of the Dark Lich, but he also had his own way. After disappearing, Chi-Yu slowly raised his hands above his head. Golden rays of light burned like flames from his body, and a huge amount of energy condensed. The Xianyuan sword that was more than 2 meters long quietly appeared in Chi-Yu's hands under the golden light. The black sword was completely dyed with a huge golden light, and an incomparably sharp aura broke through the air. The sun, moon, and stars on the sword seemed to have come to life, and that tyrannical energy fluctuation was even for the master who held it. Every time Chi-Yu mobilized its energy, he would still feel a trace of fear. Unleash your all-conquering power, Xianyuan Godly Sword. The golden light of the sword broke through the air, and at this moment, Chi-Yu's body seemed to have become one with the sword. After using the first sword of the Xianyuan 8 swords, one with the world twice, Chi-Yu found out that, although it would drain his own energy every time he used it, it also allowed him to better integrate with the Xianyuan sword. The next time he used it, his own energy could better integrate with the Xianyuan sword. No door? Then I'll temporarily create one for you. The Xianyuan sword is known as the most powerful artifact for breaking domains. The signs of the Zodiac domain can even be broken in front of me, let alone a door. Break for me. With a roar, the huge thundercloud force completely transformed into Kirin's purest energy. Driven by the huge spiritual fluctuation, the Xianyuan sword suddenly let out a clear buzzing sound. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, Chi-Yu stood on the cliff of the mountain, like Pangu opening the sky, and swung the golden sword down. The air was split into two under the effect of the Xianyuan sword, and the space was also like paper in front of the sharp Xianyuan sword. A black crack appeared in front of Qiyu along with the golden light. In the next moment, his body had already turned into a ray of golden light and instantly entered the black crack. As soon as he entered the black crack, the first thing Qiyu felt was an incomparably huge pressure instantly squeezing his body from all directions. Fortunately, he was now one with the Xianyuan sword. With the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, the pressure in front of him would be split into two. Amidst the flickering light, a strong light appeared in Qi-Yu's eyes. The golden light on the Xianyuan sword flashed and disappeared, and under the control of his spiritual power, it was completely restrained. Then, the dark red light of Kirin's hidden covered his body, and the invisibility skill was activated. Countless corrosive energies had already rushed towards Qiyu before he went invisible. However, his reaction was still very fast. Kirin's hidden had become his most used Kirin's octatic treasures. His body flashed, and while going invisible, he also used the effect of Kirin's hidden to teleport. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. 100 meters was the limit of his teleportation. After evading the pursuit and hiding his body, Qiyu could now calm down and observe everything in this dark space.